Hey guys,
Hey.
welcome. Hey, how about a quick round of applause for those that are joining us? Woo! Hi guys, it's Joseph, aka Reaper Wolf. I am joined by a very cool little cast, and we're gonna do some gaming for everyone's entertainment. I'm referring to this as the pajama bottoms edition of ReaperCon because I'm wearing my pajama bottoms. I encourage you to do likewise.
Me too.
Feel free. Yeah, absolutely. Sweet. Who here is wearing their pajama bottoms?
Who's wearing no
Yes.
pants?
Ha!
Oh, that's awkward. That's awkward.
Nice. Okay. So, anyways, as I said, I'm Joseph, Reaper Wolf. I've been running games for Reaper for a number of years now. We are joined by quite an assembly of celebrities at Reaper. Over here, if you guys can just do a quick, basically introduce yourselves, and we'll go from there.
I'm Ed Pugh. I'm President Reaper. Tonight I'm playing a rogue swashbuckler, half-elf swashbuckler, who those that fear him call him Jackie Bones, but his friends call him Eugene. So that's what I'm going for, and that's where I'm at. So that would take it to Dave.
I'm Dave. I'm the CFO. I'm playing a human cleric who's named Abacus, and I stocked up a lot on cure light wounds because I know I'm gaming with Ron and Ed.
Good call.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you. Okay. I'm Ron Hawkins. I work at Reaper. I help make miniatures. And I am playing a half-giant warrior. His name is Ankasog. I was kidnapped from my home in the far northern reaches of snowy Adon and taken to Brinewind against my will, and now I am going to kill something for some reason. Joe's going to demonstrate.
I have questions for you.
I'm 6'10". I weigh 290 pounds.
You like long walks on the beach.
Yeah. He listens
like
to
the
Yacht
color
Rock
blue.
radio.
Yeah.
So that big red light clicks on. John, you're next.
I'm playing Dune, the Hill Dwarf Monk. Collins?
My name is Michael Collins. I do whatever Ed tells me to do at the company, as long as Ron and Ed, as a good worker, does. Tonight I will be playing a human conjurer by the name of Phil Collins. And,
What's the name of your toucan familiar?
Ooh,
And he
toucan.
shaved for his appropriate beard, yes.
We're going to name our toucan ceremoniously Iago, without any copyright issues with that.
We'll just change it. We'll just change the spelling. It's not a problem.
Yeah, it starts with
Okay,
Y.
guys.
Iago.
Oh, see, there you go. Okay, guys. So the name of the game is the world's most popular role-playing game. I don't know if we can actually say it officially. Can we say it officially? Can we say we're playing the world's most popular role-playing game? But we are. That's what we're basically playing.
Tunnels and Trolls?
Tunnels and Trolls. Yes, I like Tunnels and Trolls. Okay, but we're not playing that. We're not playing that. But what we are going to be doing is we're going to be playing that pretty much book more or less. But there are a couple house rules. We're doing some critical hit adjustments, some critical fumble adjustments. The player's also been given Joss points, which are basically spent on a one-for-one basis to basically bribe the game master. Each player has 2 of those, and they are representing them by a token in front of them right now. You can earn additional ones by doing something awesome, and you can also nominate each other for acquiring additional ones. Whenever you do anything that makes you go, wow, or makes everyone laugh or whatever, you can potentially earn another one. And they're basically spent to buy re-rolls, to buy a little Game Master largesse, whatever. But basically, once they're expended, they're gone until you earn more. Okay, guys. So I do use dynamic combat, which means miniatures are going to be moving around the table from round to round. Occasionally, I'll even ask you guys to re-roll initiatives because the situation has changed that much. So you will not have very predictable combats. They will be very dynamic and very cool and fun. I do have 4 pillars of gameplay success. Always err on the side of awesome. Show us, do not tell us. Actively investigate. Don't ask if you know something. Try to kind of sort of find ways to get that information in game. Talk to somebody, poke a corner, whatever it is. And then lastly, because time is limited, stay on target. Time is limited. This is a convention adventure, which means basically that we have X amount of time to get the job done, and I want to make sure that we provide as much entertainment in the time allotted. Okay, so You guys all know basically the gist of the situation. But basically, here's what's going down. Brinewind, this scabrous, awful den of wretched hives and villainy, just the most awful discharges and effluents, find their way into Brinewind. It's a large pirate city run by a group of pirate lords. And so the various crews kind of come and go. And the local populace live in fear of whenever the pirate lords get to squabbling. And this particular year, after decades of being around, things are getting a little hot again. And they haven't actually had these problems in quite some time. So there's been riots, there's been arsons, there's been various acts. It's as if the pirate lords themselves have gotten a little old and fat, and as a result, they're losing control. And so new blood is coming in, and they're starting to stir things up. So, into that situation is this. You are playing members of the Storm Chasers, quote unquote, the good guys. They are one of the crews that stands for not necessarily doing what's right. They do right by accident, but they do so by taking on other pirates. They actively hunt with their various letters of marque other pirates, and in the process they do a little good along the way. As for why you're actually at port while the rest of the crew is out, or rather the fleet is out, you probably overstepped your bounds. A few mistakes have been made, and although you are very young members of the crew, you all have been given your coin. And the coin entitles you to being treated as a full member of the crew. But it's one of those situations of one more toe out of line and you could lose the coin. So, the Captain Angelica Fairweather, has trusted you with a very important task. She knows that things are getting hotter in Brinewind, and she wants you to keep an eye on things. So, you've been given a small craft, and you've been told to basically sail into port and keep an eye on things. In the process of doing that, you inevitably ran afoul of some trouble. One too many trips to the local tavern, and a fight broke out. The brawl quickly swelled to the adjoining table, and it spread to the adjoining neighborhood, and before you know it, the hellhounds arrived and started cracking skulls. You were fingered and dragged off to the local jail, where you were thrown in the deepest, darkest pit, thankfully fairly far away from the other rioters. You're actually in an area called the Gullet. It's a particularly damp, very noxious little corner of the sewer system. Half of you will be in one cell, half of you will be in the other, but you will be down to your boots, your belts, and your tabards. But what I need from you guys, since they're placing figures, as we can see, this is the nice view we've got here. What's actually happened is you do not have weapons, armor, or anything else. All of that would have been removed from you. You would have been thoroughly searched. But here's the deal. Jailers, aka turnkeys, always make mistakes. They always overlook something. So having said that, how would you like to orchestrate your escape? Like, what condition would allow for your escape and return to the surface of Brinewind, where the rest of the adventure waits you? What kind of an escape would you guys like to perpetrate? Yes, John.
So, how often do they patrol the cells?
You tell me. See, you're asking for information that you can basically pivot off of. You tell me. Okay. What would you actually do?
Check to see if they locked the doors.
The doors are definitely locked. The doors will definitely be locked. The turnkeys are fairly effective, but they are very stretched, because you have to imagine that the upper cells, there's continuous rioting going on as they're dragging in more and more rioters off of the streets, and the cells are bursting. So, John, you said you were thinking...
Yes, so how long have we been in the cell?
You've been here long enough to have recovered, and speaking of which, all of you are gently bruised and tenderized, equivalent to probably about a hit die worth of damage. So if you guys could do that for me right now, roll one single hit die of damage to yourself, and then mark that, basically reduce your hit point total by that amount. And that represents, you know, split lips, bloody noses, black eyes, bruised ribs, whatever.
All right.
And that'll just tenderize you guys.
That is also what I rolled, John.
Okay.
And I trust you guys to keep track of your totals. It's totally cool.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Can I walk up to the cells and try to see how sturdy they are?
That's a
press
so
on them, push
if
on
the cell if the cell turned out to be weak, would you want to overpower the cell?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then that's your.
Then that is the deepest, darkest, dankest bottom of the thing's cell. These would be the least maintenance. They would be the most rusted, the most moldy, etc.
Then I absolutely agree with you guys, John. So having said that, John, you muscle up to the bars and you have been straining and stressing. And I can tell you right now, without even rolling, not knowing what your scores are and whatnot, you've already loosened things up. But one can imagine that this stops the minute you hear a key being turned in the cell. Can I get an overhead shot showing basically that the actual game space, so they can actually see where they are in proximity to each other? Fantastic, guys. As you guys can see, there's a couple of adjoining cells near you, and the back wall there is actually all cell. It's actually all cell. It's not solid wall. Can you back it up a little bit? There we go.
Across from us, there's more prisoners across from us.
There's more cells. And so each one of these doors is actually a cell-style door, so you can see through it. I want you guys to be able to see through. So
and
each
we're all
one
in
of
the same
walls,
cell.
Half of you are in one cell, half of you are in the other.
Okay.
Just for clarification, Joseph, we do not know each other, correct?
You should know each other. You are all stormtroopers. You guys are all part of the same crew.
All the same crew.
Okay.
I'm saying a half giant up there to just rip the door. Get on up there, man. Show us what you got.
As I walk up to the door, I feel that it's loose, and I say, "Goliath, get over here."
Yeah.
No, I'm a half. My name is Ankasog, please.
Yeah. Go, Goliath. Go.
That's what your mama called you.
You're a new member. We don't call new members by their full names.
This is a linchpin. This is like a linchpin moment, right? So this is basically if we were turning a page in a book, this would be like a major event. So having said that, the turnkeys come in from the southern door. So it's the door along the bottom edge you guys basically see here. So can I get the NPC turnkeys?
Good old turnkeys.
They come in from there.
They come in. There we go. That's the direction.
Got it.
So one of whom is a half-orc, a she-half-orc with a broken tusk and a bad eye. Her hair is falling out. She's clearly quite old. But in spite of that, she's basically her body is one big mass of muscly cord and scars. They're dressed in heavy overlapping armor plates, so that they can't have pieces bitten off or ripped off. Each carries a couple of cudgels, which have a blade on one side and then a big bludgeon, like a big knob on the other. It looks almost like a ball-peen hammer. The junior member is clearly much younger, ambitious, hungry, and disheveled. Everything looks a little bit worn. The hems of his clothing looks worn and whatnot. And as they come through the gate, they're busy chatting away. Now, they look over at your guys' gates, and they see you muscled up against it. I can imagine that there's a second where you let go and kind of play it cool. Are you guys playing it cool?
Yeah, I'm just flexing. I'm looking at them.
Go forth, Iago. Iago. Do something.
They're busily chatting away. The half-orc says to the junior, says, the last one in that cell. The last one was old Barty himself. And so since we've got all these extra guests, we got to tidy things up a little for them. So get to it. And the young fella says, what do I have to do it? The half-orc grabs him by the scruff and says, because you're the one that's wet behind the ears, and hurls him 5-6 feet across the room where he staggers up, key in hand to the nearest door, and then turns the lock, looking back rather angrily and rubbing the back of his head where he got scruffed. No need to be rough, he says. She grunts, glares at the half-giant and the dwarf who were just muscling against the gate, and then glowers at the both of them. The young fella goes inside. You hear him rustle around a little bit, and then a second later you hear him yelp as he staggers out, literally staggers out, and as he's rubbing the back of his leg, he says, I fell. And she goes, what? He goes, I fell through the floor. There's something here. She says, well, what is it? He fishes around, and a few seconds later, he comes out a little sheepishly holding a battered tin box, no more than a couple inches on a side. As he opens up the battered, crusty old member, and I mean, it's covered with a lot of crud, just like the rest of the interior space. I mean, these walls are literally crawling and grungy. When you take a step, you leave a footprint. As he holds open the box, the she-orc who walks towards him snatches out of his grasp. He holds on to it. They glower at each other. And then they look inside, and as they do so, they pull something out. And it literally, in a video game, it would be glowing. It catches the light just right. It is a battered bronze or copper, it's hard to say because it's covered with verdigris, item of some kind. And as they turn it over in their grasp, you guys all get a good look at it. It's clearly a heavy set ring. Way heavier than, something like I'm wearing. Way heavier. Probably 6 or 8 times heavier than that. It's got a lot of blocking. It's actually really ugly. And as they look it over, they look at it and they say, as I live and breathe, this has got to be Barty's old ring. That old polecat must have left it here when he paid us a visit. Now, all of you know who Barty is. You can't say Barty without knowing who that is. Old Barty, vicious turncoat pirate who tried to betray the other pirates 10 years ago or thereabouts. He was holed up in here, kept as a ward of the state for a couple of days before he was executed alongside his first mate, his treacherous first mate. They were fed alive. They were eaten inside out by hagfish. They were lashed to an anchor, the waters were chummed, and then the fish ate them inside out. It's a gruesome way to go. But this is where he spent his last night. This is where he had his last meal. And this apparently is where he left his ring. Rumors have circulated for years that he left clues, potentially to the location of his fabulous wealth, which was never recovered. As they turn the ring over in their hands, they look inside. They stand close to a nearby torch, get a look at it, and then they begin to mutter, "There's pirate scrawl," they says. And they look back at you guys, and they realize they've been talking a little too freely, and then they point over towards the door to the south, and then she gestures for them to withdraw. The turnkeys withdraw through that southern door, but they leave the door open across the way, along with the keys still in it. So they withdraw through that door, and they are gone.
Iago.
Thank you very much, Anne. The room gets very quiet.
Comments.
Okay.
Okay. Let's keep pressing against the door.
Yeah, go get the door down.
I'll take a step back and let Ron kick it.
Dwarf Monk, let's get this door open. Let's get out of here. Let's go see what they got.
Kick it simultaneously.
Two rings.
So
get it going.
Try to put the door open, Joe.
Okay. First roll of the night. May the gods favor you. Okay, give me a quick athletics test to both of you. You have already loosened things up, so I won't give you full advantage. I'm a little tight with advantage, but I will give each of you a +2 for the aiding.
Okay. I got a 15.
Okay.
I got a 8.
But the thing is, though, is that
you need to re-roll.
So between the monk and the half giant, you hunker in, you grab a hold of it, and there's a wrenching noise as you basically shatter a little bit of the masonry holding it in place. The monk, on the other hand, drives his fist into the stonework, shattering it at several points, and then as you stagger backwards, you're actually holding most of the metal comprising that wall. As you poke your heads out, just to make sure that the turnkeys are long gone, you hear a shot, an explosive blast. You guys know what gunfire sounds like from the other side of the door where the turnkeys left from. And then it gets very quiet again, except for in the distance, you can actually hear a dull roar get louder and louder over the last several hours. And then all of a sudden, in the northernmost doorway in the adjacent corridor, and you can hear a bunch of movement. The huge doors are thrown open, and then a quartet of guards will stagger in, beat all to hell. Clothing ripped, weapons bloody, broken teeth, black eyes. As they stagger through the open doorway, slam the gate shut, and then turn the key, and then step away from it, breathing hard, looking terrified, and as they look over their shoulders, there you guys are, having freed yourselves. One of you holding the gate, having staggered backwards.
Just they won't notice.
And then the guards literally freeze for a fraction of a second.
Slam them with the gate.
Please roll initiative. Roll me a d20. Add your dexterity bonuses.
Dexterity. 6.
Plus 9.
12.
2 at 10.
14.
6.
Oh, 18.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Now, in a perfect world, I would put these on cards and kind of cycle through them, et cetera, et cetera. But what I'll basically do is I'll just work my way through the initiative order. When your turn comes up, basically you can take your action. You are free to delay. That's no problem whatsoever. However, the guards this turn are going to freeze. They are not going to do anything. They're literally going to just stand there with their mouths wide open, looking absolutely shaken by your guys' sudden freedom. Now, the other half of your crew is on the other side of the jail cell. But if you notice, the key is actually in the lock, and it's well within reach through the bars. Because remember, the walls around here are all are cell bars. They're not actual solid walls.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So starting off with 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15.
Ed, you're 18.
I was 19. Yeah,
18.
18. Yes.
Okay, my man. 18's your turn.
Wow.
Now, quick look at who's where. Quick look at who's where, who is where. That's an important detail because I haven't had a chance.
Ed, you're the swashbuckler on the left.
Right.
Oh, so I'm still in the locked cell.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
So,
then if I can reach
yourself
out and reach to get those keys, that's what I'm reaching out there to grab those keys.
Absolutely.
I'll even shake them at them to get their attention, so set it up to where they're not looking at those guys, because those guys are
Oh, that's a very sexy action. Very cool. Go ahead and move that miniature actually right into the door. So, as you, the actual female swashbuckler. There we go. There we go. Awesome. Go ahead and give me a quick acrobatics test. This basically represents you probably have grabbed a bone or something somewhere off the ground, and you're reaching through the bars to snatch at it. The DC's only a 12.
This is okay. It's against a 12 die.
Yep.
D12 plus my acrobatics.
No, it's a D20. It's a D20 roll, but you get to add. But it's versus a 12.
Okay. 13.
You easily snatch the keys and rattle them. They run down the length of the human femur, and you snatch them and you're rattling them loudly. The guards all look in your direction. The two on this side, closest to your bars, will be functioning. If anyone attacks them, you'll get advantage on them, more so than usual. So they're distracted big time. That was on your 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12,
John,
11,
13.
10.
John's 13.
14.
14. Got to speak up so I know to stop.
Yeah, 14.
14. Monk.
All right. Let's see. I seeing them come in and notice that they're all battered and bruised. I'm gonna walk right up to the first two, right in the middle of both of them. And
now, when you say walk, you actually mean you probably sprint towards them, I would assume.
I sprint. Yes.
There you go.
I'm going to I'm going to double fist punch the one on the right in the chest. Or try.
Nice.
Yeah, like this.
Okay, so you basically double fist punch the guy on the right. Cool.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Who's getting your attack?
Oh, I rolled a 2.
Well, right, but the thing is you roll for each attack separately, right?
Oh, okay, got it. Let's see.
So he stumbles backwards and he's in mid-fall when you clobber him the second time.
Maybe.
Okay. I got a 21. 21.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go, John.
That definitely
follow-up.
hits. That definitely hits.
7 points of damage.
As I described, he tumbles backwards to get away from you.
Oh.
His legs collapse. As you smash him in the face, you see teeth fly and splatter across the helmet of the guy standing directly behind him. It actually drips down, spittled and broken gum. He does not get back up.
Oh. He's knocked
So
prone.
go ahead and remove that figure. Yep, he is out.
Oh. And as my
So go
bonus
ahead and
action,
remove
I
that
would like to
figure.
use a key point to use patient defense.
Okay, fair enough. But you do have a bonus action coming this round, don't you?
Yeah, that was my bonus action. Use patient.
Okay, that
defense.
was the bonus action. Okay, I got you.
Mhm.
Okay. I just want to make sure I don't rob you of any of your extra attacks because you guys are 6th level. So.
Yeah. that's
Okay,
right.
fantastic. That was on your 14, 13, 12, 11, 10.
There you go. 13.
Okay. 13.
All right. So I've got my door.
You do.
Yeah.
I got my
Yeah.
I am rushing forward. I'm going to pin anyone in my sight in front of me. I'm going to just bulldoze everyone in front of me straight to that wall. You better duck, John.
Presumably, because of the gate is wide enough, I don't see why it would be a big deal if you actually charge between the two of those guys and crack them.
Yeah, okay, cool. Then I will door crack the 2 guards with my big giant.
I think that the surprise will offset the awkwardness of the attack, so no bonus, no penalty. Go ahead and conduct your 2 attacks, please.
Okay. 19.
You are owed 2 attacks. Woo! I think that's going to be a hit.
Okay.
Solid hit.
Oops. And 17.
That will also hit. Damage for a gate of this size would be, it's a bludgeon. Why don't we go with 3d4 plus your strength
3D.
mod?
All right. So let's go.
The guy on the right takes.
5 plus. He does 8. 8.
Ooh! You hear bone shatter beneath his tabard as he gets crushed against the wall. He collapses. A little bit of blood trickling out of what's left of his jaw.
And 15 for the other damage. I did max.
Ooh.
The other guy,
There you go.
he actually folds. When you basically hit him with the sideways, you almost bifurcate him. You actually hear a crunch, bone parts, flesh pulps, and he basically folds around the door.
What's that I smell? That's right.
Grunge and grossness.
That was on your 13, 12, 11,
I'm at 11.
10, 11.
I'm at 11. There we go. I'll shift on over in between the bars. They're just to the left of old Mr. Pugh. And then utter sweet nothings as I cast a firebolt into the back of the last remaining guard.
What?
Oh, very nice. The bars offer no cover, so there's no advantages, no penalties. Go ahead and give me your attack roll, please.
We got a 25.
Whoa.
Fantastic.
20.
That's a fantastic roll. Causing, I think, 2d10 damage at your level.
Yes, sir. And we did a total of 5 fire damage.
There is a now you have to remember these guys are already injured, so you see an outline of fire since the monk is right there. He's outlined in fire. He screams as the fire basically consumes him like a lit cigarette. He collapses on the ground, falling face forward, and then turns into a pile of embers and ash at your feet. He picks
You're
at
welcome,
you with
little one.
surviving hand as he picks at your boot, and then collapses quite dead.
I saved the day yet again. Cleaning up.
At this point, guys, we drop out of combat time. We drop right back into time that basically moves as fast as you guys want it to. So there's no more enemies to fight here at this point. So we drop back into that normal, like, what quote unquote, just narrative time. On the other side of the gate, you hear screams and yells and a pounding on the door that you guys came in through. The sounds of the riot explodes, and that door bursts open, and then literally, shoulder to shoulder, dozens of combatants spill into up against the gate and are brawling. And there's just a roar. There's a wall of sound that just rolls in here. You will not be getting out through those doors.
This is where the Goliath is standing, or the half giant. Sorry.
Yeah, well, all of you who are standing in front of that wall, you should have a pretty good view of the dozens of people that are on the other side of the gate brawling at this point.
Okay, so
we call that.
So I'm gonna look through. Can I see is by chance the half-orc old lady or the young guard in the middle of that fight?
No, they actually left through the other side.
Other door. So I say we go out that door.
I'm going
Guys,
out to
this way.
we must get one of the pieces
of the wall of dozens upon dozens of combatants, and it is an absolute brutal fight. In the mix amongst all those like scabrous dogs, you also have a handful of heavily armored hellhounds, which are seasoned warriors, and also the turnkeys, and things are not going well. You see a face mashed up against the grate as he's like, it's an battered old sea dog goes, run, lads, run! And a bunch of
right when you need a grenade. Let's go out the back door.
Joe.
I want to look in that room that the guy found the box in. Just look in there and see if there's anything that pops up.
Joe, your volume is quiet. We can barely hear you.
My volume? I don't have control over that.
Okay. All right. Frank,
I can hear him fine.
It's quiet to me. All right. Whatever.
Oh.
Technical difficulties. Okay.
Okay. Can we have the camera pan backwards a little bit so we can actually see the space that they're going to be moving into? Or an alternate camera angle? Okay, so if you guys see opposite the direction of the mob that you guys see gathered up, you're going to see another door, basically. And this is another heavily reinforced door. Dave's character dashes through and goes into the room, and you'll find a small spot covered with a broken piece of slate. Inside is a crust-filled receptacle where clearly something sat for a long period of time.
Okay.
So there's nothing else to be found.
Take it in. Just breathe it in.
Take it in.
Anything else in the day?
It's a wonderful room.
No. I'm just doing a quick check to see if there's anything of value in there.
That's an interesting question. Let me do a quick test real quickly, because, you expressed interest. Let's see what the universe has to say about it. Unfortunately, the universe has nothing to say about it. You'll find some scraps of cloth, a bit of rat fur. There's a carcass of something that disintegrated ages ago. Unfortunately, there's nothing else to be found in that room.
Okay.
But it did improve your smell when you come out.
Oh, thank you.
Couldn't have made it worse.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what
more
the smell
people have flooded into
body.
that. More riot has flooded into that chamber. They are now shoulder to shoulder, and you can actually see weapons poking through the gate.
They're going to poke through. They're going to push through. Okay, let's go.
It bends slightly inwards from an impact, and to give you into that, eventually it will spill out into this space.
Who has the key to the door? The doors.
Ed does.
I do.
Oh, yes, you do.
Yes.
So we start heading towards the door that we saw the guards.
Yeah, let's go that way.
Cool. Let's go ahead and line up the figures against that doorway then, and we'll give them another shot as we advance the camera along.
We'll send Iago in there to scout out as a heads up.
Ed's the swashbuckler, so why don't we go ahead and put him in the front?
I've also got the keys. Nobody goes nowhere.
There you go. There we go. Is that arrangement acceptable to you guys? Looks like
Yes.
Monk's kind of in the middle-ish. Cleric off to the
A
side.
little close. That smells a little noxious.
Yeah, I get closer to Ed.
The ring of keys is covered with a thick layer of grime. Just handling it in your hand looks like you've basically been playing around in soot. The door turns readily and creaks open, revealing a space beyond that's no more than a couple of large paces. A pair of doors similar to the ones you guys have already seen, a very typical dungeon-style door or cell doors, are off to either side. But it's the vestibule space that beyond that actually immediately catches your attention. As you guys are kind of moving through away from the noise as quickly as possible, to your right, Ed, you see that there's a lantern hanging above it. The lantern is unshuttered. There's a lot of grime on the floor, but that's not what attracts your attention. It's two corpses separated by no more than a yard. One of whom, the she-orc, lies with a massive hole blown in her chest. Big enough for a
This is the old
fist.
orc lady from up front.
This is the turn. This is one of the turnkeys. Directly opposite her, lying on the back with his head up against the wall, is the younger turnkey with a sharp blade cut from basically one nipple to the other, opening him wide open, almost like he basically just got chest surgery. He lies quite dead. But that's not what gets your attention. The youth actually has the pistol still lying in his grasp. It's not smoking anymore, but it's there. But it's what's sitting in the orc's lap that catches your attention. It's that heavy ring that they were so interested in.
Well, let's snatch it up, get it up, and get going.
Who's good with
As soon as
daggers?
you pick- Yep. Anything and everything can be snatched and grabbed. Remember, you guys are down to your boots, buckles, and tabards. That's
So
it.
I'll take the pistol. Do I have a pistol proficiency? Is that how that works? Or
You guys are storm chasers, and so all of you have proficiency in pistols.
Okay.
I'll
No,
grab the
okay.
pistol and the box. Let's get ready. Let's go.
They also each have a cudgel, which can be taken. So feel free to add that to your guys' whoever wants to snatch those up.
But there's
And more
there's two.
interestingly, there's a master jailer set of keys. Every single lock in the place, the apprentice only had a handful. No, every lock in this place has got a key on that ring of keys.
Do we have a
I
thief?
vote the swashbuckler be in charge of the keys. She's clearly done a good job with them so far, so why not?
Yeah, use
I don't
one
think
and
we
that
have-
makes
I
you
don't-
an expert.
Yeah, I don't think we have a thief, Ed.
Okay.
Can I
I'll
assume that
grab
you
the-
guys? Can I assume that you would have closed and locked the door behind you guys as you guys stepped through? Or ran
Nope,
through?
would have left it open so we could see what's
Okay.
going on behind.
Wide open.
Yeah,
We're rushing.
Who was
We're
last
rushing.
in line? Who was last in line? Was it the half giant again?
Looks like looks
I'm the front door.
from directly ahead of you is another gate. The door is locked as you would expect, but again, much like the rest of the locks in the place, freshly oiled and turns easily. Now, you guys know for a fact that a place like this will have a warden. The warden almost certainly has an office down here, and the office will also probably have your gear. It's a simple matter of finding it.
Okay.
I'll
Find
be
the
in the back.
gear,
I'll be watching behind us.
open the gate.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm going through the gate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's get up there.
The
Let's
double
get it
gate
unlocked.
swings wide open, and the space beyond is a large vestibule space. There is a lot of debris in here in the corners. It is a mess. It looks like a lot of times they just empty, but there's a large pile of buckets containing, well, the less said the better, stacked up and overflowing on the floor. There's a lot of grime and whatnot. Unlike the rest of the cell doors that you guys have seen, an actual opaque dungeon door with heavy bracings and reinforcings is on the left-hand side. Emblazoned in common script at about head height, clearly denoted is Warden Graves.
I'm gonna assume that that's her office.
Let's.
I hadn't stipulated. I didn't actually stipulate a gender, but because that turnkey. But you know what? That's a good question. I haven't thought about whether or not that she-orc was the warden or not. Nah, I imagine this is a different person, but that's okay.
Hey, Ed,
Yes,
lock
sir.
the door behind us.
Yeah, shut the door and lock it.
Okay, then I'll go back to the back and shut it and lock it.
No,
You
this
hear the
gate that you
gate?
just opened.
The gates.
You hear
What
the
did you
gate far behind you
Let me
rend,
just open.
rip free, and crash, and dozens of combatants stagger through the gap and continue the brawl.
Everybody looks small.
You guys slam this gate and lock it closed. You guys back away, knowing that eventually will swarm in here. Ed,
Yeah,
as
so
this
let's get
item is
to
being
the-
held in your grasp, you can actually feel a slight tingling in your fingers, and as you're holding this ring, you actually look. You are playing the half-elven swashbuckler. The
Right.
ring is absolutely enormous. Whoever wore this probably had fingers like as big around as a quarter, basically. But as you're holding it in your grasp, you see it shimmer in your hand, and you actually see it shrink just a little bit. you're pretty sure it will fit perfectly. Anyways, the warden's door remains closed.
Let's open it. Let's get our stuff.
Let's
get
open
the
the
key
door.
from
Yes.
there and open the door.
Let's go.
Okie dokie. As you guys stagger into the room, please move the figures into the room really quickly. Along the left-hand wall is another gate. This one is heavily reinforced, surprise, surprise. But inside is a veritable trove of goodies. In addition to your guys' common gear, and at this point, you guys get to outfit yourselves as you see fit. You're level 6. If you want a torch, you can have torches. It's not a big deal. The game isn't going to hinge on whether or not you have a torch. But if you want a certain armor or a certain weapon, anything that's common is yours. So whatever you would have had on the night when you were taken into custody is behind those bars. And one quick turn of the key and you have your goodies. But there's also a few other odds and ends to be found inside. And the minute you guys get a look at the goodies, you guys are like, okay, awesome. You guys just traded up. There is another flintlock pistol in a brace, which includes the weapons belt, bag of powder, and shot. This is a quality sidearm. It's actually +1 to hit, +1 damage, non-magical. It's very well made, and actually looks like a griffin. The barrel is in the griffin's mouth. And you cock the tail feathers. There is a small or medium-sized weapon that will glow when drawn. So there's a magical weapon here. There's a suit of magical armor of AC 18 or less. 2 potions of healing, which normally I would mess around with and be like, oh, you have to experiment to figure out what it does, but we don't have time for that. You guys know what a potion of healing is like. And there's also 1 scroll in a bone case. Has up to 3 levels of spells. It can be either an arcane scroll or a divine scroll. When it's taken, you basically get to stipulate its contents. So, take what you want. Make me a list of common gear. I don't care about like a water skin. I mean, go ahead and put it on a sheet out there. But you don't have to worry about rations. You guys are in a town. Most food is like 1/3 normal cost here. It's dirt cheap. But just take a quick minute and just write down a list. Okay. Daggers, scroll, any kind of odds and ends. Feel free.
Spike. I'm still watching the door as everybody's looking through. I'll be watching the door and listening.
A few stragglers have staggered in and are looking at the corpses. And they look over towards the gate, and they'll walk over towards the gate and test it really quickly, and they don't see you because you're hidden in the shadows here. And all the lighting in this interior space is torches and lantern light that's turned down really low. And the walls absorb all the light, so it's not well lit by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay.
Ed, inside of the pirate coin, or rather the pirate's ring, you can see some pirate scrawl, and on it says, "Ye hold my fortune. The key is yours. Follow the clues and live like a king."
So
and
this
it gives
is the
you
start.
the hint. This is the MacGuffin. This is the MacGuffin.
Do we have anything? Can I have a leather chain, something to wear it as a necklace for right now? Put it in my pocket.
A leather
something?
pouch? Absolutely.
Perfect.
You said you want a little leather pouch around your neck? Just like that. It's a common piece
There we
of
go.
gear. No problem.
Okay.
And at this point, you're dressing yourselves up.
Right. Okay.
So weapons, armor, etc. is all basically established by you guys. Now, people don't walk around in plate mail a lot because, quite frankly, the Savage Coast is extremely hot. It's subtropical. So most armor people wear is in the leather to studded leather range. People that are going into battle might wear scale mail or a breastplate. But light and medium armor is pretty much the way to go.
Yeah.
Anything heavier, you're looking at exhaustion and fatigue.
Okay. Do I need to tell you what I have that I've chosen?
Just give me a list, and we'll just write down your list, and then
Okay.
feel free if you want to go.
Oh.
Plenty of rope. Plenty
Real
of rope.
quick, studded leather armor, 2 daggers, a scabbard, and a sword. And then my leather pouch. There we go.
No problem. Yeah. And as we play, if there's something that you desperately need, I wish I had taken, flint and steel. Guess what? I'm not going to screw you for something like that. It's not a big deal. Now, if you want something exotic, we might have to talk a little bit, but we can probably work it out.
Crackers.
Who's next?
Parrot food.
No problem at all.
Yeah, I'll take a medium. I got medium armor, shield, and as a mace as a weapon.
Fantastic.
There you go.
No
Yeah.
problem.
Hooded lantern.
No problem.
Ron, are you
I've
still
got-
dragging that door along?
I dropped it.
It's a keepsake.
No.
I'm assuming he leaned it against the wall and he was done. Okay.
I've got
The sounds
mail,
and crashing. Okay. Go on.
snail mail, a spear, a great axe, dagger.
No problem. No problem
Chat.
at all. You guys are keeping it easy on me. No problem at all.
Now, go through
Okay.
those items, especially items. Then you had
Nope.
John.
There was a
Who wants
flintlock
the gun?
pistol. There was a flintlock pistol with an actual like brace belt.
Right.
It's got the pouch. It's got the shot and everything.
anybody
else.
grabbing that. If not, that's the one I'll claim. But I'm
John-
not sold on it.
Okay.
What?
Ed,
I made
There's
my
a
own
plus
plan.
one. There's a +1 magical small or medium-sized weapon. Sorry, Ron, it's not two-handed.
Okay, no problem.
And there's a suit of magical armor that's up to AC 18.
Okay.
Sounds
Ron, you want the armor?
Yeah.
Cool.
I guess it means Dave takes the weapon.
I push. I push past everybody, looking through all the stuff, all looking for our stuff, and I'm frantically searching for something, and it's my family's pouch, like my ancestors. It's the only thing that I want, so I'll just grab that and then I'll wrap it around my waist, and then I go.
Interestingly
back to
enough, you won't actually find it amongst the belongings, but you will find it on the desk. There's a small, cluttered desk in the very corner of the space with an old battered stool. Pile of candles, like burnt candles, and then kind of sort of where it was being examined very closely. Looks like the
Does it
warden
look
has
like
an
it's
interest in
been-
antiquities.
Does it look like it's been messed up, like broken or ripped or anything
No.
like that?
No, just investigated.
Any gold, any coin?
I think that whatever money you guys would have had on you will definitely be here. So I would assume that all of you have pocket money.
All the monies.
I mean, to buy drinks and things like that. But you're not lugging around, Smoke's treasure.
Right.
Real quick, my suggestion
what
would be
else?
Ed take the gun, Collins take the scroll to turn it into a magic scroll. Ron and John have already, and I can take the potions of healing. There you go. That's my suggestion.
And let's
Sounds
move on.
fantastic.
Nailed it.
So that
No
means I've got
problem at all.
two guns now. One's a +1, but I have the
But
two.
one-
guns.
one's basically masterwork,
Right.
effectively. Even though such a thing doesn't
So let's
exist
go.
in 5th edition, but I don't care.
Okay.
You guys
upside down
crashed.
and somebody dead.
A quick look to the south. The dwarf will know south from north instinctively because you're underground. To the south, there's another door. So not surprisingly, the door is locked. As it's unlocked, it reveals a crusty, cruddy side passage which opens up into the sewer system under Brinewind. As I said, the
Oh.
gullet is in the lowest part of the jail.
Well, Dave, you'll fit right in. Hey, somebody check the desk for anything else real quickly. Any drawers, anything else?
Ooh.
Obviously, he's going to sit there.
Interesting. Interesting.
Somebody,
Who does it?
John, you check when you do that. Or Christine. Huh?
Who investigates the desk?
Well, John, you're over there. Do you
Oh.
want to do it? There
The
you go.
magic user.
Yeah, the magic user.
The reader.
Collins.
Yes, sir.
Collins, I'm gonna be making a roll on your behalf. Really
Oh,
quick
thank you.
like here, because you wouldn't
Make
really
it the
know the
upper half.
results, so I'm rolling for you.
I'm clearly successful, in case you were curious about how that works out.
Well, I rolled for you, so you don't have to worry about it. So as you go over to the desk and pull your first drawer, it opens as a sheaf of cruddy papers, including a stack of what looks to be like unopened reprieves.
Oh, we're gonna keep those. That's reading material for real, right? You never know about something until you see some reprieves.
There also appears to be a blank reprieve. It's already signed and sealed. As you open another couple of drawers, you come across one. As you open it up, it rattles in your grasp. As you try to open it, and you look for a letter opener. Put your hand on the letter opener. As soon as you pick it up in your hand, it glows with candlelight. It's a +1 dagger.
Oh,
Appears to be.
yeah. That's convenient.
And as you grab a hold of one of the other drawers and pull it open, you feel a sharp prick in the palm of your hand. And as you draw your hand back, a small thorn protrudes from the palm of your hand as you fail to detect the trap. Lightning rips through your nerves. You feel weak in the knees. Give me a Constitution save.
Does it like blow his cap off?
You'll be right.
The total is going to be 17, Mr. Joseph.
You make the save. You'll take half damage as the poison rips through your body. It must have been a relatively weak dose, as you only take 2 points. You do not have the poison condition.
It bit me.
The drawer itself actually was ripped open. As I said, the desk is actually very poorly made, as you would expect. And inside you will find a handful of coins and whatnot in a small bag, along with some gemstones. Totaling of about 150 gold pieces worth, roughly. There's a cat's eye and a couple agates and things like that, plus a sort of heavyweight silver and gold pieces. Maybe a few.
I nominate Dave. Nominate Dave to keep track of our treasure since he's the accountant.
Okay.
You know, he'll declare it on our taxes. We'll have to pay tax on this stuff. So.
Absolutely.
You're in Brinewind, baby. There's a lot of taxation, but there's ways to dodge it. But down the corridor, you can hear the more crashing as you can hear the group of people start smashing on the gate. The gate begins to rock back and forth, and it looks pretty obvious that the miscreants,
leaving the scene is key.
Yeah.
They want to get through. They're trying to get into this space, and they're starting to scream. And one of them yells, "Storm Chasers!" as they recognize you.
Real quick, how much was the coin? I have to write it down.
Oh, the coinage? There was 150 in gemstones, and the total gold piece value for the actual coins themselves is about 270 gold pieces worth.
Okay.
And at 5% tracking fee,
right.
it's going to go to Dave, right? And then 3.5%.
Exit left. Go. Storm Chasers
So,
not.
Let's run.
As you guys sprint for that passageway, you guys leave this behind you. The sound of the roar, and you guys slam the door. Presumably you lock it. This one gets locked?
Yes.
Okay. As you look back, as the crew spills out, they come charging, and there's just a lineup of just scabrous dogs ready for your blood. You slam the door, lock it. You guys put this behind you, and you literally begin following your nose. The dwarf, many of the things that you guys probably don't hear about too much is, when I run my games, dwarves have a very, very minor form of echolocation. They have a natural direction sense. So the dwarf masterfully navigates the sewer system, and within an hour, hour and a half, you guys get your first breath of fresh air as you guys walk out of the discharge point over about a 30 or 40 foot drop down into Rumteak Bay. It's a sheer cliff face. As you guys look back and then take the jump and taste relatively fresh seawater for the first time. You have to imagine you've been down in that gunk for a last day or so. So when you guys are floating in that water, there are rings of filth extending out from you guys as the water soluble in your clothing breaks away.
Okay.
A quick cut to shows you guys probably as kind of like an afterthought. We'll show you guys all gathered around a table, a meeting of thieves, a meeting of cutthroats, kind of a deal, as you guys are investigating and looking at the heavy ring. The clue is this is pirate scrawl. This is like hobo script. It's not like there's complete sentences here. But more interestingly is it points to the next clue. And the clue is your first coin will be found with the drowned man. That refers to a sunken statue off the just in the bay itself, just off, maybe say 50 or 60 yards from the temple of the rolling swell, the temple of Gustin, the god of the oceans of our world. There's a sunken statue there, and apparently that's where Barty's first coin can be found, and your first step, or the second step, towards acquiring his treasure.
All right.
So you guys have your own.
Or skip.
You guys have your own launch. That problem is solved.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, we're
Well,
little
that's
bobbers in the sewer water. How does it take any time to get over to our little
I assume that this basically we flash forward a whole day and to the following to the early morning hours of the next day, because if you go out there in the midday, there will be people coming out to investigate what you're up to. Everyone will see you. So what they will do instead is you drop a few of those gold pieces and buy yourself a couple of submerged light sources, which are small glass orbs, a little smaller than this, maybe half this size. It's a really thick glass, and inside is a bioluminescent fish or little critter, and it creates the equivalent to a single match or a candlelight. So it creates about 10-foot radius of light, and 10 foot beyond that, it's very murky. But it looks like you guys are going to be going diving. There's a small island off the shore where you can moor up. And then the rest, some of you, if not all of you, are going diving.
Oof. I mean, this sounds like half giant kind of work. I mean, they're tall. They can sort of like jump up and get some air.
Hey, so Joe, this is that this ruin is underwater, deep underwater.
It's about 40 or 50 feet down. So it's about 7 leagues. Oh, not leagues, 7 fathoms.
Yeah. So we're going to need to find some way to breathe underwater, navigate underwater, because we can't just hold our breath that long. Mm-hmm. All right.
It just so happens that there is a purchase that you guys could have made with those few coins that you guys acquired recently. You can easily purchase some Nereid hair or Nereid's kiss. It's an herb that, when consumed, allows you to grow gills temporarily.
So it's convenient that you mentioned that I had an herb pouch amongst my things that were taken from me that clearly contain all the basic necessities for utilizing my regular day life here on the open waters. I will happily take a little bit out and share it with whoever is responsible for. And in case you're curious who that's going to be, it's not this guy. Swimming in that garbage to get whatever we need to get done.
Yeah, the water is not particularly good. Everything discharges into Rumteat Bay.
So I happen to have
a good choice of words.
A handy map of Brinewind in front of me.
There's a Temple of the Rolling Swoon.
There's an herb shop near the temple we could go to and buy this Nixie hair.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Okay.
All of that could have been handled off screen. We don't have to deal with negotiations or worrying about spending coin or anything else like that. This is some of the, at 6th level, this is stuff that you guys could easily have. Not a problem at all.
All right.
Easy.
So who's diving?
So
we all are. All right, go ahead, Joe.
Not all of you have to. Not all of you have to, but as the camera kind of sort of pans in, you have a crusty, flotsam and jetsam covered river or island. The trees are probably not this healthy looking, to be perfectly honest. There's a lot of crud here. Because this is Brinewind, it wouldn't be Brinewind if there wasn't a corpse, face down with a couple seagulls perched on its back with a blade impaled right behind the neck. Your guys' mooring is right there, and just, I don't know, say 10 or so paces off the back of the craft, there is a very deep drop, a crevasse amongst the broken stonework forming the sea bottom. And there is the drowned man, an ancient statue that predates Brinewind's foundation, resting on the sea bottom.
We can
about
see it
7 fathoms down. Through the murky water, it's just a shadow. It's a large shadow that's regular enough for you to go, that looks like a raised kind of a platform with a couple of legs, but the rest of the statue is long gone. It's probably nearby, like toppled into and buried in the muck that forms the base.
Okay. So when we eat the Nixie hair, how long does that last? Minutes or hours?
The way that I work such things is that you consume probably more than a single dose of it, and you get the impression that it'll probably last the entire scene.
Okay. How convenient.
It'll last the
solid impression.
It's not a campaign, it's a contrivance.
Okay.
I'm going to save that for Saturday night. Yeah.
So will we have any problems staying weighted down and all that kind of stuff, or do we Need to work.
Grab a rock.
What I would do is I would create a like a diving weight, and all that is basically take a heavy chunk of rock that maybe has a couple of handles, wrap some rope around it, grab a hold of it, put it over the edge of your guys' craft, and then just slip out of the back of the craft with it on your chest, and it'll bear you straight down to the bottom.
Okay.
And 7 fathoms isn't too bad. Your ears will pop, but you'll be okay.
Okay.
I say what you
did.
That's what the gangsters did.
I say we do this. Overboard.
So Ed, as for you, as you approach the water, normally there's a bit of trepidation. There's a bit of trepidation for things such as this. Now, one of the things we didn't cover is we didn't have the wizard cast Identify on the ring, et cetera, right? Because that's what we would normally do when we had campaign on the ways to half an hour. But off screen, all he has to do is give me a quick Arcana roll, which you don't have to worry about it. I'll assume you take 10 on the roll. The ring is most unusual. The reason why the jailers would have been so happy about this is that this is Barty's signet ring. Barty had no fear of the ocean for an obvious reason. You hold in your hand an improved ring of swimming. It grants water breathing, a water movement rate. You can actually sprint underwater, and it also protects you from pressures underwater. And the best thing about it all is it also grants you underwater dark vision.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything special. I'll take it. Don't worry about it. I'll hold on to it. I read. So
should I put y'all want me to put the ring on, just go down and check this all out and find it all and be done with it? And we don't have to eat the nasty seaweed. Huh?
Yeah, I volunteer it.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Let's all take a dose of Nixie hair. Ed, put your ring on. Let's tie ropes on the rocks, throw them overboard. Let's go down and investigate the statue. Let's go see.
Okay,
quick question: can I cast spells underwater? Not
if
sure.
If the spell has a verbal component, generally no.
No. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So if it has a verbal component, now if you look on your character sheet, the spells are all listed, and on the right hand side it actually lists the components that are required.
Oh, okay.
So we can breathe underwater, right?
Now,
yes, you can.
Right?
You can breathe, but you can't hear properly, and you also can't speak properly. You're not actually enunciating properly, so it basically kills the verbal component. I checked the books. There's absolutely nothing that covers underwater combat. It doesn't talk about it. So the game master is ruling no.
Okay, so now, do I need a rock, or does the ring give me the flight of speed in the water?
The minute you enter the water, what will happen is that you will suffer a brief moment of terror as you breathe out your last bit of air out of your lungs, and then the ring activates. Your vision changes, your eyes become black, so you can actually see in the dark, so you have eyes like a grouper, basically. And you also get webbed fingers and hands.
So it's a general improvement.
This girl. I'll put the ring on and let's go.
As you guys hit the water, the rest of you will also grow webbed fingers and hands under the influence of this powerful herb. But it's the gills on your armpits and your neck that is the most disturbing. So you basically undergo a very minor transformation. As you guys hit the water and you bear the rocks to the bottom of the water, your ears pop at about 12 feet. At 24 feet, you feel the pressure pushing down, but because of the ring or the weed, you don't feel it as much. At 40 feet, you definitely feel it pushing down on you, and there's a little disorientation, but otherwise, you guys look around the murk as you guys are kind of sort of standing at the bottom of the water, and you guys get your first good look of this crevasse. It's covered with muck and broken debris. Anything that sank into the bay that would have been pushed here by the current has been pushed up against the rockwork. Standing in the midst of all of this, in the midst of the gloom with little schools of fish swimming around it, are the broken ankles and knees and thighs of a statue. It looks kind of sort of Grecian. It's a little Hellenistic, but it's got elements of the Celtic too, so it's got swooshes and whatnot. So it's not your typical Poseidon kind of picture. Nearby, it's just rising up. It's basically the thighs. It stops at the thighs, and it's sticking up kind of lopsided out of the sludge that comprises the seafloor.
Okay.
That's an awesome effect.
Yeah, that is cool. Good job.
I'm gonna start heading towards the statue.
Yeah.
Let's go. Who's first?
John?
Before Ed takes off, is it murky? Is it dark?
So it is fairly murky. It's very early in the morning. Surface dark vision does not work underwater.
Okay.
You have to actually have aquatic dark vision. That's why sea elves have different dark vision.
Got it.
So, but you do have a 10-foot radius of light. So what you guys would be able to see from this distance is just shadows and gloom. Because you guys each have around your wrist, you have that little dangling glass globe with a little bioluminescent critter in it.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Just
Please
towards the statue. I'll advance fast enough to make sure that they can see me so that we can keep the whole thing together.
We should just tie our ropes to Ed and then have him drag us.
Too late.
Too late.
Which, unless you're actually belaying, like when you're on a mountainside, is a terrible idea for a lot of reasons. As you guys swim through the gloom and through the mess, you guys will see a couple of good-sized shapes. Human-sized fish will dart away, but they'll quickly bend in half, and then they'll sweep within 20 or 30 feet of you, and there's a number of reef sharks here. Hammerheads, bull sharks, etc. They're curious, and they'll keep their distance, but they are definitely curious.
Got my judo hand
That
chop
guy's
ready.
bigger, so he's a better meal. So let's put him there.
I've got my spear ready.
You will find that thrusting weapons are your most effective. Anything that involves an actual large swing will be practically useless. I would suggest daggers out or short bludgeons. That's what I would go with.
I've got my
Anything
spear
larger
jump.
won't work.
Spear?
Spear will totally work
Crossbow?
underwater.
We got
Crossbows
hand
will-
crossbows.
Definitely not. They don't have enough push. There's no way a hand cross. It fires 5 feet.
That's what she said.
She was right.
Unfortunately,
-1
no.
point.
Range weapons really do not work. Although supposedly sea elves have weapons that do work better, but still not great.
Where's Aquaman?
Anyways,
Yeah.
exactly. Well, you guys, no one wanted to play the sea elf, so unfortunately, we don't have Aquaman.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, now it comes into focus.
Thanks,
Now it comes into
Ron.
This is the first part of it. I mean, we can skip past it. It'll be all right. Be all right.
Ed, you will find that you easily sprint out ahead of the rest, because whereas they have to do a lot of this, the ring actually easily allows you quickly adapt to all of it, and your character is zipping around like a flounder.
Okay. Let's just get them all forward towards the statue.
Yeah.
Why don't we go ahead and move them?
rocks.
Why don't we move them within, say, 20 feet or so of the actual statue and get like an overhead shot if we can, so we can get an idea of what we're looking at. Give them a second to adjust.
That's a cool effect, Frank and Ann.
Yeah, I was just saying, that's neat, yeah.
Ooh, look at that.
Okay. What you have is you have a base, a platform that's sunken into the muck, probably 10 feet. Rising out of it are these big muscly legs, and stretched between the thighs, lashed in place by these old, crusty, rusty boat anchor chains, is a corpse, a withered corpse in rotten finery. The fish and crabs are still nibbling on it. The flesh is all crusty and rotten and decomposed, and it just sits there, caught gently sweeping back and forth in the current.
It doesn't look
Did we get
like
an
it's meant to be here, right?
Oh, no.
No.
It looks as though somebody deliberately put it here. Now, since you have that aquatic dark vision going, the most interesting thing that you're going to notice is the corpse's lips have been sutured crudely shut, as if to keep it silent even unto death.
Well, this would be the dead man that we're looking for, I'm going to say.
The drowned man.
Probably in his drowned man, and it's probably in his mouth. The coin.
It's a good bet.
Could I have you guys do a quick? Could everyone here do really quickly? Do me a perception roll. D20 plus your perception skill. You're looking for at this point a 20.
16.
Plus
9.
13.
10. I don't even notice he's there.
Doesn't sound like anyone hit the. Doesn't sound like anybody hit the 20. Okay. Anyways, this is laid out in front of you guys like so, and I have something to take care of really quickly here. Hold on for a moment.
Uh-oh.
Not good with
I'm in the middle. I'm in the safest place possible at all times.
That's behind the half giant. Get over there with him, because he's the one that.
Can I get a quick overhead? Can I get a quick overhead shot so I can see the Hey, look at that! All right, a quick look of arrangement of everybody.
I'll be right back.
No problem at all. Okay, Ann, I need you to do me a favor real quickly here. I need you to place our sharks in place. Put down the small sharks. Go ahead and put them at that's a good position. Put one directly behind the dwarf too, please. About 10 feet back, so maybe 3 inches. There we go. A little high. Perfect. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And then last but not least, put one off to the side, a little short distance away from the shark you just placed. Other side, please. Hey, there we go. Back it up a little bit, please. These things are curious. They haven't moved in for the kill yet, but they are very curious. They're circling counterclockwise with great interest. And lastly, can we drop one more cute shark if we have one?
And we can barely see them outside of the range of our glowworms, right?
They would be shadows at this point. They would be murky, human-sized shadows because of your guys' limited light. And all it's just movement circling around you guys at different heights.
Who didn't bring more light?
Hey, there we go. Having said that,
underwater, so.
Well, you can when you're really close to each other. You can communicate. You just don't speak particularly well. You can't enunciate well enough to speak an arcane spell. But remember, there are spells that are just somatic and also material. That's not a problem. Anyways, having said that, the shark that she just placed, the one that's high up, suddenly darts down, sweeps downwards towards the Goliath, but darts back upwards.
Half giant.
And half giant, right? Darts back upwards, but it darts downwards as if to kind of test you, and then sweeps back to where it was.
Because I'll kill that bastard.
No, Ron, go ahead and cut yourself. Get a little blood in the water.
No,
if you don't mind.
Okay, that's where we're at.
Ready. I've got my spear ready.
So we haven't rolled initiative yet, so we're still in non-tactical time here, so it moves as fast as you guys want it. So what I'll have Ann do is I'll have him rotate these guys around every few seconds here.
Okay.
As fast as I can move, and if I'm dagger armed, I'm making the assumption that I can pre-position in a way, since they're sort of casing everybody else out, moving slower, and get some. If I can nick one of them and get one of them bleeding, then maybe the others will focus on that. That's my point.
Fantastic.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Go ahead, Ed, you preempted. You just go for it, dude. So pick a target. Basically, tell Ann where you want your miniature to go, and you just go. You basically
dart
right
I can't really tell. So the closest one, the closest fish that I could reasonably get to, up or down.
That's what I would guess right there. So you sprint right towards, leaving a stream of bubbles behind you, and daggers out. Give me your attack.
Right. Okay. What do I roll?
Shark. You're making a D20 roll and adding your attack bonus, which would be probably your proficiency bonus.
Where's the attack bonus?
It's a +3 plus your character's dexterity bonus.
Collins.
+3. +3 plus 3, so 6. +6.
Yep.
What are you eating?
I rolled a 4, so 10.
Vegetables and chicken.
So as you dash towards the shark seeing the movement.
Can I take a Joss coin and spend it and do a reroll?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that a theoretically?
Absolutely. That's exactly what they do.
Good call.
The Jaws points can be spent for rerolls. They can be spent to maximize damage rolls. They can be spent to auto-confirm criticals. They basically are a bribe. You want to do it for? You want to use it for a specific purpose? Just tell me.
Let's try. We'll do it again. And this one is. I rolled a 5, so I got an 11. Okay, one extra.
An 11.
11.
The shark's a little too quick. It actually sees you coming, and instead of darting away, the shark twists its body around and then plows straight towards you and actually hits you. As it grazes along the length of your body, the fish scales tear into your flesh potentially, probably tearing clothing. But it only hits, let's see here, your character's wearing studded leather, correct?
Right.
The shark, under these circumstances, only hits AC 12, which your dexterity combined with your armor, it hits the armor. So you're going to see it graze along the length of your body, but not actually hit you.
Okay.
So you're off the hook there. Now, we
Good job.
just did some combat, no blood, everything else, but we do have to go to initiative at this point because now the sharks get real interested. Go ahead and roll initiatives. D20 plus dexterity bonus.
Oh, that one sucked. I'll just reset myself.
There you go.
Okay. Anyone got a 20? 19.
I got a 21.
18. 21! The spellcaster.
Who can't cast any spells underwater?
You can not cast spells with a verbal component. If your
That's all
spell
of them.
is
Joseph.
thematic or material.
Literally.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. Maritime adventures
will-
are challenging.
I will use my spear to
Hey.
stand menacingly and threaten my eyeballs at anything that comes close to me. 'Cause I'm not doing anything else.
Okay. So you're delaying your action. No problem. And presumably you're going to attack it if it comes within reach.
Yes, and if that happens, I would like to barrel roll, also not very well, to the closest capable person to be effective.
Okay. Not a problem. That was on your 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13?
14.
Wow, the shark. 14 goes a split second before the sharks do.
Okay.
Dave.
I was gonna head to the guy with the sewn mouth and try and pull it open and see what's in his mouth.
Fantastic. There's a bit
Y'all
of a
are
current,
mercenaries.
and you are. I do require you to give me an athletics roll that represents like the sudden kind of like you're swimming towards it, trying to fight the current.
Okay. I don't know what do I roll? Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Nope, it's no problem at all. Roll me a d20 and add your character's athletics skill.
Which is the fourth item
Athletics.
down on
Oh,
the center box
18.
skills. Oh.
Found
Oh,
it.
dude.
18.
Dude, you push off from the murky ground and swim right towards it. You arrive in front of it, and you can probably grab one of the nearby chains and start on your next turn. Start actually trying to break the chain. This thing has been submerged for the better part of a decade, and the seawater has not been kind to these chains. Okay, that'll be next turn. Well done.
Okay.
Okay, that was on your 14. On 13, the sharks move in. First things first, the shark sweeps down and attacks Ed's character. It actually sweeps first, kind of cuts left and then cuts right, and then comes after him. Jaws gaping. That'll hit AC 17, which I'm pretty sure actually will hit under the circumstances. Ed, the shark's, it's a relatively minor bite though, as it digs its teeth in, and it's mostly a mouthful of armor. You take 5, 6, 7 points of damage.
All right.
The shark that's farthest up on the right-hand side, that's close to the half-giant, suddenly darts downwards like a bolt of lightning, heading right towards you.
Hey.
Only hitting AC 11. So
No.
you probably nimbly turn your body like this, and it sweeps right past. So go ahead and, and then move the shark into the middle of the group, a little bit towards the middle of the group. Hey, a little farther, please. There we go. Fantastic, Anne. Thank you. And the other shark from the back area, since the half-giant's back is turned, The shark will actually sweep towards his exposed back.
What the hell?
Apparently, the universe
Good job.
is
I'm gonna
liking
thumbs
you a
up
lot.
at him. Like, good
Collins
job.
put a sign on your back.
With
Way to do your
heavier,
part. Way to do your part.
your heavier armor saves you. The shark snatches you from behind, rips you off of your feet, and worries you like a toy, but only hits armor, doesn't hit you.
I don't fall over, do I?
Because you're swimming and we're in three-dimensional space, it's a free action to basically just right yourself. It's no big deal.
Okay, all right. Stupid
It's
shark.
mostly descriptive.
I can help you up if you need help, Ron. I'm here for
I got
you.
And
it.
the last shark,
He's
the
hiding
last
behind
shark,
a rock.
the
So listen to
exposed,
him.
the last shark sweeps straight downwards, trying to decapitate the elven, the dwarven monk.
Oh, no.
Oh, hitting AC 22. Finally, a
Ooh.
decent attack roll.
Dang.
It hit. Obviously.
Save your ears,
As it
John.
smashes into you, you probably didn't even realize it was there because it was out of your, it was behind you, right?
I was focused on my party.
The
For one
universe
blind
hates
spot.
your character. The shark hits you so hard, the water foams with blood as you take
Ooh.
14 points of damage as I roll maximum possible damage.
Run over and stand next to Collins.
At this
But
point,
It's worked for me so far.
all of the sharks' movements become jerky and more quick as the blood flows through the space and the shark's nostrils are flaring, and they have a Bruce moment as they go, "Ooh, that's nice."
Way to go, John.
That was on 13, 12, 11, 10, 9,
Me.
8,
11.
7.
10.
11.
10. Oh, you're 11. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, is the shark stealer near me? Like after it hit me?
Oh, absolutely. It plowed right into
Can
you,
I-
so you can adjust.
Can I turn around and try to grab it?
Hell yeah!
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to grapple.
That's an athlete. Give me an athletics test. It's opposed by the Sharks' own athletics, and yes, they have athletics.
21.
15. You grab a hold of it by the fins and you hold on to
Okay.
it. Now it actually outweighs you by a little bit. So
Mm.
it'll continue to swim, but you have it grappled.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Rip
So
it
we'll
in
just
twine, John.
catch you as it goes by.
Can I use my bonus action to use Flurry of Blows and try to like knee it as I'm holding
Yeah.
onto it?
He's
Hell
gonna
yeah, you
kitty
can.
cat get it.
Hell
He's gonna
yeah,
kitty
you
cat
can.
it.
Tear it up, man.
The first one's 16 to hit.
Definitely hits as you jam your. It doesn't have far to go.
Let's see. That is 4 points of damage for the first one.
Okay. Shark
Okay.
is still alive.
Second hit. Second hit. Ooh. Only 11 to hit.
I am grappled. Tell you what.
Okay.
I'll give you advantage on that second attack roll. Give me a roll.
Okay. Ooh. 24 to hit.
Dang.
Roll the damage on that. As you probably bring your knee in this one, or your elbow. Crack!
Ooh. Max damage 9.
9. Describe how you finish this shark off. Be grappled.
Okay, since I'm bloodied, I'm frenzied. I'm used to being. I'm a gladiator background, so I came from the gladiator. I won my freedom from being a gladiator. So as I get angry from him attacking me, I just squeeze him until it chokes the life out of him, and just kind of
Until it just goes limp, and then you let it go,
Yeah.
and it just kind of settles on the
then
ocean
it's still, I
bottom.
watch it
Rip
float.
something
Yeah.
off and get some blood out of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Rip the
Yeah.
fins off.
And then I tug at
Rip the fin
at
off.
my beard, and then I tug at my beard, and I. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fantastic.
And
then
there's
you
more where
easily
that
right
came
yourself.
from.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And your
That was
mom,
on
too.
your 11. On 10, the half giant.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Beat
on
that,
that.
Ron. Go ahead.
Oh.
Outdo that.
Oh, it's on. Oh, it's on.
Here's what I do. I reach inside the shark's mouth to his tail and turn him inside out. That's what I do.
There we go. Okay.
I just hit spear.
Spear. Got it. No problem.
Spear. Spear.
Give it the Harryhausen attack. Got it.
19.
Can we get that action one more time, please? Just for posterity's sake. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
I got it. Spear's D6.
When wielded two-handed, in this case, it's probably a D8 plus your strength mod.
Okay.
And don't forget, Mr. Ron, as a Goliath fighter at your level, you also have a number of special abilities related to action surge, and you also get 2 attacks a round right now. So if you really wanted to get 4 attacks in a round, you could totally do it.
Why would I want to do that for?
Well, at the very least, you want to get your bonus attack. You want to get your 2 attacks in this round.
Look, he embarrassed you in front of all the other sharks. He shook you around like a doll.
All the other sharks going to be talking about it.
Yeah.
First things first. First things first. Roll the damage for the first attack, and then we'll resolve the second.
Okay, it's a D8?
D8 plus your strength mod.
Okay. 9.
Ooh, that drew some blood. You draw the weapon back, and there's a cloud of blood, but the shark is still alive.
Okay, well, then with my second attack, I'm going to stab him right in his stupid shark face again.
Go for it.
20. Well, that's with my bonus. 20. And
natural 20. Oh, a non-natural 20 will definitely hit.
Yeah. And 4 points of damage.
That last bit of damage, describe its last moments. It's on you.
I shove that spear straight down that shark's mouth, and it comes out by his dorsal fin. I pull it out, and his guts come out of his mouth. Screw that shark.
Nice.
Yeah.
The shark's corpse drifts to the bottom of the ocean. It's quite dead.
That's how you kill a shark.
Thank you, man.
Ooh, you're ready for Australia, dude. You need to head on down there.
Yeah. So,
well, that was on 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go.
So I've got the dagger, and I'm going to go after the one that was around there that outsmarted me the first time.
Fair enough. Give me your attack roll, please.
And that would be a D20.
D20, and add your and add the same bonus you did before, which I believe was a +6.
Yeah. Okay. 10.
Unfortunately, no. These things are fast, right?
told you again.
And it's got, so it will double back around. It'll actually pass by you and sweep up and actually put it on a ranged stand, if you could. Just put it on like one of the raised stands. As it suddenly, it kind of sort of worm-like goes straight up. And interestingly, so does the other one, because it's not engaged presently. So it'll actually will wiggle upwards as well, as if something just startled them.
They're not giggling at me?
Well, sharks are not really prone to giggling, but I suppose. But anyways, that's the end of the round. That's the end of the phase. The sharks, only one of which is engaged at this point. It's because it's just slightly above you. It's only a couple of feet. It hasn't actually disengaged. But it definitely wiggled like something startled it. We keep the initiative order that we did last turn, so somebody goes on 21, Michael Collins, as a conjurer.
You can come out from hiding now. A couple of sharks are
use
dead.
this opportunity to congratulate those people who have done a good job. I will continue to be on the defensive and be ready to assist myself should anything happen.
Well, in that case, Michael Collins, please give me a perception roll, since you are clearly not engaged in the fight.
We rolled a 20, but that got
Natural
us 21.
20? Okay, well, here's the deal. We do roll to confirm. We do like to do rolls to confirm. So go ahead and give me a quick confirmation roll, and this will basically determine whether or not it's a critical.
That makes me a total of 18 on the confirm.
Which confirms the critical. So therefore, you have to get something out of this, because you rolled really well. You risked this. So can I get an overhead shot so I can see where his character, so I can see where his miniature is?
I think he's under that rock right over there.
Yes, wherever's the safest at all times.
I believe your position is toward there. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ann. From your vantage point, because of the current, let's assume that you were kind of blown backwards, say 10 feet. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. So as you then are going to swim forward, as you catch yourself on the nearby rock, you look over your shoulder, and from the gloom, over your shoulders, you're looking down the gullet of something much toothier and larger. you see 6 rows. You see 6 rows of teeth that are as big as my hand. You see down its gullets, you see an enormous, rotten shark lurking in the gloom between the rocks, more or less gliding in the currents. It's watching with its cold, dead eyes, and then when you finally get a really good look at it, and I mean you get a great look at it, there's a harpoon through its body. It's trailing a length of rope. The carcass doesn't know it's dead. It's an undead shark. And it's at least 15 feet long.
Classic.
I think we have Ron to thank for this one.
I will point
No, I think it was Jason.
Was it?
Let's say 6.
But it was Joe's idea.
And the time it took, as you are trying to get your companions' attention, they're all focused on the sharks around them. As you look back over your shoulder, it's gone like a ghost. It's just gone. Disappeared.
If I have action left, I'll mosey on into the center of the group. Just,
I imagine you don't mosey. I imagine it looks a lot like a kid thrown into the deep end when his mom calls his name. He's like, "Ah! Ah!"
dragging my rock along.
I imagine that the rocks were dropped. I don't think you're probably so. I imagine the rocks were probably you're probably not holding the rock anymore. But anyway,
we were smart enough to drop ours.
This round, since we're at the beginning of the very next round, the Sharks declare on 13 that they're going to disengage. We're getting the hell out of here, as if something has startled them. So that's on my 13. I don't think anyone has anything between 21 and 13, correct?
I had
Cool.
the 18.
Oh, 18.
Oh,
Dave, you are on
yeah.
18. I don't want to rob you of your action, but you are so focused, you're probably still trying to free the corpse, correct?
Yeah.
Give me an athletics test.
D20
plus athletics.
Let's see, athletics. 11.
The chains resist you. As you heave, probably pinning your legs so that and you're like hanging backwards. You're like, ah! And the chains go nowhere. But the thing most disconcerting about all this is you swear a fraction of a second ago, the corpse's eyes were open and were looking at you. And when you look back up, the eyes are closed again.
Nope.
Oh,
Somebody's playing possum.
That was on your action on 18. On 13, the small sharks disengaged, swirl counterclockwise, and dart out of this depression.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Throughout the gloom, echoing off of the walls, something growls. And it has like an alligator underwater growl. And it echoes off of the nearby walls. And anything, any eel, any shark, any little critter suddenly is gone. You're the only ones left in this area.
Okay. We need to get into a ring defensive formation. Circle formation.
Get a team.
Are we still in
family,
initiative order?
I don't know what we are, but
We
gross.
technically drop out of initiative at this point, and you can now function as if we're normal narrative time. But that large shape is going to continue to circle outside of your guys' farthest most light. So it's going to circle 5, 6, 7 squares out.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, family.
So-
It's something gross is around. It's scary.
We can't talk because we're underwater.
You can, but you guys have to be really close to each other. Like right now, you guys can barely hear each other. Barely.
Okay. So I'm like motioning people. Come in, pull the chain. Come on.
Yep. And I
Okay,
get
yeah,
closer to Dave.
definitely. I'll go over there. Let's get this guy done.
Okay.
Actually,
Is anyone lurking towards the back to keep an eye on your guys' 6?
Colin.
No, definitely not.
Okay.
That's the
Okay, John.
safest place.
While you guys investigate the
John?
statue, I will guard the rear with my spear.
And take him with you.
John, you were
Just hold
saying?
him up. Use him as a shield.
All right, John.
so I noticed. Do I notice that there's that he's stepping on that fish on the statue, and I noticed that fish's mouth is open.
I didn't have any control over how this thing turned out, so it's just
Okay.
it's just You're asking for a specific piece of information. All I need is I attempt what?
Got it. I'll go grab the chain because I see Dave's character struggling. I see us struggling. I'm gonna go grab the chain and try to help him pull.
Well, there's chains on its wrists, there's chains on its ankles, and there's chains around its midsection. So I mean, it's boat anchored in place, like strung up like this. Okay. So you're aiding. So everyone's aiding except for Ron, who is basically on sentry duty. Everyone, give me an athletics test. I assume each one of you picks a different point on the chains, because effectively there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 effective chains.
Yeah, I wouldn't pull all of them apart. What's the athletics test? Is just a D20
and an athletics modifier.
Okay.
Is a 4 good? Is a 4 good number? Just out of curiosity.
So
I got a 13.
It looks like the first moment or so as you guys are doing this, you're all struggling. The rope, the chains are covered in slime and rust and decay, right? So as you guys are all like, and then you guys are probably, and as you guys are pulling, there's a lot of different ways to explain failure. But the fact of the matter is that as you guys are pulling, the chains are separating at the weakest link. And then the following round, you guys plant your bodies against the stonework and are now all heaving in a coordinated fashion. Give me a retest next round as the shape directly overhead is now the early dawn light. You see the shape swim overhead, and this thing is easily 20 feet long from the tip of its snout, rotten, to the tip of its rotten tail. You even see a stream behind it of guts and other bits that are falling off of this rotten, reanimated carcass.
I saw it earlier. Just saying, it's gross.
You actually see the daylight coming through its body.
Oh.
Next round,
so we are impeccable.
Retest. Next round, retest.
What's retest?
Reroll.
You're giving me a reroll. You're giving me a reroll. Because it's possible all of you guys could have done this. Yes?
Yeah. We got a 14.
Do we need to rearrange the formation so that John and I are in the back of the party?
Feel free. Absolutely. And could you rearrange a little bit so that Ron's character?
Well, I don't want to be too close to the undead thing either, because that's clearly going to come to life.
That's okay. It'll come to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Given time.
14.
You know, whether he eats you first or last, he eats you.
Yeah.
Still eat you.
Ron has a hold of one of the chains. He actually plants his foot. He probably wraps it around his, probably around the spear. Now that I think about it, heaves on it, and that chain shatters, and one of the limbs comes free. It now kind of like goes a little bit limp, but it still hangs there like a grisly marionette. Did anyone else get at least a 14? 14 shatters another chain. You freed one of the legs.
I got 14. I got exactly
another
14.
one of the chains shatters, breaks free as it comes away from the rock face.
Go, Colin.
Giant
Can
muscles.
I change? Okay, all I rolled was an 8, but I don't want to do a change.
8. So, at this point, this coming round, that large shape that was sweeping overhead actually sweeps past and goes behind some of the nearby rock face and disappears for this round. Next round, I believe I only have 2 chains left to be freed, I believe, if my math is correct.
Oh, 2 chains.
left.
Right.
Such a good phrase.
I believe there's 2. So I need 2 more rolls.
Oh, we should all try.
Me and Ron?
John?
Yeah.
Go for it. Give me the roll, man.
Can we support them? Can I assist?
Yes, you may. All you have to
15.
do is say, I'm assisting them, and what will basically happen is I'm going to give them a +2 to their roll.
I'm
You don't have
going
to
to
make a roll.
assist the Goliath.
Fair enough.
Okay.
He's more trustworthy looking.
Give me your rolls.
I got 15.
I got 4.
Now, one of the
19.
chains breaks free, and the last chain comes. You literally, since it's a great roll, you rip it apart like this, and the corpse slips free, rotates in place, and it falls into the grasp of the nearest person.
Which would be the cleric? Ed.
I think would be the cleric.
Oh no, Dave.
With the
Dave.
time remaining, you guys are now free to swim back up to the surface. Although that is when you guys are going to be at your most
Vulnerable.
Vulnerable.
Ed, take the lead.
I can take the body. I would have the most dexterity.
Oh, you're right.
Correct. Unfortunately.
I need
let's swap. I'll
Michael
take the
to
ring.
be right behind me.
Yeah, but I can take the body because I can't do spells, so I can take it.
But I have the ability from the ring to swim faster, better, see better, be whatever.
That's right. You're a better swimmer.
So you're
You are
leaving
definitely
us.
the most agile.
Yeah,
Be most agile.
This is a zombie thing. You have to run faster than everybody else.
Yeah, but I could probably make it if I have bait.
So Ed,
Okay.
as you break away from the rest of the group and push off and begin swimming very quickly.
Well, with the corpse. Y'all grab the corpse.
Exactly. Yep, with the corpse.
Okay.
Whatever that thing is, doesn't come after you. It's a ghost. It lurks in the shadows out of your guys' torchlight in a disc. I'm not even going to put it on the map because it's not relevant. You guys wouldn't be able to see it anyways. You just can sense it's there. It's waiting for the rest of you. Ed, you break the water surface at the beginning of next turn and wade into the shallows within sight of your guys' launch. The rest of you, down in the water, 30 seconds have gone by. 40 seconds have gone by, and it still hasn't moved in. What happens now?
Let's cut our ropes from our stones
Yeah.
and let's stay here.
Yeah. Let's get out.
You guys
I thought
sprint
we were
up to
all
get the
trying
hell
leave
out of
as fast
here?
as possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not waiting
Okay.
for these guys to figure out what they want to do. I'm out.
Okay. You guys paddle the hell on out of here. Put as much distance between you and whatever that thing is as you possibly can. Behind you, the one loitering
If someone starts
towards
to
the
get ahead
back,
of me, we're out.
the one with the lowest athletics roll. Go ahead and roll me athletics for those of you that are still in the water.
Oh crap!
This is your swim. This is your swim check.
Mm.
If you are wearing scale mail armor,
What?
you will be rolling with disadvantage, which means you roll two 20-siders and you take the crappiest of the two.
Really?
Really?
I guess you have
The armor-
Your default
the
number-
armor is bulky.
Your default number
The armor is
is gonna be
bulky.
better than
All right. So, okay, whatever. All right,
But-
here's my first roll. That's a 24.
Great. You
Roll
won't probably be using that.
is a 19.
Hey, look at that.
I got plus
Okay,
6.
so who rolled lower than a 19 then on their swim check? Who rolled lower than a 10? Who's the lowest roll?
I got a
7.
9.
5.
5. So as you try to put as much distance between you and the ground as possible, you probably separate slightly from the rest of the crew because you got caught up in a current. The rest of you are going to break the surface in about 2 more rounds, right? But he lingers towards the back. He gets caught up in a current and he gets washed a little bit farther away. As he does so, he's looking everywhere but directly down, because the audience will see, as he's about to break the surface, they'll see an enormous set of jaws appear underneath him and sprint straight up around him like this.
At least there's exit holes. We know there's ways for me to get out.
The beast rolls an AC 27.
Misses.
Which will almost certainly hit.
At least I wasn't the slowest.
You just don't have to run fast. You just have to outrun me.
As it smashes into you to just soften you up, its rancid flesh bites into yours. You will take 14 points of damage from the hit.
Ouch.
And be sent spinning, kind of sort of in mid-water as you tumble like this. And you won't gain
That's
any
fine, guys. That
distance
was
at this
nothing.
point.
That was nothing.
Next round, you guys break the surface and stagger towards the launch. Ed's character is probably already loading the corpse into the boat, and you guys do a quick head count. And the wizard is nowhere to be seen. The toucan, sitting on the bow of the ship, looks around for its master and goes, "What the shit?" The bird's got a bit of a mouth. Michael, roll initiative
Yes, sir.
for the shark attack. Roll initiative for the shark
We got it. Oh.
Okay.
Well,
Oh,
rolled really good on our
man, really?
initiative.
It's a different encounter. It's a different situation, so you reroll initiative.
Yeah, I got a 22.
Then guess what? You get to go first. That first hit was just to kind of sort of soften you up to see what you taste.
No, I'm out.
The next one will be far worse. It swims 15, 20 feet away, comes back around. It literally folds its body in half and then streaks towards you like a super cavitating torpedo.
If I feel like that my character and his infinite amount of intelligence can't calculate in a quick mathematical formula that he was going to make it through to the top, he's going to look for the closest piece of object that he can put between himself and itself.
So, full defense, I use a nearby reef or an obstruction of rock or whatever.
Yep.
Fantastic. Here's what's going to happen. Because you're using cover, yes?
Can we throw him a rope from the ship? Can we throw him a rope?
You can at the end of this
Right on top
turn.
of water.
But he'll probably break the water.
To.
Yeah, we got to resolve his thing first.
All right.
Okay, so real quickly here. Oh, natural 20. That's not good.
Oh,
Gosh, I'm dead, guys. This is not going to be good for me.
This is YouTube worthy. Why haven't they invented YouTube?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I confirm AC 15, and you're a lightly armored guy.
Yeah. We're at 12. We don't wear armor. That's overrated.
So as it plows into you, I will be dealing my 4d10.
4d10.
Yeah, the giant shark.
Don't worry.
Bro.
He can roll low. He can roll low.
True, I could. I didn't, but I could.
Oh.
Looks like 24 points of damage as it sweeps up underneath and attempts to bite you in half. Are you still conscious or alive?
That puts me at -6, just as a random number to toss out there.
No problem. So you are actually out then. We'll start rolling death saves next turn. It breaches the area. The giant, rotten shark carcass, which we'll call a sharkus moving forward, it breaches like he's got a hold of a baby seal, breaks out of the water 15 feet, folding its body in half, and as it turns its body sideways, it doesn't release him, it savages in midair, and you see blood going everywhere as it hits the water like a whale, basically. We'll be rolling death saves for him.
A baby whale.
Yeah.
We'll be rolling death saves starting next turn, but it doesn't look
So
good.
who wants the toucan?
Yeah,
The toucan just goes, the toucan is just doing this.
Yeah. There goes lunch.
The shark is not on screen yet, but it should be off the bow of your guys' boat. But that's approximately where it would have landed. You would probably have seen it hit the water, and then it would have immediately swam straight to the bottom.
Got it.
It's in his mouth.
There we go. But that's approximately where it might be. So, starting next turn, the rest of you guys roll your initiatives at this point. Because what's going to happen next turn is going to be particularly jarring.
Uh-oh. 11. Yeah.
17.
Shark is... Ooh, 17 is at the high roll?
Yeah,
12.
I got
Sounds like
17.
the high roll. 17 goes first.
Okay.
The shark
Well,
has not come out of the water.
No. I'm going to go back in the water, look for Collins.
Okay, so you
Take
dive
a
back
net.
in.
With small squares, you're going to need that to collect up the pieces.
Which piece of Collins? Lots.
Okay, Dave. So
Yeah.
you're already in the shallows, right? So as you go into the water, and you've got the Nixie stuff, so you have a water movement rate. So as you plow back in, you see that enormous shape. It still has a hold of him. It turns its body, lets go of the corpse. He starts to sink, leaving big bubbles of bloody air out of his lungs.
Did you fart, Collins?
You could ask my wife. I'm full of hot air. I would float to the top. No problem.
And the shark creature then turns its body, and then it scythes right towards you with the fin cresting the water surface, and it will actually pursue you towards the shallows. So put the shark about 60 feet out and on the table within a collision course to match the party. this point. A little closer to the boat, please. And facing the actual party. Awesome. Thank you. That looks scary as crap. Okay. The fin breaks the surface. It's at least 4 feet tall, and the flesh is just as rotten. There's even a harpoon through the fin. There's bite marks all over its body, and its tail, as it thrashes, it leaves a trail of fish in its wake that have been nibbling on it as it swims along. Okay. That was on your action. Ed should be in the water. There we go. Put him out about another. Well, the fish should actually be out another. Another foot at least. And keep going. There we go. That perfect. Right there. Fantastic. Now move Dave's characters out from the shadows, so he's about 10 feet out from the shadows, or shallows rather.
Get him, Collins. Get him.
Think positive. Just think positive.
Perfect.
There you go.
Absolutely.
You're not going to take that from a shark, are you?
And then we continue through the initiative. That was on 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11,
12,
10,
12.
12.
11. Okay, 12.
12.
Okay.
The corpse. Dead. The corpse is nothing but dead weight. If you drop it wetly on the edge of the gunwale, it's your action. Caution nothing.
So it's not showing signs of doing anything else at all, I assume. So
no, it's a corpse.
I'm into the water.
Just a corpse.
Just a corpse. So
you go over the water. Okay.
Yeah. Sword out.
Because you're
sword and dagger out. Whatever I've got to do.
Are you
probably
we're going to go in and effectively work with him and see if we can't. I don't know what we're going to do. I have to wait till we get there and figure something out that's cool.
Well, it looks like the shark is going to hit the shallows in a second. So if you want to just be like up to your hips, if you want to be up to your shoulders, that's also fine.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. Drag him ashore. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. No problem.
Make some noise to distract it.
Wait. Do we have a spot? Where is Collins' corpse floating?
It wouldn't be visible. It wouldn't be visible for you. You wouldn't be able to see it.
Okay.
The water is far too turbid.
Let him come on in.
Why don't we put the swashbuckler a little closer to the edge of the boat? Because I don't imagine you close ranks that easily. So as you go over the edge of the boat, you're more or less on ready action. So if the thing gets within reach, you'll be able to hit it.
Yeah.
That's the plan? Cool.
That works.
That was on your 11. I believe there was a 10.
11. I'm
10.
11. Sorry.
11.
11. Okay, so taking a cue from Rat Mastery in chat, I'm going to put a Sidling tank in the shark's mouth, and Ed's going to shoot it with his pistol.
Man, all we got to do is invent acetylene. Oh, and then invent a spear gun.
It's a common item found anywhere.
Not a real common item, I'm afraid. Sorry.
Ed's already got it done, so we just shoot the tank. Problem solved.
Babe.
There may be a number of
I got ate by a shark.
windbags at the table. There are none that are explosive.
So I will go into the water with my spear.
Well, I'm the wizard, and first thing we did, go underwater. And
The shark
still probably save me. But it's easy.
I am the shark on its action when it finally comes up. As I'm going to sprint towards the shallows.
Okay.
Where you guys are currently amassed.
I'm coming out to the water. Since I'm very tall, I'm coming out to the water to be waist high.
No problem. Can we go ahead and move the half giant to back a little bit. Another inch or two. Fantastic. Beautiful. Thank you. And then you're on ready. No problem there at all. Okay. That was on your 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. The creature breaks the water's surface, erupting. 8. You can see its dead eyes, and you can see that there's a rooster tail behind it that its fin is setting up. And you're finally getting a good look at it in the early morning hours. It's clearly not just a shark. The thing has arms and legs.
Okay. Oof. I'm gonna rush forward and kind of move my way past the Goliath and the cleric, or the half giant and the cleric, and then my pouch at my waist with my ancestors' ashes in it. I'm going to open it and let the ancestors, like my tattoos are going to start glowing. He has blue tattoos around his arm. And then my eyes are going to go white, and I'm going to use patient defense as I wait for the shard.
Okay. Fair enough. And that's presumably as your bonus action.
Yes.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
I'll hold my action until he gets closer, and then I'll use my attack action.
On 8, you do that. On 7, it breaks the water surface. It actually erupts out of the water so fast and so hard, it rises to its full height. Water streams out of its gills, and then it roars, causing all of you to kind of sort of topple backwards. Don't move the miniatures. They're fine where they are. And then it roars, and then you have your attacks on it as it closes. But the thing is easily 9 feet tall.
I'm a dwarf.
Man, half giant. This is your fault.
And
Come on, you
humanoid.
took out one. You took a
And
shark
humanoid.
out. You could do it again.
You have your attacks before I get mine.
Oh, got it. Ooh, natural 1.
Roll again
It's
to
a
confirm the
natural,
fumble. Roll again
Okay.
to see if you confirm it. Yep, you basically have to miss.
Use your little coin thing, John. Use those Reese's pieces.
Oh yeah. Can I use my Reese's piece? I mean my coin.
You absolutely can. That's
Okay.
one way to do it. You could also just roll to see if you confirm it. If you do confirm it, then you basically re-roll the confirm so you don't fumble.
Okay.
Roll 1, right?
Because you could
16.
roll. Well, then you. So that would normally hit, which means you don't confirm the fail, which means that you don't fumble. You're off the hook.
Got it. Okay, that's it.
And you don't have a second attack at level 6.
I do.
Man, get those ancestors in gear here, man.
I wouldn't want to rob you of your extra actions.
7.
So, but you have to imagine that you almost just fumbled, right? So, since I'm moving into you, as you kind of draw your weapon in, you probably you don't calculate that it's closing up on top of you like that. So, as it hits into you, and I mean it clobbers into you, it's actually going to be you're going to be on top of it, facing in the wrong direction, straddling its dorsal fin, as this thing plows forward and pushes everyone back a couple of inches, and it's now standing in the shallows. So go ahead and move the figs all the way back so that they're just standing basically barely in the shallows. There we go. And then move him right in base to base. There we go. And then the thing now rises to its full height, and as it stands up, it glowers, and you guys can see it's rotten. One of its eye sockets is missing. You can just see a mass of wriggling worms devouring its undead flesh.
That was me. You're welcome.
On my attack, I basically clip the dwarf as he goes by. Ooh, not a good roll. It wanted to be a 19, but it kicked over to a 3 for a total of 12. You are not struck. You are off the hook. The beast growls and it plants its feet as it looks at all of you, and its tail kind of comes up around its side, and you get the impression if you're behind it, it can also sweep its tail. That was on my action on 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top of the round, Mom. Back to 20s. Roll me your first death save.
I rolled the number 10.
Natural 10.
So I believe you only have to roll a 10 to make your first death save. So you're off the hook there, I believe. I believe it's a 10.
I'm unkillable.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
I wouldn't say that.
It's the eating. Yeah.
Maybe unedible.
You're still in the water and you're still not breathing. Okay, that was on your action on 20-something. 19, 8, I think the next one, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13.
Was I supposed to wait? Did we do a whole new roll or just his?
It's a new. No. We're keeping we'll keep the roll, and we'll go to the next round. We'll basically.
Let's see. 26.
No. I
natural
think Ed had a 17 last round for initiative.
I thought that's what. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Last round.
Yeah, we keep the initiative from round to round. Yep. We only re-roll under certain circumstances.
Okay.
So, 17 goes.
Is it dry enough for me to use the +1 pistol?
Under the circumstances, I think it would probably be I think it'd be okay if you just kind of like did this, shook it a couple times, and then fired.
Okay. See if we can't get an aimed shot into its other eye, I guess, or just into its head. And
give me your attack.
We'll see what leaks out. What would I roll for that?
D&D doesn't really do hit locations. It doesn't handle those particularly well. But you know what? If you manage to, but if you cause like an awesome attack roll, then maybe it does. Who knows?
Okay. So what would I roll for that pistol, though?
Roll me a d20 and add your dexterity and your proficiency bonus, which for you should be 3 plus your proficiency bonus of 3 for a total of 6. So you should be adding 6 for the d20 roll.
To a 20. And I got a 17, so that'd be a 23.
Your shot finds its mark. However, I do require one little thing from you. Go ahead and roll me a d6, please. Go ahead and roll me a d6. This was just submerged, so on a 1 or a 2, click. It doesn't fire.
It's a 1, click, misfire.
Click, misfires. But you can jack it backwards. But you can jack it backwards and try again next round.
There we go.
I told you to leave your pistol in the boat.
But it looked cool as hell. You're like,
a settling tank.
That was on your 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 14.
14. I'm going into the water to try and find Chum Collins.
Okay, you dive in. Through the gloom, and because you have that enhanced movement rate, because you have the Nixie's kiss, you can swim straight up towards them, and you can actually break the water's surface. Not this round, but the following round.
Okay.
Okay. Now, for above and beyond the Call of Duty, go ahead and award yourself an extra Joss point.
Oh.
Good looking out, Dave. Good looking out.
Oh.
Would be a team player, unlike the rest.
So you should have. So you should have 3 tokens right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yep. You should have 3 tokens. Okay. So that was on your 13, 12, 11, 10, 11.
I'm going to stab the crap out of this son of a bitch. That's what I'm going to do.
May I make a suggestion? Heroic Surge, Mr. Hawkins. Heroic Surge.
All right.
Give me your normal 2 attacks first. Heroic Surge, and then give me 2 more.
Okay.
Or not.
All right.
It's up to you.
Oh, yes. We got to kill this bastard. Okay. First 2 regular
you don't want me to get another attack in.
Yeah, so, well, does a 12 hit?
Unfortunately, no. Even though I'm a large creature, I actually have very sharp, very, very hard skin. You missed me by this much.
Okay. Oh, that got him. Oh, that's a 20.
That'll definitely hit.
And is this still a 2-headed spear?
2-handed, D8.
5.
And don't forget your strength bonus.
Yeah, I got it. That's 5. Yeah.
5 points. Got it. No problem.
So
now
the
other heroic surge.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. And it's as if you get your whole turn all over again, basically. So you get your full range of attacks.
Well, I rolled the same damn thing again. 9, 12.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the 4th attack. I got him. That's a 15.
That will definitely hit.
Okay. And that is 9 points of damage.
Ooh, nicely done. Rancid flesh parts exposing tissue underneath. It does not look any healthier. A bunch of yuck will actually flow out of it. Okay, no problem. That wounded it. That got its attention, that's for sure.
All right.
Okay. That was on your 11, 10, 9, 8, 7.
8.
8 goes first with John Overton.
Okay.
What happens, Mom?
So I'm going to see the half giant engage the shark. So I'm going to try to, maneuver behind it, like across from the half giant. So as soon as I get to the other side of this undead shark, I'm going to do my 2 attacks.
Are you basically trying to claim advantage for flanking?
Yes, I am.
Here's the deal.
Trying.
You are fighting on top of you are fighting on top of it. So therefore you just fight on top of it, and I will let you have advantage, no problem. You've earned it.
Okay. All right. First attack. Okay. 23. 23 to hit.
Hits.
Okay. Let's do damage. 5 points of damage for the first one.
Okay.
Second attack. 12 to hit.
Not yet.
Ooh, you
Dave
probably
is
punch it
jumping
in
into the water. He is secured
a
by
quick punch to the gills causes damage.
Mhm.
How much?
Go, John.
Max damage. 9 points of damage.
Ooh, damn. Okay, here we go.
And then for my
And are you
bonus
spending-
action,
Okay.
I will use unarmed. I will do unarmed strikes and do one more attack.
No problem. Do you roll?
16. That one fell off the table. Oh, natural 20. So for a 26.
Well, roll to confirm that.
Ah, it fell off the table again. 24
Did he get
for
you
the
with it?
confirmation.
Confirms the critical. So here's what happens. The first die is maximum possible damage, which is a total of what?
6. Oh, is that including the
6.
plus?
Yeah, all the normal bonuses
Okay.
apply.
Oh, 9.
So it's 9 plus another die roll for the actual damage.
4. So 13 total.
Woo, that was a good round for you. Nice.
And then
Good
I look
job.
at, and then I look at the half giant and I go like what's my
As you're basically
Yeah, you're making
riding
him
this
look
thing
bad.
like a
Yeah,
penny
yeah.
bunny, like a penny bunny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, get your little spear.
So in the midst of all of this, the shark does the unexpected. It turns its body sharply to the left and twists, folding its legs up underneath it, rolling you off of it. So put
Death
the
roll.
dwarf basically on the right-hand side and then move the shark over basically 1 square worth to the left. It's still facing the party. It's still facing the party. There we go. And it just basically throws you off, basically. You were on top of it for a while. And then the creature then whirs upwards like this and plows down on top of you. Woo! Hitting AC 27.
Oof.
That will probably hit.
Is this the half giant or the
Pausing.
dwarf?
This is the dwarf.
Okay.
He's got a
okay.
score to settle.
Get those ancient relatives. Get the ant out there. She'll whip some ass.
Apparently, the universe likes the dwarf.
Hell, and get the family pet too.
I barely scratched you. For 10 points of damage.
Okay.
So I come away with a mouthful of sand and a little bit of your blood, but I didn't get a good solid hit in.
That's right.
Okay. That was on my 7. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top of the round. Back to 20-some. The death save.
I rolled an exact 10 again.
Good.
Statistics on that one.
One more, and
That's
you'll be
awkward.
conscious. On 18,
Sweet.
you break the surface with a gasp of air. And if you want to close ranks, now you guys should be about... Yeah, that's good enough. That's pretty good. And Dave's character will be with.
Did you have enough lungs left to be able to gasp there?
Well, maybe the gillyweed's starting to wear off.
Overrated.
yeah.
Lungs are overrated.
Ooh, maybe it's starting to wear off. You never know. I'm just checking something really quickly here. Okay, cool. Awesome. Just checking my math real quick, make sure I didn't OP this thing. Okay, that was on your 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13,
14.
I was
12,
17.
14,
Well, I was
17.
Ed.
17.
So Ron, should I go ahead and try another bullet, or should I just go ahead and stab it? You're the stab guy.
Don't want to take your roll away, right? Don't wanna
Yeah,
take that-
yeah.
Well, what you can also always take that big heavy musket, flip it around, and turn it into an improvised mace. Crack!
Nice big old club.
Stab it, Ed. Stab it. Stab the
Just
crap out of it.
stab. All right. We'll tell you what. We'll club it. We'll do that.
enough.
And that would be
It's cinematic
which
as hell.
roll?
D20
which would that?
roll? It will be the same modifiers as you used before because it's a light weapon.
Okay.
It's a light finesse weapon. Club.
I got an 8. So
Is that including your
does-
6?
Yes.
Is that
that's
including
a
your
natural
6?
2.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, 2.
Yeah.
So as you turn the weapon around and clobber it, thud. It doesn't even notice. It doesn't recognize. It just goes into that rotten, squishy, spongy, undead flesh and causes no damage.
Damn.
That was on your 18. 17, 16, 15, 14, 13,
14.
14.
14.
14.
So I was going after the Chud and trying to get him back up to the surface.
Well, actually, you break the surface easily, and then you can then have movement. You were really close to the surface last round already.
Oh, okay.
So it was no big deal. So you could pull him out of the boat or make him.
Yeah.
Yep.
So put him into the boat, and if I have time, I'll cast a spell. If not, then we'll go next round.
Interesting question. How about this? If you push him into the boat, right, and you can put him actually in the boat, while you're clinging to the side of it, spend a Joss point, because it's like one of those borderline, you're almost out of action.
Can I spend my Joss point so he can do it?
No, here I got it.
It has to come from him. It has to come from him. And he got one just last round for heroics, so it's a perfect spend.
Yeah, so there you go.
Okay,
that's what I do.
Then you have your action. What do you do?
Let's see. Knowing that I was going to dungeon with Ed and Ron, I have a spell called Revivify, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Brings you back the dead back to 1 point.
He's not technically dead yet. He's in a die.
Oh, killer!
Then I'll do a cure light. The level 3.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Let me find my 8-siders here. There we go. This is the 3rd level cure light that I took, the extra heavyweight, for 6 points. Yeah. I'm getting the feeling that no one likes you, Collins. We can't roll. We can't roll.
this kind of goodness, right? Can only be.
So 6 points. That's what I can do there for you.
Here's what I would do. I would assume that his wizard isn't a churchgoer, so maybe he just needs to get his butt in a pew. I'm just saying. So, because all those troubles began when he started messing with the ocean. So, okay, that was on your action on 13? 14?
14.
13.
14.
14. 13. 12. 11?
11.
11.
Yeah. Stabbity stab stab. Oh, die.
2 attacks,
okay.
I would assume.
Yeah. First one missed.
Ron, do you get advantage?
Okay. With an ally so close, you can hedge. You can with an ally so close, and it is in the shallow water. It's not necessarily in its best situations. You can claim advantage on your attack, which basically means you get 2 rolls. You get to keep the higher of the 2.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Well, then the first one sucked. I'm gonna keep that. The second one, I got a 16.
So out of those 2 hits, out of those 2 attacks, 1 hits. So make your other attack also with 2 dice. You can always roll 2 20-siders and just take. That's
I don't have one.
It's not like it erases. Oh, you don't. Well, you don't have a package of dungeon dice just laying around?
It's not like we're
there's like a bunch of them.
What the hell, man?
Yeah, I mean, like within feet away, probably in front of his desk.
Oh man!
I did
available on the Reaper forum.
Yes.
I did 11 points of damage with my spear.
Okay, so that was the first attack, right?
No, that was all of them.
It was
I missed with this.
So I missed
the last one. Yeah, I missed.
Right, but when you get advantage, it's basically you get to roll 4. You get to roll 20 siders. You get to roll 4 of them, and you take the better of the 2 of one roll, and you take the better of the other roll. So you probably didn't miss the other one. Under the circumstances.
I got what you.
So get the other attack in. I don't want to rob you of that advantage.
Got it. Thank you. That one hit. That did 18, and 9 more points damage.
For a total of how much damage, Ron?
20 total.
20 total. Ron, please describe to me how you polish this thing off, because the first blow runs it right through, and as you rip the weapon free, a lot of its innards are now outards.
Okay.
Your second attack finishes it.
I take my spear, and I jump up as high as I can, and I come down right into his skull, straight down into the sand beneath my feet, and pin it to the earth.
It rides for a round and then collapses and dies.
That's how you do it.
Forward. You guys, the little Final Fantasy dance, the little Final Fantasy victory dance.
I give him a nod. I give him one nod. I just go.
Just one.
One full nod.
So,
Well, he didn't say
my dear friends, cut to a tavern, a wayside tavern, grimy, dirty. This is a certain little part of the world, a certain little Brinewind tavern that we like to call the Scorned Mistress. It is about as low class as it gets. On a bad day, the less I say about it, the better. But the fact of the matter is that it is not a nice place. But it's also a place where you can drag a corpse into a dark corner, pay the barmaid to leave you alone, and you guys can conduct your investigation in private, relative private. The corpse is badly decayed, but strangely intact. 10 years immersed in the water, you guys watch it, and the damage to its wrists and whatnot, that bruising and that worn flesh where all it would have been whittled away from just constantly moving back and forth, all of that has repaired itself. The flesh is still damaged. It's still rotten, but it seems to have repaired itself. Yes.
I would like to use this opportunity, if the crew is okay. I will pull up my other pouch. I have 2 pouches, only 2 pouches, and lay out my scalpel and my tweezers and my bone saw, and suggest that maybe I perform a small autopsy, given the opportunity.
So I like the idea that you guys maybe made arrangements, maybe with a gold piece, basically bought some backroom time alone.
Mm-hmm.
So I imagine this is on a table, maybe with maybe with like a cloth on the table to contain some of the mess. The barmaid delivers the drinks to the table, but then you guys slam the door basically back in her face. As out comes the suture, out comes the sutures. You cut across just to kind of sort of cut, or you carefully withdraw, like surgically.
I'll withdraw. I want to be able to put it back if I need to.
Okay, I got you. No problem at all. So, like a violin string, it kind of makes a horrible noise as you pull it out, and as you do so, the mouth withered and clenched its teeth like this. You see clenched in its teeth, beyond its lips, which are all black and awful, you can see that there's a coin, a little glimmer of silver edge jammed into its teeth. And it's a good-sized coin. It's not your typical, dime-sized silver piece. It's actually a 10-weight coin, which means it's like a 50-cent piece. It's about double thickness.
Normally, I would take that out of the mouth in the process of my investigation, my friends, but I'm not putting my hand in that. So if one of you would like to remove that, you're welcome to.
I have a question. Are we all healed now from our adventure?
Now, this is only hours later, but if you guys wish to, here's what you do. You can get a second wind. There's a couple ways you can do this. The most obvious way is to have the cleric cast healing spells on you. But why bother when you can just spend your healing hit dice on a short rest? You guys have actually had enough time to recuperate. To do a short rest, all you do is you look at your hit dice. Say you're like a 10th level fighter. Well, in your case, you're a 6th level fighter. You effectively have 6d10 that you can spend over the course of the day to regenerate damage.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to heal back 2 or 3d10, you can just roll 2 or 3d10, and that's what you get back. And then you don't get all your healing dice back. You don't get all your healing dice back until you've done a long rest.
I'm really worried about
these right now.
These 2 guys who I'm worried about.
Then I would spend your dice.
Okay.
I can still go ahead and do it, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. I'll do it too. What the hell? Yeah, okay. I was down 4 hit points, so I'm back up.
I've spent 4.
I'm still down 5 after I did it.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, no problem. A little worse for wear, but the grog is certainly helping. It may not be good, but it's plentiful and cheap.
Okay, I'll push the wizard aside. I'll push the wizard aside, and I'll grab the coin.
As you dig into the teeth, as you put your teeth in the mouth and you grab a hold of the edge, you actually feel the teeth are clenched down harder. As you pull, it pulls backwards, and it's literally a tug of war as you try to pull. And you put your hand on the jaw to get a hold of them. The eyes snap open, and then a gurgle. There's all kinds of seawater gurgles up between its jaws, and the eyes of the revenant snap. The eyes of the revenant snap open as if it's just woken itself, and it gurgles and growls.
Slap it right on top of the forehead. Just slap it.
Okay.
So
do I have a reaction?
So Michael, you're forcing it back down. You're basically trying to force it back down.
I'm going to slap it like it's a bad dog. Like just like no.
Okay, so you slap it. What are you doing, John? What's anyone else doing? As the corpse is going to try to stand up.
I'm going to pull as hard as I can. Try to rip it.
It's still actually. Give me an opposed athletics test because I'm still holding on.
Okay. Athletics, you said, right?
Yep.
Okay. 12.
12. It holds on for dear life. Hand actually comes up, grabs your wrist, bites down hard, and pulls you in close, and it's glaring at you. Give me a charisma-based saving throw, please.
Oh, no.
As its eyes lock with yours.
Welcome to my world, John. Welcome to my world.
That is a 16 minus 1, so 15.
15. For a moment, you felt a languor settling into you, like as if all the hope was being drained from the world. You feel as though you're being literally just kind of sort of, you're losing touch with yourself. It was almost as if you were going to be looking down at yourself in the process, as if you would become open and readily susceptible to a more serious follow-up action. You shake it off and then hold on to its arms. So you've got its arms, it's got your arms, and it's trying to sit upright. What's everybody else doing as the corpse is trying to sit upright?
It's okay, John. You don't have to cry.
I'm going to cast Bless for the party.
Okay. Ooh.
Good call.
And
I will extract up pull out my sword, my basic sword. I guess.
Fair enough.
Which would yield better damage? I don't know. The pistol or the sword? Which, because I haven't played enough to know.
Shooting a firearm in an enclosed space is never a great idea.
Yeah, I'll get Collins to do it later as a joke. Okay, so I'll get my sword.
Yeah, so you draw your blade. So now, Michael, go ahead and give me an Arcana test, please.
Yeah. We got that in spades. We rolled a total of a 16.
This is not a zombie.
Oh.
Guys,
the fact that it's regenerating, the fact that it hasn't attacked you guys yet, the fact that it's clearly been probably cursed, you're reasonably certain that this is actually a revenant, a vindictive, vengeful spirit inhabiting a corpse. Usually the result of treachery, treason, some sort of vicious backbiting.
Mr. Abacus, it is based on my professional opinion as an investigator and knowledger of all of the things that are arcane. This is your area of expertise, and you should be doing something about it.
I cast Bless. What do you want?
The zombie, since you just let forth of that palaver, the corpse cracks its head to look at you, growls, it spits out the coin and says, with a gurgling growl, "Party."
What did he say?
Party. Did you say party? Party. Like you need something to drink?
Red
parlay.
Looks
Party. Party. As we all know from our history, like we talked about at the beginning of the game, Barty was the pirate who tried to betray the pirates of Brinewind and was killed.
Yeah.
So this guy must have want some sort of revenge against Barty. who is dead.
Okay.
Or it was Barty that put him down there. Isn't it the Barty coins that we're looking for?
Right,
Yeah.
Barty's coins are.
Speaking
So
of the
Barty
coin,
one
put
thing
him
still holding
down
on.
there, gave him the coin.
One can imagine that Barty had a long list of enemies. This
Yeah.
could be any number of them. And it turns out that if you guys probably had some time to investigate this, you guys will find out that this is actually his quartermaster,
Mm.
who would not have been on board at all with turning against
I
the
mean, if he was a
consortium.
good quartermaster, he would have had that written in on his clothing, so we would know that immediately.
Or you could tell by the rank on his rotten clothing, also is a possibility. But in the midst of all this conversating, he'll nod his head, and it looks as though the brains in the skull are fairly rotten, and he has limited grasp as he goes, "Barty," and looks towards the door, turns in place, and looks as though he wants to go in the direction of someplace else, but he looks confused.
Anybody got a map for him? We can get him to leave.
Ron,
Maybe
So-
we just let him outside and follow him.
Yeah, I give him my
That
map of
works.
Brinewind. So,
Yeah.
so
Give
if
him the
we
whole
follow, so is it possible he's going to lead us somewhere else? Do we need to let him
Should
go
we
and
put a
follow
leash
him?
on him?
Well,
If we
the
put a
thing
leash
is
on him,
that
it's like a pet.
you already know that revenants are powered by vengeance, right?
Mhm.
And so he'll seek out Barty, but Barty was devoured and killed. But whatever is keeping this thing alive, or animated, has not been satisfied yet. So the fact of the matter is that he'll probably start looking for Barty, but he won't necessarily be helping you guys, unless you guys are really savvy and convince him somehow that you're on track to meet up with Barty, and then he can have his revenge. If you can align your guys' goals, you might be able to convince him.
Okay,
Yes, Sean?
so we need to try to communicate with him.
Yep.
Mhm.
So start talking.
Who's the smartest
So-
one in the party?
Wait. He spit the coin out, correct?
Yep, it's on the
Yes.
floor.
Can I pick the coin up and look at
Yes,
it?
you can. Yes, you can.
Does it say anything on it?
It's covered in pirate scrawl. By the looks of
Mm.
things, based upon the scrawl, it's directing you to another destination.
Oh.
The most interesting thing about this is it shows bones, it shows roof, and it shows a horn. It's directing you to the
horn?
hall of bone and horn. It's an adventurer's club. It's an elite adventurer's club.
I called the half giant to bring his map.
While those two discuss the details of where we're actually going to go, I would like
Yes.
to use the opportunity to convince Mr. Dead Guy, that's not dead, but maybe is dead and somewhere in between because I'm not a religious professional, just an arcanic one, that we are in fact currently trying to get ahead in life by finding Mr. Barty and his illustrious group of materials, because we as a group don't entirely believe that he is actually gone from this world. He may in fact still be alive, but he's left clues to find him.
I do believe I'll be requesting a persuasion, or just as easily, I can also take a deception roll. Either is reasonable.
They're
Are
both
you
the
lying?
same result.
Are you being
So-
are you being charming? Depends on how you want to play it.
We'll take a
I've got a
vote.
good. If I follow his storyline, I have a +9 persuasion. What else would I add to that? Is that a good?
That's-
I assume that's good.
I like him doing it instead of me doing it. just from a
Well,
statistical
technically, I'm a hero.
opportunity.
If you look at my figure, huh?
Well,
Is that
Ed,
one do I need
it
to
sounds like you would also be a good option for the die roll. So it's up to between the two of you guys. Now he can aid you, give you a +2 to your roll, or he can even be a backup. If you fail your roll, then he gets a test. It's up to you.
Do
I'll
the
aid him.
backup.
I think-
I'm rolling so well. What is the
Okay.
main die roll? A D20?
A D20 plus your characters. Are you going off of deception or persuasion?
The persuasion's the +9.
Okay, then you go off of persuasion. Wow, your character's being earnest and honest. Okay.
Totally
Unlike
uncalled
Collins. Yeah, so 20 + 9.
Unprecedented.
16 so I'd have a 25 total.
Fantastic roll. Fantastic roll. So, the long and the short of it is, your goals are aligned. Come with us. We'll give you your shot to get your revenge. Is that the gist of it?
Yeah, yeah.
The creature stands up, and then it does the unexpected. It clicks its rotten, slimy heels together with a splash, and then gives you a salute. It just signed on to your guys' crew.
Nice.
And then it gargles out, Regal.
Regal.
Okay, Ron, you're our Brinewind expert.
That's
Where's
its
the Regal?
name. That's Quartermaster
Oh, his name.
Regal.
Regal.
RYGEL.
Okay, so we give him a we give him a we give him a cloak. We give him a robe. Let's give him a robe so he doesn't so we can walk around with him so without people seeing his exposed brains and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we head to the hall of
Horn and Bone.
Horn and Bone.
So here's the deal with the Hall of Horn and Bone. Assuming that there's basically a day or two in between each one of these actions, right? Because it's for the storyline purposes, it's more interesting if it doesn't happen back to back. But it also gives you guys a chance to off-screen set things up. The Hall of Horn and Bone is an extremely elite adventurers club that goes on safaris. They lead people out and they go on dinosaur hunts and they hunt dragons and things like that. And it's incredibly expensive to become members, which is far beyond anything you guys have got. But that doesn't mean you can't lie your way in through the front door. This is an off-season. In the midst of all the chaos that's gripping Brinewind right now, most of its actual members are either out in the field, of which there's few of them, or a lot of them are in nicer climates, in cities that are not currently gripped in riots. So there's only a skeletal crew kind of keeping an eye on things, because no one would be foolish enough to go after a group of adventurers. You know, the guys with all the magic items and experience points. So that puts an excellent situation in front of you guys. How would you guys want to gain entrance to that structure? Would you guys want to try to stealth in? Do you want to con your way in? Do you want to kind of bluff your way in? Do you want to intimidate your way in? You guys have a million possible ways to make this happen. We're going to resolve it with a single die roll, and it will cover the success of your action, no matter what you're getting in. But you don't necessarily know what you're getting into.
I think that as a team, based on our statistical probabilities, utilizing the +9 persuasion that Ed has already chosen to utilize.
Probabilities.
Well,
yeah, I don't know. It's a fun word I like to use. I don't actually know.
I think we need to try to bluff our way in by pretending to be wealthy adventurers, because trying to sneak in, I think, is not going to happen. I think trying to persuade someone in is not going to happen. So, bluff. We need to.
But isn't persuasion and bluff the same thing?
Are they, Joe?
Deception is lying. Persuasion. There's a subtle difference between them, and a lot of times it depends on how you want to handle it. But basically, if you lie, it's deception. If you're trying to intimidate somebody, that's actually intimidation. There's actually 3 social skills in D&D. Do you try to force your way in? Intimidation. Do you try to lie your way in? That's deception. Do you try to charm your way in? That's persuasion.
See, if you act like you're supposed to be there and that this is no big deal and you're just coming in and you're doing your thing and you persuade your way in or you bluff your way in, a lot of it is not looking nervous, etc., and all of that, just acting like, well, I'm supposed to be here anyway. You know, so I'm going to go do my job, you go do your job and get me a drink.
In all seriousness, there's ways to make persuasion work, because you don't have to misrepresent yourself. You just present yourself as, well, we're interested in joining.
Yeah.
So that will actually work.
So, Ron, what do you want to do, Ron? You got
make our way in. Let's pretend to want to join, and we want to get a tour.
John did the tour.
Get a tour. Get some swag.
To tours.
Okay, so before we go any farther, I'll show you guys how to layer this, because you can get in role playing. You can get caught up in the minutia. You don't have to. There's a wonderful game called Blades in the Dark that handles a lot of this skullduggery off screen, and that's kind of sort of what we're emulating here. There's another thing you guys can do to basically stack the deck in your favor. Servants come and go out of the House of Hall and Bourne all the time. There's cooks, there's servants, there's laborers, there's stable owners. There's all kinds of different servants. All you guys have to do is get a hold of one of them, intimidate, and what will happen is the successes of that roll will feed into the other roll, reducing the target number. Does that sound reasonable?
Yep. Yeah.
That's a great plan.
So all you have to do is watch the place for a day and then wait for a certain servant to come by. So why don't we go with a stable hand with a taste for the local drink? A stable hand that sneaks out every day a little early after performing most of their duties to get a little drink on while the masters are away. You guys, give me a quick intimidation roll. Someone give me an intimidation roll, because what's going to basically happen is you guys will jump them off screen. This will happen basically as kind of like a Hollywood montage off screen.
My intimidation is +9.
So just one person make the roll.
Oh, Ed.
All right, I'm only +4. Ed, you're +9?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Go for it.
Oh, I got a 10.
Ed!
I rolled a natural 1.
Roll again. It's a risky thing, right? So that's what the roll represents. It represents risk.
4 times better. I rolled a 4. So it's
okay. So 4 plus mods. So you would probably have failed it.
13.
So,
yeah.
This is 13's better. It's a hell of a lot better. So that won't be a fumble then. That will not be a fumble then. But here's what's going to actually happen. Ed, I love the idea that you just kind of were like, I'm going to do this. So if you were to approach him in a tavern, as you walk up while he's actually at the bar, he takes one look at you and does the unexpected. Sprints away. As he does so, he runs. The doors are covered by the rest of your crew. He runs right into the half giant, and I mean runs into him like Wile E. Coyote into the wall. Blam! You now give me the intimidation roll.
Okay. Ron,
you little drunken puke.
Puke.
19 +4. That's 23. That's the way you do it, right there, Ed.
So. Flash forward a day later. Flash forward a day later.
Wait, Joe.
He meets
is this going to end up dressed up in stable boys' clothing that are too small for me?
Like all shriveled up on you? Yeah. I would imagine you guys would still involve him because So, flash forward to you guys. You're inside of the inner wall. You're actually meeting at a privet door in front of the stable. He would have walked you in after midnight, terrified for his life. You threatened to probably turn him into a pretzel.
He's going to rip his arm off.
Exactly. That's enough to get you guys in. That's the role that got you guys in. No accessory role is required at that point, right?
Okay.
So the next shot is actually the interior grand staircase that descends down into the parlor and the great library / museum of the Hall of Horn and Bone, or Bone and Horn. So we can get a shot of that.
There we go.
Okay.
Ooh, look at that. That's fancy.
We can get a shot of the staircase. We can get a shot of the staircase on it, like an overhead shot a little bit.
Let's see if we got rugs. That's badass.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's okay. Directly behind you guys will be a large, winding staircase, wide enough for 4 people to walk abreast. It opens up into a large set of double doors that are triple bound, as you guys see here. And I mean, we're talking planks of wood. The young servant stands there with the keys in his grasp, shaking uncontrollably. Because you guys scared him half to death and rolled well, Ed, why don't you go ahead and give me a quick persuasion check? Your character's fairly charming. I'll see if another little piece of information is forthcoming.
Like 12 total.
I'm not quite that good.
Can we
in which case, the young servant shudders a little bit, and it's pretty clear he does not want to go with you. He looks around, top, down, left, right. He looks around the parlor space. He simply says, Captain Barty did pay a visit nearly a decade ago. He spoke to the guildmasters at length. And then when they withdrew to talk for a time, they found him in one of the other cells. He points off, kind of in the direction off to the upper left from your guys' vantage point. I think he was found loitering over there before they evicted him. They wouldn't accept his petition. His reputation preceded him. What are you going to do?
We want the keys.
So you relieve him of the keys.
Right.
Okay. What is to become of me?
Well, let's let John decide. The dwarf.
I grab him by the scruff of his shirt, and I just toss him out the front door, like behind us.
Okay. Now, the intention of this presumably is to don't betray us, don't run off, don't go for help, don't cry, don't scream, don't yell, and maybe you'll live. Is that the intention?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, except I wanted to throw a gold piece at him, too.
Okay, so you throw a gold piece to finish up. Actually, that's actually kind of a slick action, right?
Thanks for your service, you little swine.
He will remain at the base of the stairs, looking petrified. He'll put the lantern in his lap, and looks like a very, very, very small thing. The space can now be explored. The interior that you guys see here, it is a opulent falls short, basically. Rich mahogany inlay in the walls, ivory on the floors. Everything is shined up. There's lots of brass and glass and polished wood. There are rich Jalahandran and Hakirian carpets on the floor. A massive fireplace that you could stand up in. Huge stuffed heads of animals have been put against the walls, and display cases full of antiquities. Beautiful. And in some cases, shocking antiquities. Directly opposite the door, I believe, there is a full-size glass display with brass gilding, and inside is an entire preserved Malapangan native with war shield and also spear. Looks kind of like a Zulu, but preserved in shocking detail through taxidermy. So in the midst of all of this opulence, there's this darkness to it. There's things that have been taken. There are antiquities that probably should never have been disturbed. You can imagine all of the things that this adventuring company, this guild, does in the performance of their duties. But it's a large central room with a lot of doors leading off into ancillary chambers. It's a gigantic museum.
Let's head up where it's being pointed to.
So, since I had Iago when I was a young lad, and I thought it was funny, I taught him a horrible habit in which he has a predisposition to grab anything he thinks is that's of value to himself, and he can fit in his mouth, and he will fly it back to my shoulder at any opportunity time, from his perspective, not from anybody else's. So should something be of that nature in here, he has no concept of timing or relevance.
Okay. Most things are going to be behind glass, but we'll see how things evolve over the next few rounds.
What's Weekend at Bernie's doing?
Which we do have a miniature for, actually.
Yeah.
He's standing, shoulders slumped. He will always be behind you guys unless you encourage him to do something else. He is slack-jawed, slack-limbed, eyes very milky, looking around, inert, I guess is the best way to describe it. It has no real guidance beyond what you guys tell it to do. It's effectively an extra set of, it's like a hireling. As if possessed by a very angry, vindictive
Well, either we head up where the other guy
dead
pointed, or we turn Bernie loose.
To do what,
turn
though?
Bernie loose. Oh.
Bernie can't like sense anything, right? I mean, like, well, let's just ask Bernie. Bernie.
There's there doesn't appear to be any curiosity. There doesn't appear to be any motive beyond vengeance at this point. It just sits there waiting for something to be placed in front of it for it to strangle, chew, rip, slaughter, or break, whatever you guys order him to do. But you guys haven't ordered him to do anything. Telling him to search the place won't do any good because he doesn't have enough intellectual
Let's go up
capacity.
there where
to
the
really
guy
make sense
pointed.
of it.
Where was the place that the guy pointed to?
From your
What's
guys'
the various
vantage
thing?
point, it pointed off to the left passageway from where you guys came in. So, from where you're standing, directly behind you is an open doorway. It's fairly wide.
Oh, I see.
It appears to be open up into another museum-like space behind you.
Okay.
And as you guys can see, you can now see the Malapangan in glass to your
Yeah.
guys' right. And it's shocking detail. I mean, like, right down to like the primitive tattooing and the scarring.
Like he's gonna animate and fight us on the way out.
Well, it's in a display case, like this. But directly behind you, there's an enormous skull on a plinth. The skull is about as big as a 50-gallon drum, with a single eye in the middle of the head.
Let's head in there. That sounds like he knows what's
Okay.
going on.
Let's go. I'll take up the sixth position to make sure someone doesn't come in after us.
Make sure to order or Regal, otherwise he won't follow. He'll just stand there.
Okay.
Yeah, just come along.
I will be in the safest position possible.
Of course you
That's
will.
going to be in the case. Get in the case with the Malafanga warrior. You'll get in that case
so that when he busts out, okay.
Okay.
It worked so well for you last time under the sea.
So that's where you guys are staying, and the rest of you are moving into the adjacent space?
Yeah.
Okay. The cleric
Now,
is
is this
remaining
the room?
behind?
Is this the room that the guy that we intimidated was pointing to?
He
or is
pointed
this on the
off in
way
this
to that
direction. It's probably on the way. More than likely
Okay.
to the adjacent space, because he kind of pointed kitty corner. But anyways, there are valuables. There's much more in little tables and little corners and like little spots on the walls and whatnot that we could possibly clutter this dungeon space.
Well, we know we're here for a coin
So-
or something along those lines. Anything? As I'm looking around, is anything say, well, that little box might contain something we need to look at?
Can I investigate the area?
If you have an investigate skill, now would be a good time to roll for it.
That would be a 17, I think.
Great roll. A quick survey of the place.
Yes.
What you know about Barty. What you know about... Because he would have to have hidden it here on the sly, right? I mean, that's the intention. So, as you look around here, maybe even telling your companions, well, check here, I'll look here, whatnot. As you guys are scoping the place out, you quickly come to the conclusion that it's almost certainly not in this space. It's not in here.
But there is
Let's
some
go to the
cool
next
stuff,
room.
guys.
Yeah.
There are a lot of very cool things.
I wouldn't
Can
say
you hear me?
Joseph?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
No, I
because
can
Joseph
hear you,
just
but I
stopped.
think Joseph sort of.
There he is.
There he is.
I caught up.
He's back.
there he is.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's just move on to the next
We
phase.
thought you'd gone weekend at Bernie's on us there. Okay.
I know.
Do you want to leave Collins in here to snoop around and trip the traps, or do you want to wait till the end? Yes, sir.
Trust me, there are no traps in here. There's no way there's traps in here. I'll move in the next room.
Okay.
John.
Okay, moving into the adjacent space through the open doorway. Greeting you immediately is another one of those grisly, terrible stuffed Malapangans in a glass display case. Another rich Jalahandran carpet runs down like a runner down the middle of the space into the adjacent space as well.
So while they're
Again,
moving
let's
into
get
the
in there
next
and-
room, yeah, I would move to the last room they were in, just keeping an eye out on our six.
Well, assuming
Okay.
that if he wanted to dispose of this coin or hide his clue or whatever it is quickly, you're really looking at what would be the most obvious thing. I mean, with that in mind, I'm looking around the room. What would strike me if I had to dispose of something that I didn't want to have found by the maid?
What I would do is basically what will happen is that I'm adjusting the target number based upon the number of you. I'm assuming all of you that are in that space are searching. The more people that are doing it, the lower the target number is, basically. Because I have some other program stuff that I have cooking behind the scenes. Of course, you guys know that. So there's 2 of you presently, at Malpongan. What happens, Ed, is you go ahead and give me a perception roll as you take the lead in this turn. So go ahead and give me your test. This is a perception roll.
Okay, the roll was 18, and perception is +0. So
again,
18.
as you start scouring the room, nothing immediately leaps out at you. There's lots of little curios in the corners, and even the carpet itself is worth looking at. I mean, flip up the edge of it just to see maybe you put it underneath there. But this room doesn't appear to be the one.
The one.
On to the next room and keep Bernie in tow. We don't want to lose him in here.
The adjacent space will bring you guys back around, I believe. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And advance
Back
everybody
into
else
that
forward.
room, yeah. And again, the same thing. We're going to spread out and see where you could hide something the maid wouldn't find.
Exactly. Can we actually have a pullback a little bit so I can get a better look, because it's hard to tell what part of the game space we're in with just like these couple of rooms.
I got a 17 on my investigation for the next room.
Okay.
Also,
quick
do you
look
have
at
a-
this.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Ron.
No, I was just say I just need to pull back so I can actually see more of the game space, because I wouldn't say I'm lost, but I'm slightly lost. Okay. Give me a second. I got my own map. I have to reorient because I actually can't tell something. I need to actually check something.
We came in, went to the left, and then wrapped. There you go. Yeah.
There we go. Fantastic. This is what I needed to see. See, I needed to see in proportion to everybody else. Okay. Inside of this room, the most telling thing that stands out to you is that unlike, because there's other statuary scattered around the room, there's stuffed statues and things like that. There's taxidermy things, there's the carpeting and whatnot. But when you see something that immediately catches your eye, you guys immediately look at it and go, that seems strangely out of place. The entire back wall, as you guys would view it, if you guys were like facing into the room, the left-hand wall, the exterior wall, that's actually all bas-relief. And the stonework does not match the surrounding nearby stonework. It's completely different. It's made out of what appears to be some sort of slippery green-gray rock, like soapstone. The bas-relief of it shows a bunch of skeletal and grisly apparitions forming like a carpet, pulled around the limbs of some ghastly pagan monster or demigod. Crocodile-like head, the bloated body of a hippo, and the forelegs of what looks to be like a leopard. It's rendered in shocking detail right down to the little tiny ruffles in its fur. The longer you guys stare at it, you guys swear you see a lip curl on this crocodile head, or a bit of fur will ripple, or maybe even one of its claws will actually flex. And as you all come to that same conclusion, the crocodile head actually lifts away from the bas-relief, opens its jaws, and gurgles at you. And you guys all roll initiative.
Oh,
Oh,
damn.
I was really hoping to get the click-clock sound of the clock.
Wrong game! Oh, snap!
I got a 12.
Well, there it is.
7.
I've got an 18.
Okay.
Sounds like 18 on your guys' end, or we got 21? Or are you
19.
telling me to steal first?
I'm 19.
I got a 12.
19, 12, okay. So here's what happens. The thing peels itself from the wall. As soon as its legs touch the ground, its form takes shape. It's a bipedal omet beast. Huge crocodile head, huge bloated hippo body, and it's got those giant forelegs of a lion. It roars at you guys, but here's the thing. It has to burn the round peeling itself off of the wall. So I won't be free of the wall this turn, but my action is on 19. So I peel myself from the wall, then it's your guys' turn. Judging by its size and shape and whatnot, you're probably going to be faster than it. It allows you guys to spread out. You guys, some of you can continue to search for this item while the Guardian pursues you. Or you guys can go to the front, or you guys can do the front line offensive thing, and hopefully it works out. But in this case, its large size is all to its advantage.
Kill it. I mean, we're badasses.
Does it look like? I mean, I guess assume it still stayed made in stone. It's still made of the stone and all that.
It looks as though it's actually made out of actual stone, but its body ripples and whatnot, so you can see that it's animated. It's a giant construct. It's kind of like a golem.
Okay.
With a malignant intelligence to it. So anyways, having said that, I'm going to spend the round peeling myself off of the wall. So that's on 19. 18.
19.
Okay.
I'm 19.
He's 19, I'm 18.
Yeah, proud of you guys.
I'm not using the spear anymore. I'm going back to the axe. Better hit.
And you've got room to use it here. So, yep.
That's a 13.
Your
First attack.
Your axe strikes stone and reflects off of it harmlessly. The creature growls and flexes its muscles.
All right. And the second one, not even close. Okay.
Okay. It actually knocks aside your attack, practically sending you sprawling from the attack. Okay. That was on your 19, on your 18.
And you said I can roll. It appears I can move faster than it.
A creature that size probably doesn't move real fast. It's literally peeling itself off the wall. It's like it's peeling itself off the wall and becoming more three-dimensional as it does so.
I'd like to hit it with my sword as I go by and head on down the hallway. Leave them to search. See if that does anything. Grab its attention. So to speak.
Sure,
Possible?
no problem. Absolutely. Basically, what you do is you'll tumble up to it, take a quick strike, and then since you've got rogue levels, you use your disengage action to disengage. You can definitely do that. Give me your attack. And you're using like a longsword, a rapier. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, this is my sword that I have. Whatever I had to start with. And it's a roll of D2.
That's up to you.
The sword.
I would go.
I'm just.
Okay.
What would you do? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else I have.
I would recommend a rapier because it's a finesse weapon. You get to use your dexterity for the attack roll.
Okay, let's do that. All right. Then I just add the dexterity to what? My D20?
You're going to be adding 6 to this roll.
Okay, but it's a D20 as I'm rolling.
Yes.
Okay. I got a 9. Not
your weapon.
I got a 9.
Okay. As you do a quick lunge, the thing about rapiers is as you plunge into it, it doesn't actually go anywhere. The weapon actually bends practically in half, and then as you realize it didn't cause any effect, you then sprint away and you have the rest of your movement rate. So you should be able to move another 2 or 3 inches away as you sprint away.
Does it look like I got his attention? Its attention.
Hard to say. It has a very stony countenance.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll try that. We'll do that.
Okay. That was on your 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11.
I have 12.
10,
12.
I
will, without taking advantage of the opportunity that Miss Edward has attempted to provide. I will move to the next room, and then both in every opportunity avoid combat, given my last experience.
kind of gotten that impression.
The next room.
Okay. You sprint into. Let's see here. So, do you take that? Are you taking the route that Anna's showing you right now, or are you going through the actual door and dodge past the monster? I would assume you take the long way.
We're not gonna get next to the monster. We're not. Let's just take that off.
So you're going to dash. You dash by the fireplace. Now, if
Seems
you're,
like a
if
nice
you're
fireplace,
dashing,
yeah.
if you're sprinting, you can now see a nice shot of the actual the tapestries and things like that that are hanging on the walls. You can actually move into the adjacent room where there is a dragon stuffed. I imagine he went into the actual. That's the. I would say that the room with the swashbuckler actually would be the other room. Is that where you were headed, or you headed to the?
This is a bad idea, Joseph. Nothing about that situation seems to work.
Then tell us where you would go instead.
Let's go to the room that's before that, right? So
Okay. There.
Yeah, that works. I like that room.
Okay.
It's cool.
So
There's
you
no
basically
monster inside of it.
you sprint right by into the adjacent space. No problem at all.
Right.
Okay, no problem. There is stuff everywhere. However, now's a perfect time to kind of sort of throw in a little bit of fun. You said the toucan is a bit of a free spirit. Fantastic.
Yes.
The beast jumps off of your shoulder, flies over to a receptacle. You can see a large, kind of like a mortar. It's like a giant mortar, and the beast flies up to it. And as it dips its beak in, it comes away, and it's got a bunch of coins actually grasped in its beak.
Good call. Way to go, Yago. Yago, doing a good job.
And it will fly back over towards you, and it will drop the coins into your grasp. As it does so, you can give me a willpower save to resist being cursed for messing with cursed coinage.
That's fine. We got it. I need to give you the action.
You got it.
But I feel confident.
You got it, Michael.
You got
confident. This is an intelligence-based roll or a wisdom-based roll?
I would say this is a wisdom-based save.
All right, so we got a 21 as our total.
No problem at all. No problem at all.
Yeah.
Antique gold Malapangan heavy coins. They probably about 50 gold pieces a piece.
Do the little.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, that was on your
11.
That was on your 11. Okay. Oh no, 12, right? 11.
No. Yeah.
Correct.
11, me. Yes.
11.
So watching the swashbuckler run by, I'll step up to where the swashbuckler was, and I'll take my 2 attacks as it's peeling itself off the wall.
Fair enough. Its limb actually hits the ground, and the ground actually trembles under its weight.
Since me and the half giant are in combat with it, do I have advantage?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Oh, get your ant in on it. The Ash's ant.
24 for the first
And their
hit.
dog.
24 hits.
4 for the
4
4 damage. Second attack. Ooh. 12 to hit.
Unfortunately, no. You draw your hand back, and you feel like maybe you may have cracked something in the process. But as you smash the stone, you find that it's surprisingly soft. It's like really. You ever worked with extremely hard clay before you actually work it and it starts to soften up? Okay, it's got that kind of consistency. It's not hollow. It's just slightly soft rock is what it comes down to. You're not punching granite here.
And I'll use my bonus action to use patient defense.
Okay, no problem at all. You jump backwards, waiting for the inevitable at this point. That was on your 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 7.
7. Okay. I would run into the room, tell them to quit messing with that thing, and try and distract it. Go help them search, and I'll distract it. Like waving my hands. Hey, over here, and lead them back away from where they're investigating, back into the room we just got through searching.
Understood. Okay, so you're basically trying to attract me, basically. You're trying to get me to focus on you. You can give me the intimidation, or you can give me deception. Either will work.
Okay. Intimidation. +1. 8.
Okay. Not a fantastic roll, but your character's not really built for that kind of sort of stuff. But here's what you can do. You can spend a point of Joss and count that 8 as if it was a 10, which will give you a modest success. It'll probably buy you around.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Cool. Well, you basically take 10 on the roll. No problem. The creature fixates on you, completely ignores everybody else, and actually is going to be towering over you to shred you. Okay, so that's my action next turn. No problem at all. That was on your 7. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top of the round. I finished peeling myself from the wall. On 19, the great beast rears up, snarls, turns its head sideways, and tries to bite you in half.
Hey, Joe.
Don't I have what was done? Now we're using our initiative. What was my initiative last time? Oh, go ahead, Ron.
Oh no, I've got
well,
a 19.
Ron and I are both tied at 19.
I'm 18. Okay.
And then there's an 18. Exactly.
And you're a monster. Don't I get to go first?
You are. I am a monster, so I wait a fraction of a second for you to take your action. You bet. One of my little house rules is I almost always, in ties, I usually give it to the player.
So sweet. All right, well, being so sweet, I'm going to chop your face twice. Okay?
You're going to try.
14?
14? No. But you do have advantage on your attack roll if you have an ally nearby.
That's right. That's right, I do. So I get.
You have advantage.
20, natural 20. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Roll to confirm. Roll to confirm.
18.
That confirms it. So the axe is, I believe, a D12 damage. I believe it's D12, so it's 12 plus another D12 plus your strength bonus.
7.
19 plus. Is that including your strength bonus?
19. Yeah, that includes your bonus. Yeah.
Woo! The axe goes deep into that soft stone. You notch the blade in the process, unfortunately, as you draw the weapon back. You wouldn't want to do this all day, but it's okay.
Okay, well, I'll do it at least 2 more times, because that was just 2 attacks. Right?
Because you guys have had a short rest, your special ability, your adrenaline surge ability, actually is recharged. So if you want to use it now, you can. Because you get 2 attacks, and then you can use the adrenaline ability to get 2 more attacks.
But I've got advantage because of John there.
You do.
Yeah.
So you're going to be rolling 2 dice basically for all your attacks.
Save that. So here I go.
Cool.
19. And 19 again. So 1 hit. So
Good grouping does another good hit.
No kidding. These are pretty good dice. 8 dice.
Those are amazing dice. Yeah, I was just saying,
Good damage, my man.
Yeah.
11.
11 points. You got it.
Yes.
You are basically just reaching in, clobbering. Are you going to use your heroic surge, or are you going to hold off on using it?
I will wait this round.
Okay, we'll see how next round looks like. No problem at all. Okay, and that was on your character's 19 as well. 18 with Mr. Pugh.
Yeah. No, wait,
doesn't
did
the
the
monster
monster take its 19? The monster 19?
I do have a
did they already
19.
do?
I do have a 19. I haven't attacked yet.
Whoa. That was an opportunity for us just to move right on past him, and you guys just let Joe
No, because
Take away one of
when
his
he
points.
when he eats us, you're the one that's dying tired because he'll chase your ass through the street.
Yeah.
You're not getting out. You go hide on the wall.
Okay, so the crocodile bite as it lashes downwards towards the dwarf who just unloaded on it. It turns its head sideways and actually tries to smash its attack right into what's left into the half giant. It's literally just sweeping its attacks left and right. So you're actually dodging in and amongst it as it kind of moves back and forth. But it directs its first crocodile bite actually against the half giant. It rolls an armor class 18 against your dexterity mod plus armor. You're probably around AC 17 at best. So you're probably.
This is Ron. This is the half giant, right?
This is Ron. This is the half giant. Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah, 18.
Okay.
18.
He has the 18 armor plus his dex, right?
Yeah,
up
He has
to
the magic
18.
armor.
It's up to 18.
Yeah, but then his dex on top of
That's
that,
what you got.
right?
I choose.
What's your
I
dex
choose
modifier,
18.
John?
I choose 18.
Well,
Choose 18.
I don't know. It depends what his dexterity is.
I get a +2 bonus to my dexterity.
Okay, so you're actually AC 21. So here's what happens. It sweeps backwards, smashes into the stonework, and actually damages a little bit, but otherwise you're unharmed. But there is rock raining down around your head as it's trashing everything around it. Those two lion claws then rape the living crap out of the dwarf. Hitting AC 24.
I have the dodge action because of patient defense.
You do. which means I'll be making another roll to see if I miss.
Okay.
Ooh, nicely played. Nicely played. I did not confirm the fumble, though, so I didn't fumble. So as my claws rake at you, I stagger forward and embed my claws into the stonework, and then I rip them free. They come free of the cobblestones. Otherwise, I would have stuck my claws in, and they would have gotten stuck for a round.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Okay.
That's okay. We can handle that.
That was on my 19. 18, Mr. Ed.
Let's from that range. Let me do the +1 pistol and head. That's right. You didn't do aim shots. Shoot ahead. Whatever would look to be the most easiest area to hit, most vulnerable on top of this. Whatever.
It's a large creature. So shooting into melee is not really a problem under these conditions. It's not a problem.
So it'd be 6
Fifth Ed
14.
relaxes those rules. Unfortunately, the shot hits and turns into a little coin and falls on the ground as the lead shot turns into a flat penny.
A coin?
All right. That could be the coin we're looking for. I didn't know it.
But
We
not the coin.
And then just, yeah.
We didn't count. Look for the coins.
That was on year 18, 17, 16. The next one in the order is a 12. So who goes on 12?
I go on 11.
I'm 7. I'm 7.
Oh. Yeah, that was me. I'm going to investigate this room.
Yeah, see.
Good job,
Cool.
Collins.
Yeah.
Give me a quick
I got a
investigation
23
roll.
on my investigation.
Although there are many objects of incredible value to be found in here, unfortunately you don't see anything even remotely similar. However, based upon where you are placed, a glimmer off of the stuffed dragon in the corner catches your eye. The dragon is covered from head to toe in brass scales, which is gold, greenish gold. But when there's a silver glimmer in the middle of its breast, that catches your eye.
I like that.
It literally goes,
I will go touch its breast.
It literally goes, bling.
I'm a huge fan of touching breasts, so I'm going to grab that silvery space and see what happens.
You're gonna get us all into trouble. Anyways, so as you approach it, sure enough, tucked up underneath one of the scales appears to be a grubby silver coin. Anyways, that's at the end of your turn. You can retrieve it next turn.
Yes, sir.
Next action is on 11.
Me.
What you doing, John?
I'll just go ahead and make my attacks with advantage.
That sounds boring. Could you be a little more, oomphy?
13 to hit.
No. Crack! No damage, no hit.
Okay. Can I use my other action, my other attack, I guess, to try to grapple it? Like one of its arms?
No, here's why. Because grappling is actually an action. It's not actually an attack action. So you could do punch,
right.
and then as your free action, grab it for a grapple.
Okay.
But no,
I'll try the
you
second
can't just use it. That's a great question there, John. Very good question.
13 to hit.
Unfortunately, no. This thing is rock hard.
Then, yeah, okay. So I'll try to grapple its left arm.
Okay, fair enough. Quick opposed rolls. Oh boy, it's not looking too good for you, John boy.
This
natural
is
20,
right?
John.
Oh,
natural 20. Natural 20.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't confirm the double critical.
Okay. All right.
Double critical.
I only rolled an 11, so.
But here's the deal: is I still have a standard critical to basically resolve. So here's what happens: you grab a hold of my arm, you throw yourself on top of it, pin it like this. The creature, not to be outdone, raises its fist up and smashes into the ceiling, crushing you. It then smashes into the adjoining wall, and then tries to smash you into the half giant.
Okay.
Hey,
Remember that Loki and the Hulk?
Loki and the Hulk.
Puny God. Okay, so the rough handling is going to be worth 8 points of damage.
Okay. All right.
And you fall off. Thud.
And I'm prone. Okay.
And you are
I'm
most
still-
definitely prone.
Okay.
And that did not
I
use any
tried.
of my action for me to do any of that. No, it looked
Okay.
awesome. That looked fantastic, dude. That was on 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, I believe is in there somewhere.
7.
7.
Yeah.
Dave,
Go up since Bernie's tell Bernie that they're not going to listen to my distraction plan. I'll go over and throw a cure light on John.
Dream team.
Oh, and where are you? I can't see your.
He's right behind.
Oh, I see you. You're over here in the doorway.
Yeah.
You're in the doorway. I got you.
Eagle.
So you basically dash in and grab a hold of him and cure light wounds. Gotcha. No problem.
All right. So where is it? Oh well. Okay. Oh crap. Okay, 5. 5 hit points.
Oh,
Yeah.
5. Okay, thank you.
And I assume that he'll be standing next turn, which does not eat up your action at this point, so it won't hurt you at all. It's no big deal. Okay, that was on his 7. Since she's basically helping you, I can kind of ignore it. It's not a big deal, dude.
Okay.
It's just scripted. Okay, next turn on 19.
Okay. Here we go. Do I still have advantage that John's been knocked into the floor and the ceiling and the wall?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Well, I'm going to take my action to spare it in this thing's face. 14.
It glances off.
And
Good job, Ron. Solid E for effort.
Hey.
You know?
I'm the only one doing anything to damage on this guy, right?
I found
It
some
knocks
stuff.
away your last attack and then rears up, and the creature just beams down ferociously.
Uh-oh.
On 19, it goes, and then it breathes. You see a bunch of misty vapors come out of its mouth. They drift and they foam around, kind of sort of Raiders of the Lost Ark, and then rapidly pass through the wall. And then you hear glass shattering from the adjacent rooms.
Those,
Anyone within sight of a glass case, will see the Devourer of Souls spit out a soul. It will flee towards the nearest remains, in this case the Malapungan natives, and then it flows into the mouth, into the nose, into the ears, and flows into the body, and then it inflates almost like a balloon. And then the very next moment, the creature, reanimated dead, shatters the glass, and then jumps off of the plinth and looks for something to murder.
See, Michael, I told you you'd have been safe in there.
That was on my action. That was on my action of 19. I reanimate the dead. So on my 19, the zombies then move their full moves. So go ahead and now it's just the Malapongans, none of the other stuff in here. So the Malapongans, go ahead and move them. Yeah, they can sprint. Go ahead and move them the full 50 feet to the nearest player character. Oh, that's right. It's high attack. There's 3 Malapongans, one of which you guys haven't even seen yet.
Uh-oh. Call.
One hits the wall, scurries along the length of the wall, and peers around the corner and looks at the conjurer. The conjurer, the toucan, taps you on the shoulder with its beak, and then goes and goes like this. It goes, oh.
I've got to teach you better words. I really do. Like, your
And
vocabulary
as you
is
look over
lacking.
your shoulder, you can see one of the Malapungan natives looking around the corner, and it will actually jump down, and it'll probably start impaling you on its short spear and clobbering you with its zebra-hided shield. These guys are in full war dress, full regalia. Okay, so that's my action. I make my attack against the conjurer.
Oh, no.
Ooh, AC 21.
Missed. I'm so agile.
You agilely dodge into the spear point for 7 points of damage.
Yeah.
Do a pirouette. Yeah.
It then follows up and hits you with its shield, driving you back 5 feet. So go ahead and move them actually in another square, please.
Oh, hey, that's sweet. That means I don't have to disengage. That's good. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm going to follow right up on you.
That wasn't what we were looking for.
I know that's not what you're looking for. But that's what happened. Okay, let me see the other actual game space. I need to see where the other ones are. Ah, there we go. Now we're talking. Let's see here. I believe the cleric. Yeah, the cleric looks like the next viable. Okay. The Malapangan actually scurries across the floor, stands up. As he does so, he's in midair, and he doesn't shriek. He actually breathes out a bunch of dust and cobwebs and also moth, which then flit around the room gruesomely. And then it tries to impale you on the length of the short spear. Hitting AC, looks like AC 19.
Yeah, I'm 11, so yeah.
Well, you're 11 plus your whatever armor you would have selected, etc. And I imagine as a cleric, you're probably wearing chainmail at least. So you're probably
Medium
around
armor,
AC 16. Yeah, you're probably around AC 16 at this point. So, unfortunately, that will actually be a hit.
Yeah.
Oh, not bad, though. Only 3 points. You turn, and just in time as the spear point slashes by your throat. And last but not least, the third one comes up behind the Revenant. If I'm reading this correctly. The Revenant doesn't so much as look over at as it turns its body, and this thing actually moves past it, and almost recognizing it as its own, doesn't attack it. It'll actually just push right by it. And it will actually, I'll close on the actual half giant next turn, but I won't make my attack this turn. I'll make it next turn. That's good enough. And that was on my 19. 18!
Dang.
All right.
Get him, Ed.
There's not much to get him with. I'm going to look at the wall he pulled himself from. Take a few moments to do that. Is there anything on there that looks like, since he's obviously in my world, he's been a trap that we triggered as a guard of the area, and we did all of that. Is there anything in there that would reset or neutralize or?
That's a great
is there
question.
Any target or something? Yeah, because it's that, or I take a short sword and whack him.
Gotcha. So you're basically trying to decipher. You know, you're trying to gain some knowledge about whatever this is. Okay, cool. Sounds like an arcane roll to me. Arcana.
And that would be.
It's actually one. It's a skill, Arcana. And
+1.
You do have a slight bonus, so you want to roll really well on this.
Not really well, so I'm going to go ahead. I rolled a natural 3, so I'll use another Joss to give me a second shot.
Give you a second chance. Go for
it. 17 this time, so 17 plus whatever I got as a bonus.
Which is 18. You have a +1.
Hey, +1, 18. So an 18.
So knowledge type rolls are generally like in increments of 10, right? So like 10 you would get some knowledge, 20 you would get some knowledge. So that's a good roll though. So this is clearly a guardian. It does not belong here. It was probably brought from someplace else and then turned loose here. It's probably activated by you guys being here. You don't belong here. There's some criteria you don't meet. But like all traps, there's got to be some sort of controlling mechanism. And since it's magical, it's got to be magical. I'll give you a hint. Chances are somebody knows how to activate and deactivate that trap so that they can perform their daily duties. And that's all I'll say. You came close to the 20. I'll give you the hint. And you can act on it next turn.
That's going to be the Igmo out in the lobby that we left with the gold coin and the lantern.
I'll say no more. That was on your 18. Down to 12 with the Conjurer. The Conjurer.
I will happily move the safe 5 feet away from the creature. I see if I can do that without him. Yeah, the thing that has bothered me in my pursuit of my own personal gains. And then I will cast invisibility.
Haha, okay.
Well, while you're doing that, see if you can head out in the lobby and get Otis back in here.
The thing has spider webs between its eyes because its eyes just dried up ages ago. It blinks as it looks around where you were a second ago, and it actually thrusts into the ground where you were a second ago, because presumably you were casting as you disengaged. It thrusts into the ground a few times, looks about, and then looks down the passageway, and it looks like it's going to just completely ignore you. It completely forgot that you even exist.
As it should. As it should.
Undead are simple. Undead are very simple. Okay, that was on your 12. 11, John.
Me. If I wait for the camera to change, I think I'm going to stand up, and I see the monster next to the half giant. I'm going to run and try to tackle it, and try to grapple it to the ground, like tackle it to the ground.
You're going to try to grapple the Malapanga native, or you're going to try to grapple
Yes.
the Amit beast. Okay.
I'm gonna
no
spear
problem.
spear it to the ground.
Okay. Give me a roll. You will get advantage on this because you have an ally. You do have an ally nearby.
Is this just an attack roll or athletics or?
I would say that this is definitely an athletics, because your attempt is to tackle it, right?
Okay. Yeah.
No problem. Opposed roll.
Athletics. 16 on the first one. 16 total.
Okay. They don't weigh a whole hell of a lot. As you bear it to the ground with a crash, you both end up prone, but you're on top of it and you've grappled it.
Yeah, and then I'll take would that be that's my action, right? So for my bonus action, I will do flurry of blows to try to pummel it.
Sure.
With 2 unarmed strikes.
Perfectly cool. And it's a combination of knees or whatever, even a headbutt. I don't care.
Yeah. 12 for the first hit.
Yes, that hits. That withered, rotten flesh.
Ooh, almost max damage. 8 points for the first one. And then 13 to hit for the second one.
That will definitely hit.
Ooh, 8 points again. So 16 total. 16 points of damage.
Nice. As you smash into it, you're probably delivering flurry of blows, even as it smashes into the back wall, and it just turns into just a wall of dust. And then it just rains down. Headdress falls on the ground, the grass skirt, the bones and whatnot, all the fetishes, collapses.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I look
It's
at
done.
the half giant and I give him 2 nods.
2. Wow, Ron, you're improving.
Yeah. Wow.
I get the half
Just
nod
throw
back.
on the shade. Throw on the shade.
I think that was more of a little bit of an insult. Yeah.
Ouch. Well done, John, on 12. On 11. Oh, wait, sorry, that was 11. Sorry, 7.
That was me. Yeah.
7,
That's
that's me.
7.
I'm going to attempt to turn undead. You said these were undead?
Oh, they look reanimated to me.
So, what do I... it's the book says I just hold on to my holy symbol, and
Yep.
they have to make a saving throw.
And
Hold
we
on
make
to
a-
my
and we
holy
make a
relic.
saving throw. Yep.
Oh, yeah,
A quick intonation as you summon up Gustin. Now, you guys are coastal, so that works out. If only it was a high holiday of Gustin. Now, I don't know if it is or isn't, so I'm going to roll for it. If it's a high holiday, you might get a little something.
Sea breeze comes in through the
You
door.
know what? It's a lesser holiday. It just happens to be one of those weekends where the high priests have actually declared it to be a minor holiday. I will count you as 1 level higher than normal, which means it gets a -1 on its saving throw.
Okay.
One of the things we have in our setting, and I've played with this quite a bit, is that we actually have spell components that are actually give you enhancements. But there are also holidays when clerics are better or worse. As you attempt to turn undead against the 1, 2, can you see? Can I get a different shot to see if the other undead will be in view of the other cleric? 'Cause I don't know if the one in the adjacent space is in view. Where is the cleric? Oh, the cleric is actually over here in the corner.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you can actually see you. I don't think so either. Okay. But on the plus side, the undead directly in front of you, as you invoke, you scream, raise your high voice up, and maybe even splash some holy water in its direction. You can actually see the undead looks unsettled. It looks unsettled. It looks uncertain. And then the thing actually looks, and it actually drops its blade and its shield, and it scurries off, kind of sort of like a mouse that's been startled. It'll actually scurry through the open doorway and get the heck out of here.
Okay.
And it'll probably then continue to do that same kind of movement until the duration lapses. But that did it. That did it.
Mhm.
Fantastic. That was on your 7. Top of the round with 19s, Ron.
All right. Okay. I'm going to finish off this Amit beast.
Might want to think about
16?
using your heroic surge. That'll hit.
16. All right. And the second attack, that one didn't. But you're right. I will use my heroic surge.
Okay. So what was the second attack?
15.
That'll hit.
Okay. And let's see. So 7 and 11.
Well,
18.
don't forget, Ron, Ron, first of all, hold on. We don't want to rob you of this.
Okay.
So you basically get 2 die rolls for every single attack roll because you have advantage.
Yes.
At this point.
Yes.
So what's happened basically is that you've resolved the first attack and it hits because you had like a 15 and a 16 or something. So the higher roll is the 16. You keep the 16. Roll.
Shame.
I don't know whose that was, but that was awesome. Then you have your second attack, and then you have your other attacks, but all of them get the advantage of the 2 dice. So
Okay.
don't rob
All right.
yourself of those chances of those criticals.
So I had 2 that hit. The third
You
one
have
missed.
1, but you have 2 dice to roll for that, right? So you have
Right.
another
exactly.
attack roll. Right.
One more
Okay.
to go.
Well, you have to
And-
resolve your advantage. I don't
16
want to rob
again.
you of it, is all.
Okay.
That will actually hit. Okay, so we've got hit, miss, and then
Hit. Yes, a 16 again.
hit.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we've got 3 damage rolls to roll.
Yes.
3 rolls.
So the first, I think the first one I rolled, it was 8.
Okay.
The second one was 5.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And the last one is
You're rolling
8
a
again.
d12, right?
Yeah, D12.
Okay.
Yeah, it's rolling. Crap. And then 8 again.
Yeah, I'll say. Okay.
Damn it.
Fantastic.
Yep.
You're
Give me a nod
basically
to the
going
ball.
like you're doing quantity over quality at this point. You're just like clobbering it left and right, and as it lowers its defenses, you're reaching in to get a sudden strike in there. But you haven't quite gotten that awesome hit in just yet. You're saving it up.
Sweet spot.
That was on your 19. On my 19, I unload on you all at once.
No. Hit the dwarf. Hit the dwarf.
AC 21. No, I'm channeling all the stuff you put me through on the Brinewind book, so they're all on you, baby. AC 15, that one will actually miss. So AC 21, AC 15 will miss, and AC 26 on that second attack. Or third attack, rather. So a claw and one of its bites. So 2 of these, and a whole lot of pain. 5, 14, 33 points of damage.
What?
33 points of damage. 2d10 with a bite,
Yeah, Ron.
couple of d6s with my claws.
Take it.
33.
Doesn't feel good,
Really?
does it, Ron?
No.
Now is where it gets really nasty. Give me a strength saving throw.
Now, don't forget, Ron. Before you go down, give John a nod. You know.
A nod.
Give me a strength saving throw, Puddles. Give me a strength saving throw.
Yeah.
8.
8. The jaws clamp on you. You disappear into its jaws. Its body turns in place, rolling, smashing you into the ground. It then rolls in place in the other direction, smashing you into the ground, and then grinds its teeth. You are
Come on.
grappled.
Somebody save my ass.
Hey.
Let's go.
Blame the guy who designed the monster. He's a jerk. Anyways,
I know. I worked with him for years.
I know, what a meanie. Anyways, yes. And I can continue making my claw attacks while I have you grappled in my jaws. Okay, that was on my 19. 18!
That's me. I want to make the fastest route possible to go back to find Otis, to get Otis back in here to put this thing back in the box.
Okay, well, by the way things look to me, you are not engaged, more or less.
Right.
So you can dash through the passageway, which has the Malapangan in that room. So if you basically, you turn around, run right into them, see them, turn right, and keep running, and then you run into that doorway. Okay, so, I mean, that's 60 foot of movement rate, so that's 60 foot of movement rate's like 12 squares easily. So that should basically put you in the doorway to that adjacent space.
So I just want to start screaming for Otis to get his butt in here.
The front door.
Okay, fair enough. So you order him to come to you. Okay.
Yes,
go ahead
and I tell him that there's
intimidation
gold,
check.
and I need to. I'll say there's gold in it for you. I won't tell him how much. I'm not pulling any gold out.
Okay,
this
so
time.
Okay.
Just reinforce
Well,
that
you can
gold
actually
piece Dave threw at him.
go ahead and
Hey,
give me a, since you're not using.
Come on.
Huh?
Now, under the circumstances, you cannot muster a persuasion roll. This is now not the time to be cute.
Right.
This is an intimidation roll. Get your ass in here.
Yes. Oh well, 3.
He saw the fear in your eyes.
Yeah.
So as you sprint to the door, he pokes his head out. You state what you want, and right on cue, he slams the door shut with him on this on this side of it.
Wouldn't surprise me at all.
So
I don't have any more.
So the
coins,
end-
so that's
So the laborer closes the door and hangs out on this side. He's like, no.
maybe we'll survive for next round.
Hey, Joe,
No. But he did stick his head out. No.
Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf.
Mister.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
I know it's past the moment, but I thought I would ask anyway.
Okay.
Someone in chat reminded me. I have Stone's Endurance, which reduces
Yes, you
damage.
do. Yes, you
That
do.
was a reader.
Or do I have to wait my turn?
Well, no. Here's the deal. I have no problem with you activating it right now. So go for it. It's
Okay.
totally cool.
Will it? Okay.
It will basically erase some of the damage you have sustained. And you can use it as a reaction, as I recall.
Okay, so here it is.
Mhm.
So, 7 points of damage.
So reduce the damage you took from when it initially grabbed you.
Okay.
And you're still
Okay.
grappled. But no,
Okay.
you're absolutely right. Absolutely.
Okay.
Isn't it nice to have people looking over your shoulder and telling you how to play?
Yeah.
I have no problem with that whatsoever.
13 in chat reminded me. Thanks, Kelvin.
Nope, it's totally cool. Very cool. Okay, that was on 18. Down to 12.
As a very invisible person, I will happily go retrieve the coin from the dragon's chest.
I love the idea that you sneak by it because it's still looking for you. You just kind of sneak by it,
Yeah.
stand there, reach out, touch the coin, and then realize the minute you take that coin, I'm gonna get a roll to detect you. Nope.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna get a chance to
I'm
detect
cool,
him.
though. That's fine. He's a zombie with
Okay.
spiderwebs on his eyes. What can he possibly see?
I don't know. He whipped your ass.
That
We'll
was the
see.
shark.
We'll see.
It was a shark.
So I was on your. But see, that's actually on your.
I'm on
I was
12.
kind of sort of tying everything up here on your 12. Okay. So, quick reaction on my part. Cost me nothing to see this potentially. Must be the cobwebs. If it sees you, it does not indicate it. So as you snatch the coin away, here's the thing: the way that the spell reads, and you can crack open the book, double check this. At the time of casting, you become invisible, but things don't become invisible when they come in contact with you. So what happens is the coin is still visible, right?
Works
that
for me.
one- but it's small, it's dark, chances are it's not going to see you. But anyways, it's
No,
a
it's
great
okay.
gambit, just to let you know.
I'm going to use that.
Oh.
And if I have the actions, I'm going to start running towards the doorway, and I'm going to fling it so people can see that I got the coin.
You just see a floating coin.
You're gonna,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
Got it.
yeah.
do you actually talk as you run through? You're like, I got it.
I'm gonna give you high low on that one. Yeah, we definitely thought it was a good idea. while invisible to scream out, I got it.
I got it. Well, they know you're a spellcaster. They know you can turn invisible, so therefore they probably shouldn't be terribly surprised by this turn of events. It's okay. Okay. Fantastic. That's funny. Everyone kind of looks. Even the crocodile monster looks over and sees the floating coin, and then you yelling, I got it. Okay, that's on 12. On 7.
7.
11.
Oh, 11.
Oh, sorry. 11. You're absolutely right. 11.
Well, seeing that you just said it was a crocodile, me being really smart know that the jaw hinges from the top. So I'm going to grab my rope and try to throw it around the top jaw and try to unhinge the half giant to try to force the jaw open.
Oh, to free him.
Yes.
Fantastic action. Cool. Oppose athletics roll. Here's the deal. I won't give you advantage on the roll, but I will give you a +2. 1 for the rope, and 1 because I'm assuming that Ron's going to try to help assist free himself. Plus, I like the description. But as far as the hinging goes, you and I can talk about crocodilian biology later.
Okay, I just Googled it, so.
Yeah, but your character doesn't have access to Google.
Okay. You're right.
Anyways,
you're right.
Better dungeoning through Google.
This was athletics?
This is definitely athletics.
Okay. 17.
You loop, you grab, you swing, you pull, you twist, and he doesn't budge so much as an inch.
Can I use my my token?
Joss point for a retest?
Yeah.
Sure. Absolutely.
You know, the crocodile used Google as well to find out how to defeat the dwarf.
20?
Well, see, the crocodile already knows that its grasp down, its abduction is better than its adduction. So, it's actually got advantage at this point. So, anyways, 23 you said?
23, yeah.
Fantastic roll. Probably planting your feet, you grab a hold as hard as you can and then wrench the mouth open. The half giant falls, crunch to the ground below, and he can stand on it. You burn half of his movement next turn getting up. But no, he's free. Great job.
Okay. Bonus action.
Good job,
I'll use patient defense.
Yeah.
As my bonus action.
Gotcha. No problem. I'm seeing
somebody who knows what to do.
Hey, John, give the half giant a nod.
Not yet.
Oh,
nice. Well, that was on 12.
He's got to be conscious to see it. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
Next up, I believe it's the 11. Oh no, wait.
Oh no, 7.
Right, 7.
7. So I head over to the human Kalashi and throw a cure light.
Oh, gotcha.
Finally, 14.
Is that me?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
you were the human Kalashi.
You're half human. That part's showing. The other part's messy.
Oh, now I feel better.
So,
now I'm ready to kill somebody.
Yeah.
I'm ready to kill somebody.
Just remember that,
right
Ron, next time you need money.
And right on cue, that's on 19. On 19, the half giant's turn, and the beast's right on your heels.
Oh, I'm gonna kill.
It resets its jaw with a crunch, and glowers at you.
Natural freaking 20, boy! Hell yeah!
Roll to confirm.
19. That's what I'm talking about.
I think it's safe to say that you confirmed. I think it's safe to say you confirmed that critical. Go ahead and roll it, man. So 12 points plus a d12 plus your strength bonus.
Okay. 12 more. 24 total.
Ooh, that got my attention.
It's attention? What the hell?
And get this, that's just your first of 2 attacks. You got your second attack.
Right.
Go for it.
One more. Come on.
And don't forget, you have advantage on this because you have an ally.
You have advantage, Ron.
Okay. And so,
Best of 2 rolls.
okay. And 19. I also crit on a 19 too.
Well, then, therefore, you need to roll to confirm that 19.
4?
All you got to do is hit. Or you spend a Joss point to auto-confirm it.
Okay, let's confirm.
Okay. 12
17?
plus D12.
17.
Ooh, 17 more points. Okay, Mr. Ron, this is it. I'm really close. Describe how this thing drops. This colossus, this priceless antiquity from the Bessiac wastelands, removed from some black pyramid thousands of years ago.
So, with the dwarf on its back, with its triangle in its mouth, I take my axe, I do a double spin, and whack right across the neck.
Nice. Shattering the stonework, the body begins to break up. It collapses into so much fragments of bas relief. The dead flow out of this thing. And I mean, it's the end of Raiders. Souls are flying everywhere, shrieking around, going through walls, disturbing stuff, knocking over objects, braziers, snuffing torches. It all kind of sort of just leaves the place in shambles. Every piece of glass broken, stuff has been overturned, skull lying on the floor. The place is an absolute shambles.
It's like a frat party.
And right on cue, somebody stands there holding the coin, glimmering in the light.
This guy.
Hey,
you actually did something.
Wow, he actually did something. Oh, that hurts.
I have successfully found a shark, persuaded the shark to come to the surface, right, of my own volition. It may not have wanted to do it on its own, right? It was me that got it up there.
You were the worm on the hook, yep.
I mean, that's really long as I've done. So, I mean, that's two
yeah,
scenes,
we're struggling. We're struggling with it too, so it's okay. Okay. You guys have got the coin. Now, a quick look at the old watch here, because it's now 8:46 your guys' time. It's now 6:46 my time. So now would probably be a great stopping point for a bookmark. Why don't we put a bookmark in this real quick and give you guys a quick 15-minute break. You guys can get some more water, go to the bathroom, whatever, grab yourself a quick dinner, whatever. But be back here in exactly 15 minutes, and then we will resume. I'm feeling pretty good. How are you guys feeling? I guess is the big question. Okay, so we'll continue. 15 minutes, guys.
Were you giving hand signals there, Justin?
He's telling you to steal third again. Welcome back, guys. Let's rejoin a game in progress. We are back in Brinewind, and we are moving into Act 3. The players have acquired several of Barty's mythical coins, and they're not so mythical. They're getting closer and closer to his treasure and potentially earning themselves a seat at the consortium table. A lot is riding on this. Your captain will be absolutely mortified by what you guys are doing on the sly. She told you to stay out of trouble. This is like the opposite of staying out of trouble. But if you're successful, it's going to one hell of a gambit, and it will definitely earn you a place among Captain Fairweather's crew. So, the next part of this basically involves gaining access to perhaps Barty's first love. And this first love will always be his ship, the Gallows Hawk. The Gallows Hawk, which is a cute way of saying buzzard or vulture, disappeared on the night when he perpetrated his treachery. The ship sailed out of port with an unknown crew, because most of the crew was with Barty when he worked with the Breonese and basically tried to double-cross the consortium. In effect, somebody commandeered the ship, and no one really knew who really did it. But there's been rumors. There's been a lot of rumors that a new captain has been sailing the Gallows Hawk for the last 10 years or so. A mahogany-skinned beauty with a cruel countenance, and supposedly Barty's daughter, Dominique LaRue. These are all rumors, but recently the Gallows Hawk sailed brazenly right into Brinewind, moored up, and the dolled-up captain strolled off the ship. She and her crew have been in the Drunken Mermaid for the last several days, kicking up their heels and knocking back tankards. This, if you have to gain access to the ship, to Barty's first love, to gain another coin, this is it. So, You have dirty streets, you have narrow alleyways, you have canals, you have docks, you have sailing vessels. You have a million ways to gain access to the ship, but the ship will have a skeleton crew. So this really hinges on how you guys want to handle it. You guys could just roll initiative and see how it goes. But you really won't have a lot of time to search the ship, because if they're in the Drunken Mermaid 50 paces away, they might hear the noise and they will come running. So, how do you guys want to handle this next leg of the adventure? I'm all ears.
Ronald?
One thing you could do, so the options are brute force, just storm the ship and just take it. Probably not a good idea. My thinking is, and Dave, you suggested this earlier when we were talking about it, somehow our way under this
finding some of the girls from the Den of Inequity and Strumpets, thank you, and have them try and lure the crew, the skeleton crew off. Pay them to lure the skeleton crew off.
Third option is we take it by water, by stealth. Take a boat, come around, scale up the back of the ship, take it by stealth that way. Okay.
And I will put forth a fourth option. Combine options 2 and 3. Basically, a couple people on the docks, schmooze up, a couple people by boats, approach from the back, catch the crew in the middle of it all.
I like this plan.
So, give him a nod.
One nod.
So,
okay. Then we need to determine which crew is the water crew, which crew is the ground crew, and let's see if we can get on there. Do we need to have a spy? Can we have the bird, Iago? Can he spy for us at the Drunken Mermaid? Can he sit there and watch?
I will ask Iago if what he wants to do. But he's a temperamental creature, right? I mean, he has his own mind, his own soul,
Look,
his
he
own
keeps
wants.
crapping on Michael's shoulder. Okay, what do you expect from him?
so
it's more like down the back of his. It's more like down the back of his. Yeah, whatever.
He ain't gonna guard.
So Michael, this is directed at you. Iago is what's spelled with a Y, for copyright purposes. That toucan is your familiar, and you can see through his eyes, you can hear through his senses, you can, if he eats a mouse, you can taste it, and you have. But side note, I was actually raised with a toucan, if you can imagine that. But anyways, the fact of the matter is that animal is basically a drone for you, and so you can park that animal in the Drunken Mermaid or even outside of it, and most buildings here have holes in roofs. You can imagine that. So you can put him on guard duty, and that certainly gives you guys a bunch of information to go on. That's a great choice. Just FYI.
Thank you, Mr. Big Guy. I will ask my parent how he feels about the situation. I don't want to force him into something he feels uncomfortable with. Iago, my sweet, better half, even, maybe, partially, a piece of me. Would you, in your infinite wisdom and knowledge, park your happy ass over there at that particular tavern, looking for, I assume I know what this person looks like, so I'll give a description. If they decide that they no longer want to be where they're at, you need to go with inform me pattern Alpha Bravo.
Oscar Mike.
The bird looks at you with reason in its eyes, with actual love in its eyes, and then it simply says, "Are you out of your frickin' mind?"
Frickin' mind.
Yeah, and then dumps on your back again. That's another crap.
I'm calling you for effort.
They're gonna pigeon pie me the minute you have your back turned, and this is exactly. You know what? This is gonna be just like Stormhaven all over again. Remember, you left me high and dry. I haven't even grown those tail feathers back yet.
You're still alive, thanks to me, right?
Okay.
You'd have more faith in your master. He keeps you around for solid reasons.
Master, really, master. Master.
It's going down.
We're in front of our friends. You're not supposed to like this. We had talked about this. I'm supposed to be in charge.
No, you talked about this.
There's just control angling on you here.
Yeah.
Not gonna work. The bird doesn't want to do it.
Okay.
Oh no! I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
But it's going to
And then
cost.
we're going to cook him afterwards.
No. I will do this, but at the first sign of danger, one singed feather, I'm out of there.
That's reasonable. That's all I'm asking. Maybe
So I'm
you
looking
swap
for a
what
dolled up.
happened.
So I'm looking for a dolled up doxy who thinks she's Barney's daughter.
Yeah.
And has a bit of an attitude.
This is where you nod your. This is where you nod your head. Yeah.
It's,
give
you
me a nod.
gotta have the attitude too. There's a lot of dolls who are all doxied up and think that they're somebody, right? But it's the attitude that goes with it, Yago. You gotta look for the attitude.
I think I can spot a ship's captain.
Okay.
All right. Well, you know,
Okay.
I'll trust you.
Okay.
And on
so
that note, the bird, who was more reptile than bird, hops a couple of times, looks back, grumbles, and then takes flight. That big yellow beak preceding it. It flies in a big lazy circle over the area a couple times, and then actually lights on the front of the drunken mermaid, actually on the placard that shows the actual figurehead. Let's see here. I think we actually have a picture of it, which is worth sharing, most definitely. Little something here. Let's see here if we can actually.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Almost like I know what I'm doing. Okay. The bird looks at it, scratches with those great claw-like limbs, and then actually hops into the front of the structure, actually slips through the slats of the shutters in the front of the structure up on the second floor, and disappears inside.
Such a true friend. Fully in my control, right? He'll do whatever I need him to do. So don't you guys worry about things.
Okay.
That's not even worth a nod.
The angry snarl in your mind from the telepathy, 1 mile range, is just so angry. He's thinking about what he ate last, and it was carrion. And so you got a mouthful of that right now. Okay.
ooh.
So your guys' ship, or rather the launch, because it's just a simple 2-master. It's a pretty small one. It's like a little sloop. You guys can approach that way, and then there's also by land, and you want to send somebody ahead to hire the talent. Let's call it that.
Talent, which should be the highest charisma person we have.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Is that me?
This is most definitely a persuasion roll.
It's not me.
Now, this
Okay.
is
I've only got
this is
13.
not now, to be clear, this is going to happen off screen. This is not an easy roll because you're going to have to approach their manager, for lack of a better term. And you need to have somebody, you need to convince them that they're not in any danger, etc. Because when you start crossing ships' captains, people start to die. So this needs to basically be framed very carefully. So, having
I
said
don't
that,
have any more. I
Joss points. Well, here's
don't
the
have any
deal.
more left.
Well, you don't necessarily have to have any to attempt the role, but if there's somebody in the group who believes that you are worthy of one, they can nominate you for a Joss point at any time.
Well,
I have an
those
idea.
didn't come real fast. Go ahead, John.
No, they didn't. No, they did not. Wow!
Cricket.
Look at that. They didn't even give you the nod. Wow! Look at that.
How
Hey,
about
let me-
we send one person? How about the Goliath, or the half giant acts like a bodyguard of some? Let's say we could send Dave, the cleric, who is visiting from another town, to try to convince them, and it'll look more official if they have a half giant bodyguard with them, and they're on a mission to maybe retrieve something that was stolen from their church on their ship, and maybe that's how we convince them to help us.
Now, John.
Yeah, but Steven, if you even bring that up, that would be bad.
Yeah, that's the thing. My point was is that the more information you give, the more risk there is. So it's always lies are best when they're simple. You can layer them, but you have to keep them simple.
These are my friends. I want to pay you to stoop them. Let's go.
Yeah.
You know, or better yet, the captain sends her regards.
Yeah,
there you go.
Lies that are simple and let other people fill things in. There's a wonderful tabletop game called The Dying Earth that covers a very extensive section on how to run cons. I hardly recommend you read it.
We could also just tell them the truth, let them know what we're doing. That's bound to go over well.
Yeah, that's always an option.
Can we see the guard?
I'm sorry?
Can I see the guards on the gangplank?
Inevitably, there will be a few guards on board. There will be a few guards on the gangplank. And there will be a few guards actually at the beginning of the dock, at the transition of the actual street and the docks. You can imagine there's probably going to be anywhere from 6 to 10 people, probably, realistically. Maybe fewer if you guys make a really good roll. And a lot of it depends upon how things go. Like I said, all of this is basically handled off screen, and then everything lines up based upon the die roll.
Okay.
So,
well, you guys' plan actually holds a lot of water. We just need to enact it. We need a person to make the persuasion roll to basically, hire the talent and smooth things over.
I can do a persuasion roll, but I've done so well tonight. I couldn't even get Otis to come in there and do his job. So
I love that shutting the door.
No.
If Ed buys the doxy with more coin, does that increase his chances of persuasion?
I would assume, because money isn't a real factor into the scenario, but I can assume that you guys are going to be paying them well enough. But if you pay them too much, they know it's extremely dangerous, and then more than likely the manager will pull out.
Right, okay.
So I assume you guys are applying the right amount of grease.
Okay.
It comes out of the die roll.
All right, Ed,
go. Am I the one running the die roll? Okay.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Go in there. You're the single guy. Go in there and talk to the Vex.
Yeah, they slammed the door.
Oh my God!
Not.
It's a 12. It's a 12.
Okay. Okay. Plan B.
So, but the thing is, though,
option B. I got a B.
Dungeon dice are ready.
The thing is, though, is that what happens is that the manager just gets suspicious. It doesn't have to be a binary pass-fail situation. This is the fact that now they are very suspicious.
Right.
Which means that if things don't go well, then there could be more serious consequences if things go pear-shaped. So, having said that, a different tact, you still want the same results, but one of you has to step up and kind of sort of assume responsibility for the situation, knowing that it could go even worse.
Hey, now my persuasion is only plus
Collins
1.
takes responsibility real well.
Yeah, I got it. Don't worry, madam. You can trust me. Everything is safe.
I believe it.
Okay. Sure. Then the manager is very keen to listen. Give me a roll.
Roll, Collins. Just whatever you roll, just lie.
How would I know?
This is an intelligence-based roll, right? Because I'm super smart.
Say this is I would say that this is a charisma-based role using your character's deception or persuasion. More than likely persuasion.
16?
16. Not
if
a
that's
bad
not
roll.
good enough, I have some little wizards I can use.
The madam seems very, very curious about the situation. However, sometimes things just line up. And when you don't mention what ship. Then she asks you, who's the captain of the ship?
And we tell her.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. My character's not gonna be able to do it. Yeah.
So you say Dominique LaRue.
No.
No.
Who else am I gonna say? I don't even know any other captains. What we got?
You can always. You cannot. No. Just say you don't know.
Regal. Regal, the quartermaster, is my only point of contact. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, Miss Lady.
She does not look the least bit convinced. She repeats the question.
Okay.
She repeats the question. Who's the ship's captain?
Can I just give her the name of the ship? Will that work better? Because what if the captain's changed, right?
You absolutely you can keep playing the game, but you got to realize with every exchange, what's happening is that her perspective is getting a little worse.
All right. Well,
So
I'll just be honest.
She asked.
We'll just tell her the truth.
How about we just call that and go to Plan B? Just walk out and say, "Hey, you're lost," and walk out. Yeah.
And you have to realize that you're dealing with what looks to be like a woman that's basically been in shadow this entire time.
There's got to be a second place in town. A town like this is not going to have one watering hole. So.
Oh no! There's several watering holes across the street, but this is your one opportunity for it. You're not going to shop around for a solution. This is your chance. If it doesn't work out,
there's not a second bordello down 2 blocks over. Okay.
One would assume that either they're not. You have to look at basically a die roll in a role-playing game basically as an opportunity. If it basically doesn't pan out, you don't just keep grinding on it. Hopefully, you're successful. It's an opportunity. Then the door closes, the door stays open. So you basically level with her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's this one part of the opportunity.
Level with.
Well, you failed the first one.
She has been locked in shadow. She has been locked in basically blue shadow this entire time. When she finally leans forward and takes her feet off of the desk where you've been talking to her, she actually stands up and walks the couple yards into the light, and then she gently turns up a lantern to accentuate her inhuman form. The great golden coils that basically form her feet, you are now staring in front of basically a Lamia noble, a serpentine gold-clad woman with red eyes, very sinister looking, long black iron-like nails. She looks at you very critically, and then she simply says, and purrs this, one hair out of place, and it will take months for you to die.
I would like to take this opportunity to let you know that I find Lee highly attractive.
She then boops that iron nail on your nose. She then boops. Boop. Boop. And then she then walks out, resuming her human form, orders 4 of her best gals, and then actually sends also some drink.
Gin and juice. Let's get it there.
More like the local grog. Bottles of it. Cases of it. She says, she leans forward and she says, and give Captain Rouge my best. Some of her men were very cruel to some of my talent a few months back.
Equal exchange. I'm down.
Sometimes things line up. Having said that, that's your guys' plan A. It's just a simple matter of basically they will be waiting in a nearby alleyway. They will then walk down the plank. They will engage the crew, keeping them preoccupied, allowing you guys to approach from the backside. If a few of you want to approach from the front or strategically place yourselves rather cleverly, you guys are also welcome to do that. All I basically need is I need a piloting roll to represent the smoothness and the caution and whatnot that you guys use. And also I will then use a stealth check for those characters that want to get fairly close to the craft on its own. And based upon your guys' dice rolls determines where things are basically laid up when you guys actually flip the switch. Yes, Chuck.
I'll be on the dock.
Fantastic.
I'll be hanging around the dock.
Fantastic.
How much time has it been since our foray?
It can be a long rest or two. It can be a couple days actually, because it takes time for all this to get set up.
I will also be on the dock, but I will be invisible.
So would I get my hit points back? That's what you're saying.
One would assume that you guys should be one can assume that you guys are fully healed and you guys have all your special abilities back. No problem.
Okay.
Good question. Great question.
So Ed, Ron, and I are in the boat going around the backside of the ship.
Fantastic.
That
And you
works
guys
for me.
want to take advantage of things like fog and like the moonlight and things like that. So this basically represents, all I need to basically, for on your part, since it's a smaller ship, is give me a wisdom check, because all of you are proficient with water boats, with watercraft. So I just need one of you to basically give me a wisdom check.
Oh.
If you want to aid other, I can accept one other assistant, and then I can take the higher of your two rolls.
Okay, I got
plus
a.
0.
I'm +2. I got an 18.
You're a cleric, so that's
Fantastic roll. Fantastic roll. Fantastic. You guys should have no difficulty coming very close before you are spotted in any harm's way. Somebody's going to be invisible. In all honesty, this is like a 1 in 20 kind of a sort of chance that anything could possibly come about that could possibly foil you. And it won't foil you. It'll just be like a little complication. We'll see how it goes. No complications whatsoever. You have the full run of that dock until the duration of the spell lapses. I think invisibility has a concentration duration. You might want to check on that.
Do I need
it
to roll
also
a
might
stealth
have
check?
a finite duration.
2 hours.
I would like,
Concentration up
and I would very much. I'm sorry?
Concentration up to 1 hour.
Okay. So it's a matter of timing it. And in all seriousness, I'm not going to be real fussy about you guys getting the timing perfect. You guys activate this when you're ready. So basically, it'll fit within the hour. Just don't, lollygag. John, I need that stealth roll on your part.
Ooh, not good. 8.
8. Okay, no problem. Well,
You
think
can
about it
hide
as an
behind
opportunity, basically. What you're going to find is that roll isn't abysmal enough for you to have stuck your neck out too far. I would imagine that you're going to be loitering, probably in in the eaves of the structure across from the dock. That's most with a roll that's as close as you dare get, because if you get any closer, you'll probably be spotted, questioned, shot at. Who knows what's going to basically happen? But the fact of the matter is, it could spoil things. Does that work for you?
So Dave, what's the plan? You called it. We're in the boat. We're there on the side. Are they going to wait for us to come up and start?
Well, I'm hoping that the strumpets will lure the crew or distract them long enough for us to climb up the side of the ship. Yeah.
So it would be one of those situations.
Signal.
Well, you want to be setting off like fireworks and whatnot. That might be a little suspicious. What you might want to do is be like, okay, wait 15 minutes and then approach the ship. That's the easiest way to kind of go about it.
We're just kind of watching to make sure everything goes right, and if we hear a ruckus, we're going to come in from the dock side. Pincer move.
Okay. Fair enough. I would assume that you're going to be up against the building then, in the eaves, basically kind of loitering, trying to look like you belong there. This is another tavern, so a couple silver pieces come out. You buy yourself some drinks, long enough for people to basically leave you alone. Fantastic. And then the other, invisible, actually you can place yourself anywhere on the deck that basically you want, just direct hand where you want to be. And the rest of you are going to be in your own launch approaching the other vessel from the, from the port side, I believe, from port side. So, having said that, everything's in place. Quick roll on my part. Right on cue. The collection of doxies, of which there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, approach. They do so with the aid of a couple laborers who are carrying crates, a couple of crates amongst them. They walk down the dock. There's a brief exchange. The crew follows them up to the gangplank itself, so the ones that were loitering around the beginning of the dock are now actually fairly close to the craft. They talk for a while. They chit-chat. They move it onto the deck of the ship once the bottles come out. There's maybe 15 or 20 minutes baby talk and chit-chat. And then the crew begins disappearing down into the hold. And they do so with company. And that's about as close to describing exactly what's happening as I'm going to get. So, you guys have an excellent setup at this point. There are only 4 crew members on deck. 1 crew member will actually still be down on the dock next to the gangplank. So that means a total of 5. The rest of the crew members are down below deck with the company.
Balrog John suggested, John, you carry the grog on board. Did you grab one of the crates?
Too late now.
Well,
Okay. Actually, I can grab one.
He didn't roll well enough to justify that level of penetration into the scene. So he is where he's at. Now, if he wants to go for it and try to push it, he can. But the target number is way higher, and the consequences are more serious. It could theoretically.
No, we'll go with this.
It could kick off. Okay. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying it's really, really risky to adjust the
So
plan.
before we start climbing up the ship, or we can start climbing up there, where is it you want to start to search? Obviously, the crew's quarters are going to be occupied.
But the captain's quarters.
I mean, that's where
Captain's
something that
quarters.
important would be anyway, right?
Yeah. Where does Goose say we need to?
Yeah. Captain's quarters.
Well, first things first. Let's get close enough to the craft. Drop your sails and smooth and kind of sort of slide up. The 4 crew members that are on board the ship. Let me get a good look at the ship itself here, so I can actually see where everyone is, so I can actually direct some placement of miniatures here. I just need a shot of the actual enemy ship. Cool. Can we back it up a little bit so I can see what I have to work with? Okay. Okay. We only need 4 crew members, but I would like a couple of them down in the main poop deck area in front of the main mast, and then 1 crew member leaning up against the captain's wheel, and then 1, placed somewhere else, basically on board the ship. Okay, and then 1 on the gangplank. Okay, cool, awesome. Your guys' craft dropping the sail, not so much as a whisper on the wind. It happens to be a very foggy night. You guys pick your moment and basically gloss right up to within just a yard or so of the enemy craft. You guys, having done so, you probably want to bring the craft around for a rapid escape, so I would turn the craft around. You guys have enough piloting skill, so it should not be difficult to do that. There you go. As you guys pull right alongside the craft, and as soon as you're within a couple yards, you need to send somebody on board or start doing stuff with the crew, because the crew is going to become aware of your presence here very quickly. So, right off the bat, what happens at this very moment as you guys pull alongside?
Okay. Well, in order to get on board the ship, do we do stealth roll or an athletics roll?
It's up to you. It depends on how you want it. Stealth basically gains you some time and allows you to move around a little bit. Acrobatics is a little more overt, and it kind of springs the trap. But either will actually work. Depends on how you want to do it.
Collins, do you have anything like a sleep spell or anything like that?
Ah, magic.
I do have a hold person spell. And that's it.
At his level, guys, if he casts it at a higher level, you can actually trap 2 people, not 1.
I'm not giving up lightning bolts for trapping more people. Just saying.
Dude,
okay.
It's 7:34. We only have 26 minutes left of gameplay, so I wouldn't suggest figuring. You're not saving any mana potion. Breath of the Wild.
We can stinking cloud, make people cough and hack.
Oh.
You also have the friend. You also have friend's spell. You have a friend's cantrip too.
Oh, I do have that. Yeah. We can make some. We can hold one person, friend another.
Okay.
Well, so fire it up. Jump to the gunwales. Start casting your spells, man.
Yeah. Let it rip.
All right.
Now
Go.
But first things first. Do we want to put anybody on board the ship at about the same time, maybe through stealth?
Yeah.
So they're actually in a position to do stuff. Cool.
We're not.
No.
We're not going to sneak past these guys. We're not going to. You're not going to sneak past them. We're going to have to get rid of them.
Right.
Correct.
So you go first. You're the
I
half
want to get up there. I want to be up there ready to go over.
Okay, I get on the ship.
Yes, John.
Fantastic. Okay,
Yes,
so
as soon as
the craft pulls alongside, thumps, bumps, and you go over the gunwales. Go ahead and give me.
Okay,
now, I would say that this is a slightly risky challenge. So I would actually really, really, really like either an acrobatics or athletics to get on board the other ship. You have to imagine that this is one of those, your ship is still moving when you do this.
Well, I rolled a natural 20.
No problem at all. In fact, Ed, you can basically place yourself anywhere within about 30 feet of where those bad guys are. So as you tumble on board that ship, you're doing the swashbuckler entrance.
All right.
So
Ed. Go
whatever
Arrow
entrance-
Flynn.
I can't see him, so wherever it would put me at the best position, I guess. Just in there, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And
So
you're going
I'm
to
okay.
definitely gain surprise because of that die roll. So you're definitely going to have surprise. Okay, so
So
that puts you on board the ship.
I got a 20.
Ron?
What you got?
20.
Ron's on board. You can basically place yourself in a very similar manner.
I got a
Probably
modified
won't- well,
18.
that will also put you on board very quickly, very easily. There you go.
Okay.
Awesome. Do we have one of the crew members behind the captain's wheel by chance? One of the bad guy
I
crew
believe there
members?
is one up there.
Okay, good. I just can't see them. I just want to make sure they're there. Okay, cool. Many of these people are actually sitting down. They're actually kind of leaning. They're not paying attention. They are in their second or even third bottle of grog at this point. So as you guys clamber over, I will be basically giving myself disadvantage as I make surprise tests for the sentries.
And John?
As soon as I figured, as soon as they would breach the board, or the boat, sorry, the toucan would say, "They're there," and then I would be able to know to run towards the boat. So I'm gonna start running towards the boat as soon as they get the warning. So down the dock.
The toucan is back
Is
inside
back
of
at
the drunken mermaid.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought I was outside
back
the
at the
drunken mermaids.
Oh.
Well, you are, but the toucan speaks through telepathy. You wouldn't know when the
Okay.
kind of sort of signal's been given. So,
Oh, got it.
So I guess
Yeah.
I can drop invisibility as I go onto the dock, and then we'll cast hold person on the first person we see. That's relevant.
well, who would be who? Which would be who? Because based upon where you are, just
correct,
pick
so
the
I was in
target,
front.
basically. It's up to you.
Yeah, I was in front on the dock, right, with John. I was not on the boat. So then as we roll up on the dock, whether that's if I see the person behind the wheel, if that's the first person I see, that's the person I'm casting at first. If it's the person in front of the dock, that's the person I'm casting at.
I would say that either it's the person in front of the gangplank or the person actually at the captain's wheel. It's your call.
All right, we're going to do that one. The
Captain's wheel? Gotcha, no
can get-
problem.
Collins, you
Yes.
can get two
If
with a hold.
if they're within a certain distance, and
Within
you can
a
cast the spell
Together, yeah.
as a third level. Yeah, it's
You
always
guys are
second
all
level.
coming over the top, right? Y'all are going to be fine, right? So if I get this guy, he can't make an alarm, and that just leaves the chick on the actual dock.
And to be clear, it's not actually an undead pirate. I just want to be clear about that. It's just a
Yeah,
normal pirate.
I assume.
Okay. Okay, so you're only going after the one, so I'll do the quick saving throw. I think the saving throw for you is 14 or a 16.
14, according to the paperwork.
Gotcha.
Wisdom
No
save.
problem. Yep, absolutely.
Got it.
Fantastic. I'll make sure we make mention of it later. Okay. Okay. First things first, as you haul off the spell, now, there's that moment as a spellcaster where you know your spell's got somebody. You can just feel it. Tips of your fingers tingle. The magic goes off. Your master, you can actually feel them beaming down from heaven, beaming with pride as you deliver the spell. That is not the situation.
It works.
No. This is not that situation.
No.
This is like the opposite of that. As you peel off the spell and your invisibility drops, you will literally be standing there going as they shake the spell off. And then break the bottle and go after you with it. Okay. But do you have Joss points? Yes, you do. What you can do with Joss points is you can force me to reroll.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, here's the retest. Significantly better in your favor. So back to your master being proud of you. This figure actually slumps. You see him struggle trying to hold themselves together, and you see them turn to raise their voice in alarm, and you see them freeze in place, glowing gently in the foggy air. They are held in place.
Thank him.
I'll give the signal to John.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
I thought it was this.
Yeah. Kiss me.
One can assume that you use a minor cantrip to basically make like a little fire or something, like you flick the flame or a quick fluff, a quick like a bit of flash paper in the air or whatever. The equivalent of getting his attention using a little magic.
Old Mage Hand is like his little beard or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a 30-foot reach, but okay, whatever. Anyways, so that's the signal, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
At this very moment, all hell breaks loose because all of a sudden the crew is rushed from the other side of the boat as there's a thump and a bump, and your guys' crew members swarm over the gunwales. We can basically conduct this in any order you want, but I suggest we basically just kind of sort of go from like left to right, from my perspective. So, John, you close up ranks, right? That's the plan? Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead and move John his full move rate, which will be 60 feet.
I'm going to use a key point to use Step of the Wind.
Okay.
It allows me to use my bonus action as a dash, so I will use my action and my bonus action to dash to get all the way up to as far as I can go.
Then you should be able to get base to base and still have an attack on the sentry, who, by the way, has not been drinking at all. She has a bottle, but she has not taken one drink of it, sitting actually on the top of the pier.
Okay.
But so as you race towards you, she turns to look at you, and you can see that she's already got her hand reflexively actually on her flintlock as you charge her. And
I'm going to try to. Okay. I'm going to try to punch.
Smash her.
Roll.
Oh, 25 to hit.
Ooh.
That hits. That hits. That hits.
One Punch Man.
Oh, it fell on the floor. 7 points of damage.
We need to give you a dice tower for Christmas. Good God. Anyways, as you dash towards her, a quick blast across your chin sends her staggering a good couple of feet, but she shakes off the majority of it, and her hand is still on her weapon. You got anything else in you?
Okay. I think that was it, because that was my movement, my bonus action, and my action, I think.
Okay. That's what I figured. Okay. Then moving across the table, Ed. Or you guys can take order in whatever you guys want, basically. It's up to you guys. But Ed, remember, you're the swashbuckler.
You're the arrow flint.
You can be anywhere on this boat, basically. Anywhere.
Okay.
Because you're going to sweep on. I assume that you basically ran up, grabbed a rope, cut it free, and then shot skyward.
I want to look just real quick. Do I see anybody else bandishing a firearm that would make noise?
All of the crew members are armed with flintlocks. Barty loved smoking fire, so the crew all have firearms, but they're tucked into boots and shirts and buckles and things like that. So nothing is out, not at all. The only thing out right now is basically bottles.
I'll just go for the closest one and not shoot. I want to use, I guess just the sword. What did I have on there? Which is the best? I've got a long sword or the rapier or the short sword. Which would be the better for this?
I would go with the rapier because you get to use your dexterity bonus for the attacks and damage.
Okay, so we'll do that.
It only it's only a D6 damage, but it's better in terms of your ability scores.
Yeah, especially with my die rolls. So I have a 10, 16, so 16.
Okay, because you do have advantage on this, so that's totally cool. I imagine that you basically took full advantage of the rigging and everything else. So as you launched skyward and swept around, you pick out your target, the one closest to you, which is, I believe, the guy in the harpoon is probably your best bet. And as you sweep down towards him, the weapon is a quick flash, and you cause damage. Damage of D6 plus your dexterity bonus.
Plus dexterity is 9.
Plus 3d6 from your character's sneak attack damage for being a 6th-level rogue.
That would be 10 and 15. So that would make a total of 24.
A throat slashes, blood rooster tails away from the severed arteries. He collapses, his head almost like a Pez dispenser.
And I land ready to go for the next one.
Fair enough. You land magnificently. Immediately, the crew is taken aback, surprised. Okay, that was on Ed's action. Dave, Or Ron.
Ron, why don't you go?
Okay. Well, I'm going to just chop the crap out of somebody.
So you jump from the deck where you currently are and mid-air and come smashing down on the poor bastard at your feet.
Yep, and that's a 19. That's a crit.
That
I'll
hits.
confirm it. I'm going to confirm with a 14.
That'll
Just confirm.
confirm it. These guys aren't wearing plate mail, and they are not using their dexterity bonus because they don't expect the attack.
First swing. Second swing, can I attack the other character with that, or the other pirate with that?
Well, first things first. Let's roll the damage on the first guy. So it's 12
All
plus a d12 plus your strength bonus.
Let's see. 24.
You bifurcate the poor bastard.
Good.
There's a horrific mess that splashes on the sails of your guys' ship.
There you go. Take that.
And then you have your second attack.
With my backswing, I'll go the other way. Hit the guy pointing. 14.
That definitely hits.
Okay.
Oh, that's old Dub.
14 points of damage.
Woohoo! It buries itself from shoulder to groin. He collapses like an accordion when the air runs out of it. Just goes, yeah.
Right.
Okay. Don't forget your nod, Ron.
Okay.
And Dave.
Ready to kill.
Spirit, the one that's that John was messing with. Is that the last? That's the only crew member there that's not held.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Spiritual hammer.
Whoa.
Ah. Ooh.
Now, is there one there?
Okay.
I think she scooted it forward. We've got one that's behind the wheel.
That's held. The one behind the wheel didn't
Oh, he's
Collins hold? Yeah.
Oh.
So, since they're held, Dave, you could just walk over there and smash them in the skull with your mace and not waste a spell.
True, but the lady is still the one that John couldn't finish off because it took so long to get up there. Yeah, set off the alarm. So I'm going after
Eventually,
her.
it will be my turn, and you can imagine I will set off my pistol and bring the cow.
Right.
Well, they're both held.
So spiritual hammer on her.
Which in your shape would basically, it will summon up a celestial trident.
Oh, okay.
Wicked and barbed.
So,
oh yeah.
yeah, and poke her with it. And let's see, I think it's 5 points of damage.
Ooh, la, la. Well, you got to hit me first.
Oh,
I believe.
I thought it was a spell.
No, spiritual hammer is it's an attack spell. You basically use your spellcasting attack bonus, which for you is a +5.
Okay.
I'm just double checking the spell here really quickly.
Yeah. Modified 22.
There you go. And they're held, too. So
That's a fan.
No, she's not held.
I thought they were both held.
The weapon plunges down towards her, and the damage is...
Oh, 5.
Okay. Could someone do a quick check for me to make sure that the damage is right? I want to make sure we're not overlooking something. Spiritual weapon changes so much from division to addition.
It's 1d8.
278. And it goes up based upon your level. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So page 278. Sorry to slow things down here, guys, but it's
using
relevant.
a spell slot on the 3rd or higher. This was just a 2nd level, so so it's 1d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
Exactly. Your spellcasting ability modifier is like a plus. It's like a plus 6. So it's d8 plus 6. That's what I was
well
looking
then that
for.
would be that'd be 10 then. 10 damage.
There we go. The weapon plunges through her side into her hip. It pins her to the nearby cabbage crate lying nearby. She crawls a little bit. She tries to free herself before she collapses, kind of sort of folded in half.
Well,
can I get a nod?
That was a very quiet take. Now, there's crew down below. There's definitely crew down below, but they are preoccupied. Now, because we are so late in this,
The guy
One
behind the
Still
frozen,
the whole person.
absolutely. That's true. But when I'm going to give you guys a little hint here, because I mean we've got 10 minutes. I want to make sure we kind of get to the fun of this encounter. When he referred to the ship as his first love, right? The Gallows Hawk. The ship is represented by its name and also by its figurehead, which is at the front of the ship, the prow. The figurehead is actually of this poor woman, this poor, lamentable woman, clearly a painted woman, with mascara running down her face, you know, very ruddy cheeks and whatnot, and she's actually in Gallows. That's actually in the front of the craft. The left side of her face is actually like is carved wood. The entire thing is carved wood, but it's been skeletonized, so it looks kind of sort of like she's been picked at. And there's a couple of very hungry vultures on either side of the gallows. That's the heart of the ship. That's the figurehead of the ship. So having said that, just as a suggestion, which will keep you guys out of having to go down into the hold and have to deal with that nonsense, I would suggest you guys check out the figurehead. Because we only have 8 minutes left, roughly.
8 minutes, yeah.
Stealthy guy.
So if we follow Collins, we're going downstairs. Let's follow Ron because we're over there.
Okay, Ron.
So yeah, who's got the highest dexterity? John?
I only have a +3, so.
Okay. Well,
I have
for
a +1.
dexterity- Yeah, let's work our way towards that area quickly.
Okay.
Before
Onto the upper deck.
Oh.
Getting access to the upper deck and then just kind of leaning out. Basically, the ship is covered in rope. So it's just a matter of grabbing a hold of a piece of rigging and then leaning over. I mean, you can basically kind of.
Okay.
You guys are able-bodied seamen. You guys could do this in 10-foot waves. No big deal. As you lean out and away, and then you said, "Who said I would do it?" John, you said you do it. You got the thing going on. Okay.
Yep.
As you're leaning out, the rest of your guys' crew is gathered around, but there's one member of the crew that isn't actually joining you guys in this effort. The Revenant has actually walked to the edge of your guys' ship, is actually walking slowly, now shambling really, down the gangplank and walking slowly down the actual dock towards the very end of the dock.
Oh.
And he's walking slowly with purpose. He's actually walking out to sea, as if he made up his mind about something. So go ahead and put him on the very end of the dock, facing out to sea. And he's watching with keen interest. And a foul odor begins to blow in from the mouth of the harbor. A foul odor. Something awful being carried on the wind. John, as you lean out and you give a quick survey of what's going on, the medallion around the neck of the figurehead that's dangling there is a silver coin covered in verdigris and crud, but sure enough, it's a necklace that's been put around her neck and it's been hanging there unseen for the last 10 years.
I reach out.
Right on cue. As you reach to grab for it, there's a sudden explosion of noise from the dock, from the other side of it. Both of the nearest buildings, the front and back and side doors, burst open. And dozens of drunken patrons spill out into the streets as two separate, simultaneous brawls break out. Like two tidal waves colliding, they smash into each other, and like some psychotic dance, they swap partners, and a riot erupts at the deck. And we basically cover that entire area with lots and lots of brawling figures. In the midst of all of that, the odor hits this place, and every animal on the docks, every chicken, every dog, every pig runs away from the docks. They disappear. As soon as the wind hits and that odor overwhelms this place, the crew member that's held in place suddenly screams as you guys look over in their direction, and an anchor covered in seaweed, and also barbs, is protruding from the top of their head and penetrating through their shoulder. The entire ship gently rocks backwards and slightly port side as a hand comes up over the edge of the ship. And the hand looks like a ham. It could actually palm like a medicine ball. It's covered with scabs and filth and grime. It's actually towards the back of the ship, but that's okay. The entire ship will also rock a little bit as more hens appear, or an anchor will appear, and these enormous, bloated, reeking shapes pull themselves from the water, discharging all manner of foulness from open sores, split guts, and from overflowing mouths. For now, they will actually be basically in the water, kind of sort of outside of it a little bit, so they won't be on the ship per se yet, but they're going to be clambering aboard on their turns. Yeah, in the water's fine. That's
Got it.
We know, trust me, the players know where they are. The poor bastard that just got jelly-appled with that barbed anchor gets ripped off of his feet, and the nearest one of those creatures grabs them, plants its big fleshy lips against his, and then vomits stuff into its mouth, and you see the writhing, moving masses of living hagfish inside of its body course down the throat of the victim, swelling him, and then it's casually allowed to drop into the water to complete its transformation. The Sons of Barty are here. Roll initiative.
Crap.
You did all that, John?
Yeah, I did that. Did I get a chance to grab the coin?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's up to did I grab it?
He's still reaching for it. It's frozen. That's the whole point. It's to freeze things in time when all of that happens, when we do a cut.
Got it.
Emily? 3? Okay.
Oh, man. I got to tell you, I just want to take a second. I painted one of the Sons of Barty, and I barely know what I'm doing with a paintbrush. I was so shocked with how good these things turned out. I was absolutely stunned. I'm super happy. And what's really crazy, what's really nuts, is they almost perfectly match what I painted. And we did no collaboration. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts.
Huh.
Okay, guys, the Sons of Barty. Looks like the Sons of Barty ain't going anytime soon. Anyone got a 20? 19, 18, 17, 16? 19. Damn, Ron. You were on fire, buddy.
Dude, I'm telling you.
19. What happens next?
Okay. I'm going to lop the head off those suckers.
Fair enough.
Then?
Before they even get aboard. Got it. Because these guys are the size of ogres. 9, 10 feet tall, bloated, and you can actually see the eels swimming inside of their open cavities here and there. And they are bulging, belching, and slurping and smacking as they move forward. It's absolutely ghastly. Okay, Ron, what happens, buddy?
Okay. First hit, natural 20. Oh, my God. You gotta see
Holy
that.
cats! Holy cats!
So I'll confirm it with a 4. I missed, so that didn't work.
Won't confirm.
20. Okay. And the damage on the first hit, 15 points of damage.
Ooh, nicely done, dude.
Yeah. All right, second swing.
It embeds the axe embeds itself in his shoulder, cleaving it right down into flesh and bone. It's ghastly. Okay, second attack.
But he's still up, right?
Yep, I am not. Dude, I didn't flinch.
Oh, my God. Okay.
They're as big as ogres, dude.
A second attack missed. 6 missed.
A 6? Okay, yeah, a 6 will definitely miss. Okay. You wrench the weapon free, a quick swing. It actually grabs it, almost rips it out of your grasp, and then you pull it free. That was on your 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13.
13.
13s. Okay, 13s. Work it out amongst yourselves.
I'll just cast Bless for the party.
Okay.
Ah, okay.
And that gives us a D4 or a D6.
Club. Yeah, tell them how it works.
Well, now I got to look it up. Yeah, it adds to the ability for you to hit, and I'm not sure, but I think it's damage too.
Yeah, it's page
Hold on.
219 in the player's handbook.
Yeah.
219. Okay. While he's looking at, are you going to move it all, Dave?
No.
Okay. I'm going to. Would it take my action to keep grabbing the coin since I'm already in mid-reach of it, or?
I would say acquiring the item so you don't drop it in the water,
Okay.
because I would use that as a complication, which would be really fun, but not so much fun for you.
Got it. So I'll use my action to grab the coin, and then as
Fair
I'm
enough.
hanging over the front of the deck, I can see the Revenant. Correct? I can see the Revenant.
Yes.
I'm gonna point and say Barty, and I'm gonna point at the ogres or at the.
As soon as you say the word, his milky eyes fixate on you. He looks at you for one lot more moment, waiting for that last moment of just command for you to tell him what to do.
Okay. I just say, Barty, attack, and then I point.
The Revenant
Okay, so-
takes 2 quick steps on your action, because this is his initiative
Okay.
now. He actually springs onto the nearest pylon, lands on the gunwales, and launches himself through the air, arms out at the Son of Barty directly across the way. So do a quick interrupt. He slams into that one, stands on top of it, and begins wailing on it with his fists. And each impact shatters his limbs and flesh with every hit. So, real quickly here. Second attack. 2 solid hits. You actually see him begin pulping the skull on the Son of Barty. Flesh and whatnot begins splattering as he begins clawing. And he actually reaches down, grabs the fleshy folds of his neck, and tries to strangle it on its following turn.
And then I'm going to use the
Okay.
rest of my movement to get onto the very front of the ship, like pull myself back up. I'm going to use the rest of my movement. Pull myself back up.
Okay. Fair enough. No problem whatsoever. You spring aboard, and that's the end of your action. Cool.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
Because of the bless, what that means is that when you're attacking, you get to add a D4 to your roll. Or if
Okay,
you're having to
D4.
make a saving throw, you get to add a D4 to your roll.
Okay. And it's for the duration, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Which will be long enough, I'm sure. Okay, no problem. Well, Gustin is with us, guys. The Lord of the true Lord of the Sea, not Merciless. The true Lord of the Sea. Okay. Yep, that's the way it is, man. Greater God, lesser goddess. Moving right along. Okay. Anyways, that was the other 13.
Oh, yeah, John and I had the same one.
Yeah,
So,
we both
Okay,
were done.
we're matched up. We're done. Cool. That was on 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8,
8.
7, 8.
No, I'm 8.
Okay. 8.
Okay, I rolled to hit, and adding the bless, it got me to a 20 with the rapier.
Looking at where you at. Okay, you're right there. So the Son of Barty
I'll
is right
just-
there. You need to adjust.
whoever's coming up, see their head, see their hands, whack away.
So what we need to do is you need to step a little closer to the middle one here, because you need to attack the middle one, because you can't attack through the Revenant. So we just need to move your figure a little bit.
Okay.
No big
So
deal.
let me move over there to, yeah.
There we go. That's probably a little far. I would go for the other. I would tag team. There you go. I would tag team. That looks
Okay.
good. Fantastic. Okay. And then what was your total attack roll then?
With everything added, 20.
Including
That
the
definitely
four-sider.
hits.
Yeah, including the four-sider, huh?
Okay.
That
Yes.
definitely hits.
And then what's the damage on that? Is 1d8?
Well, that's the disappointing part, Ed. That's the really disappointing part here.
Oh,
So
it's-
as you lunge forward with your rapier, a quick lunge, all that blubbery flesh and whatnot, they have immunity to piercing. Vital organs are liquefied, etc. So as you plunge that weapon right up to the hilt, and it even disappears a couple inches beyond the hilt, and the creature just burps, and then a hagfish sticks its head out, and it hisses at you, slime dripping off of its head. As you draw your weapon free, you're like, I better go to a slashing weapon.
yeah. Noted.
Now you know. Now you know. Okay, that was on 8. 7. The Sons of Barty all go, but we wait for the trend. We wait for the Conjurer. Michael, you get to
Collins?
go a fraction of a second
He's
before the bad
5.
guys.
I thought, yeah.
No, I
he's
thought you were
5?
7.
Oh, he was raising his.
5. He's 5.
Oh.
You're muted, Cole.
Oh, he's 5. Okay. Well, in that
That's not a
case,
bad
on
thing.
7, my sons, and then on that case, my sons of Barty are going to cause all kinds of hell. First of all, let's go ahead and remove the little skeleton guy behind the wheel. Go ahead and remove him because he got dragged off the edge of the ship. Okay. The nearest Barty to him would have been busy doing that. He actually would have vomited into his face and then passed the infection along. He then will clamber aboard as the remainder of his action. So he steps actually up onto the top deck. The next Barty along will actually reach out and does something that you guys never want to see happen again. Never. The creature swells. It actually splits in places, and the entire contents of its enormous gut splash and spray the deck in 10-foot area of effect. It is full of rotten fish, rotten gut contents, seaweed, and anything else that you can possibly imagine. It's glowing a lambent green color. There's a necrotic element to it. The hit, you guys all have to give me poison saving throws, and then a dexterity saving throw because that entire area is equivalent to a grease spell.
Joseph, you see, I'm immune to poison, so.
Well, you are resistant to poison.
You're right.
which gives you an advantage. Which gives you advantage on the die roll to resist the poison.
Got it. Does bless count towards this?
Does
Any
bless
saving
count towards
throw.
saving throws, Dave?
Yes.
So that counts towards.
Yeah.
Which means you get to roll 2d4, but make sure the d4 and the d20 are lined up. You can't mix and match.
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay.
What do I roll for to check?
First things first, you have to give me a Constitution saving throw to resist the poison. Because it gets everywhere.
Okay.
And I mean everywhere.
So,
Ow.
and I'm going to roll a d20 to under that, 12 or less?
No, what you're going to do is you're going to add your saving throw modifier for Constitution. Now, really quickly, here, looking at your character, you, let's see here. I don't believe Constitution is a proficiency for you. Oh, wait, hold on, here it is for you. Yeah, your Constitution save is a +1. So you just roll a d20 and add +1. Yep.
Plus
And the D4.
4.
And then the d4 as well. Definitely the d4.
So I've got a total of a 21.
No problem whatsoever. You only take half damage, which, trust me, that's something that's actually a good thing. Half damage under these circumstances is 8 points of damage at half. So it came down from 16 to 8 for you. Well, you guys are you guys are 6-level characters. So.
I rolled a 27 on my Constitution save.
Also half damage.
Okay.
Half to 7.
Okay.
And
10.
the Revenant is immune to it because it's poison.
I had a 10 on my save.
Unfortunately, Dave, you did. Actually, Dave, you're just out of the area affected by about 10 feet. You're off.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You are in an elevated position, and you are just. If you were 1 square closer, I would have gotten you. If you were 1 square closer. So you're off.
Remember when I asked you if you were going to move? Good move.
Yeah.
Apparently, that's how it worked out, which is also very. Sometimes things just line up, you know. And then after that, I need a dexterity saving throw on everyone's part.
Ron,
In this immediate area, guys, in the immediate area of the vomit. So the dwarf, the swashbuckler, the revenant, and also the half giant all have to give me a dex save.
I got an
8. 14. You collapse. You're going to go down. You're going to because basically the ground is covered with 4 or 5 inches of incredibly viscous, slippery slime. You guys ever seen hagfish? You guys know what I'm talking about. Only
I did. I got
an
an 18.
You do not fall prone, but you are limited to half movement. But you are a swashbuckler, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you to move through the rigging and do cool aerial acrobatics and stuff with acrobatics rolls. Okay. Anybody else? Ron?
What do you want me to do?
Dex save. Dex save. Okay. Or fall prone.
18.
No problem whatsoever. You keep your footing. But again, you're limited to half movement, basically, because it's incredibly slippery. And the Revenant will have to make his saving throw. Revenant actually made his saving throw. He does not go down. He keeps his footing. Well, he's mostly just trying to choke the other son of Barty anyways.
So just me. I just fell. Okay. I'm the only one that fell.
Looks like that's the case, yeah. So the dwarf goes prone. Knock the miniature outside. Please. Okay, dokie. Well, that was an absolute grotesque and gruesome moment. That was on our 7. 6s. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top of the round. Starting off with 19.
No. Connell is the 5.
He just does not.
5. Sorry. 5. Well then,
I'm gonna move over here.
Do something awesome. I double dog dare you.
Yeah. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try and climb on this pillar that allow us to draw a straight line from the Barty that's on the top deck next to the captain wheel to the Barty that's over here on the side of the ship.
Okay. Well, springing up on those pylons. Give me an acrobatics test or an athletics roll. I'll take either. DC is a 10.
The same. Okay. All right.
Then roll. Just roll it.
We got it. We crushed it. We crushed it.
No problem. Problem solved.
And then we're gonna.
By the way, as you're standing there on the pylon, you get a telepathic message.
Oh.
You get a drunken sensation. The strong-willed toucan has decided to take the night off and is drinking heavily.
Nah, I mean, like, his one job was to warn me when something was going to happen, and obviously all the people on the dock was the warning. Good looking out, bird.
Hey. You're the master. Master the situation.
Master. Someone's turning into chicken later. We're going to cast Lightning Bolt. And we're going to try and make sure we hit. We're going to try and hit this guy and one of the other guys on the side of the ship.
Interesting.
It's a line.
You may not do sniping attacks. You will catch your friends up. They occupy that. Even if they're shorter than it, you cannot angle it, so it just barely clips it. It's not a magic missile.
Just cook the guy in front of you.
One, yeah.
Yeah, but I could cook a lot. I mean, we're trying to do total amount of damage here, right? So if I hit you guys too, that adds to my total damage.
Well, yeah, but you're drunk through a bird, so just cook the one in front of you and don't go lightning. No lightning strikes while intoxicated.
Well, guys, it only does 8d6 damage. What's the big deal?
Yeah, it's not bad.
I'll make it.
We're looking at a 14 on the dex save by the son of Barty.
No problem. Well, we'll see if it's a problem. Dex is not one of our good saving throws. However, when you roll a natural 18, even when you subtract 1 for their crappy dexterity, that leaves a 17. I made my save, and I'll take my half damage. Thank you.
Can I use this to make
rotten bones. Yes, you can. As you call upon the goddess of luck. Oh, Kestura. Roll a natural 19, subtract 1, gives me an 18.
Do you want me to roll all 8 and then divide by 2, or do you want me to just roll 4 dice?
Roll all 8d6, divide by 2, and then just drop the fraction.
$15.
15 points, halved, so you rolled effectively a 30.
What?
So
Yeah.
You rolled pretty well. You actually rolled pretty well. That's not bad.
For averages, yeah.
15 damage. You see the creature roar and scream and swell a little bit. He actually staggers a couple yards, actually into the captain's wheel. As he pulls the captain's wheel out of its own body, basically, it groans, looks at you, snarls, and you see the thing do something absolutely grotesque. You see it reach into its own guts, it fishes around, and it pulls out one of the eels, which then goes rigid like a trident. A snarling, hissing, drooling trident. And then it fixates upon you. Anyways, that's on, we'll see how things go next. On 19. That's you, Ron.
It's going to kill me.
Ronald?
Oh, sorry.
19, Ron.
Okay.
Yes.
Ron is turning into a pumpkin.
Yeah, so I'm going to kill you some Sons of Barty.
Go
That
for it.
sounds-
You're right there, man. You have allies standing nearby, so you can claim advantage on this attack. And because this is a new encounter, you have not used your heroic surge. You actually have your heroic surge still this turn.
And bless.
So I'm going to do all that right now. 6 attacks, right?
So, no, it's 4 attacks, but you get 2 dice for each one and a d4 for each one.
Okay. All right. Just keep rolling until I hit.
So, yep, roll 2d20 and a d4
Here we go.
and a couple d4.
That's a miss.
Is it?
And
Okay.
that's a miss.
Okay.
Okay,
So one
that's the
attack
first attack. That's 1 attack down.
Now, are you
Now, are
adding,
you-
adding a foresighter to it?
Natural 20, natural 20, natural 20. Again,
Okay,
dude!
second attack. Roll to confirm.
Confirm?
Roll to confirm.
Okay, no.
Get in the habit. Nope.
Okay.
Not even with a d4?
No.
You get to add the d4 to the confirm. Okay. It's that low. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
If it's
Okay.
below a 10, you probably won't hit. Okay. But that's still a hit. Roll the damage.
Yeah. 10.
Ooh. Previously damaged Son of Barty isn't looking so great. A bunch of mess actually flows onto the top of the deck. It was already pretty gross. So.
Okay.
Anyways, that
You
was
still
your
have 2 more
second
attacks, Ron.
2 more
Yep.
attacks. Okay.
Yep. 2d20 for each.
Miss. Even with the +4, it's a miss.
D4.
Another 20! Dude, another 20! Oh my god!
Roll to confirm, my friend.
Dude, Pizza Dungeon dice are awesome!
I know. I'm kind of starting to suspect him. Actually, I'm like,
Shameless plug. Shameless plug.
22.
However,
Yeah.
Ed's rolls have not been a corroborator to Ron's roll.
Consistency. It's just
Confirm?
it's part of.
What you got? What you
Yeah,
got?
with the 17. And I just
17.
rolled
That'll hit.
27 points of damage.
Ooh, damn.
Hell yeah.
Okay. And your 4th and final attack.
Did he die?
Yeah,
I'm
Still-
keeping track.
still up?
No, it doesn't. Dude, welcome to 5th edition where everything has 900 hit points.
Except you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's very
bitch.
true. That's very true.
19. 19. That's another crit.
19. Threatens another crit. Roll the confirmation.
19 again. What's a 16 plus 3? 19. Yes.
Critical
Hell
confirmed, which is, don't forget, it's 12 plus blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
How much?
22.
Wow.
Woo! We are in the 90s at this point. Ron, celebrate, my friend. You hack into that body. As it's clambering aboard, you bury the weapon right into its shoulders, split its spine, and then the most horrific thing happens, and I just want to say that this is your fault. You specifically requested this design element. So, having said that, the body is subsumed in green necrotic energy. It then detonates, exploding in a green fireball of ichor and filth and grime, causing 66 damage, Constitution save for half. It's necrotic damage. It's necrotic damage, which means it does not count as poison. So everyone, give me Constitution save within 20 feet of it, which means everyone on board except for the Sons of Barty.
This is a con save?
Oh, this is a Constitution save. Yes.
Okay.
Good call, Ron. I'll make it.
And also don't forget your D4. Don't forget your D4.
Go for D4.
Yeah, add that.
It's looking like your rolls are looking real good when you're holding your face like that.
John, how'd you do on your save, buddy?
I got a 20.
You made your save. You will take half damage, which in this case, because I rolled I rolled pretty mediocre, you take a total of 8 points of damage.
Okay.
Ed, how'd your saving throw go, buddy?
22, all things added.
Oh, fantastic save. Half damage, which for you will be... Halved is 12, unfortunately.
Thanks, Ron.
Dave?
What the hell?
20 after all mods.
He even sent me a video. Make it look like this. Okay, Dave, how'd you do in your save?
20 after all mods.
You made your save, my friend. Halved is 11 points.
Okay.
Ron, how'd you do in your
failed.
save?
7.
It takes a full 66.
Did you?
Oh, that's some bullcrap right there. Halved is 5.
Oh!
Couple. Oh man, I rolled like 3 1s on 6-sided dice. I'm like, ah. Well, now you guys know what to look forward to when they die.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
All right.
And that was on his action on 19. Moving down the initiative order, we have 13s.
That's me and John.
Yeah. Dave, you can go first.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try and turn. I'm gonna try and turn undead.
Okay,
Throw
fantastic.
the holy water and touch the holy relic and all that sort of stuff.
So it's been a few days. I don't know if it's still under the influence of that minor holiday. I'm going to give a quick test really quickly just to see if anything is weird is going on. Unfortunately, it's not one of the high holidays. It's actually one of the bad guy high holidays. So they're going to get a +1 on their saving throw. Okay, saving throw I think is a 14 for your spell effect or for your turning effect. I believe maybe it's a 13. Double check for me, Dave, real quickly. Look under turning. I think it's a 13.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm checking for.
Oh, it's a saving throw for your turning attempts. Channel divinity.
Oh.
Posted. Okay. You also haven't. Oh, you haven't used your invoke misfortune in a while. I forgot about that. Yeah, it's based upon your spellcasting stuff, so it's basically versus the 13. So. Okay. So, but it's all the undead within this area of effect as you raise your voice and invoke Gustin. And by the way,
Does the bless help?
No, it doesn't. I mean, it makes you feel better, but it doesn't actually have any actual game.
Okay, worth a try.
Well, if I come that close, it might make a difference. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so first undead at the rear of the craft. Unfortunately, with all my modifiers, I actually have a 19 on my save. I made my save. And the one at the front of the craft, unfortunately, also made a saving throw with a 14. So as you invoke, but do you have any Joss points left? Okay. Well, that's 2 separate saving throws. Do you have 2 Joss points or just 1?
I have 1.
Front or back? Your call.
Left. The back.
Okay. Retest on the one in the back. 4 plus modifiers means the creature hunkers backwards, falls onto the actual craft, impaling itself. It rips itself free, badly wounding itself as it staggers, waddles towards the gunwales, flips over the edge, and hits the surface of the water, does basically a pancake flop, and then sinks down into the murky water. Like a bathroom bomb. Or a bathtub bomb.
Yeah.
Only that's not cleanser. Nope, the one towards the back. The one towards the back of the ship, next to the pilot's wheel. Fantastic. Thank you, Andrew. Fantastic.
We need Mike Athey here, Ron.
Yeah. So does that one not exceed?
That's on that 13. Other 13.
I will run next to the Revenant. I'll use half my movement to stand up.
Okay.
Oh, and then I'm fast, and then I'm half movement again because of the grease. So can I use a bonus action to use Step of the Wind to use the dash action for my bonus action?
Sure, why not?
Is that how it works? Yeah, to take. Yeah, and then I'll use all that movement to get to the right of the Revenant there, and then take my 2 attacks for my action.
That seems perfectly reasonable to me. You're basically doing a monk instant stand, tumble, and then slide towards it and make your attacks. That totally works.
Okay. Do I get advantage because I'm next to the Revenant? He's considered an ally.
Next to allies, and the Revenant does count as a non-enemy. So there you go.
The bless. Oh gosh. Okay. 24 to hit.
That definitely hits, my friend.
7 points of damage.
Ooh, it was already badly injured by the Revenant's attacks, too. Nice.
Second attack. 11, 17. 17 to hit.
That definitely hits. The Revenant practically grabs it, pulls it forward, and lets you pound on it.
And then 5 points of damage.
Okay. Fair enough.
That's it.
That was on 13s. 8.
That was me.
8.
Okay, we're going to go out with the. This is getting old, so we'll go to a flare. Is there a piece of rigging I can grab onto that would allow me to swing out, come back around, and from behind, whack the head off, or attempt to just do a massive blow to the neck?
Oh.
And then
Ed, I would never tell you not to swashbuckle. Swashbuckle the crap out of me, man. Absolutely.
Gotta get my +4. Hold on. Now, what am I rolling against before I roll it?
You're going to have advantage on this. You're going to definitely have advantage on this. Don't worry about the acrobatics. I know what your bonuses are. Even if you have an average roll of 10, you still roll well, so it's not a problem. So you're going to basically swing out from the yard arm, swing far out, and then sweep back, hopefully hacking its head off.
18 is what I got, adding in the 4 and everything.
We'll assume for a moment that in the process of you swinging out, you'll have swapped weapons from rapier to longsword.
To longsword, yes.
Swashbuckle.
And we've got an 18.
It's nope.
Modified 18.
That definitely hits. And was that a single die roll, or did you roll a second one for advantage? And don't forget the D4.
No, I added the D4, but I didn't roll a second one for advantage.
Then roll a second one because you have advantage. You basically have an ally in front of you. You're flanking, basically. It's a sneak attack. Well, it's not sneak attack. It's a flank attack. And this also gets the D4.
This would be 17. 17 instead of 18.
Absolutely. You bet. So either of those would hit.
Okay, well, we'll go
the damage on the damage on your weapon will be a D8 plus your character's strength bonus. And because it's a slashing weapon, it causes full damage, unlike piercing weapons, which are
+4. So we've got 9 points.
9 points. Okay.
Yeah. After hearing the one that Ron took out, I don't think that just probably chopped the toe off. But
No, it doesn't. It badly injures it though. Like I said, is that when we get down to the wire, monsters' hit points start to go down pretty quickly.
Oh.
It's not swelling yet, but it's looking pretty bad. That was on action phase 8 on 7, or rather, I think it was 13. The Revenant actually unloads on this thing. Actually reaches down and punches it in the eye, grabs the eye out of the socket. It's like pulling a cow's eye out and just rips it free out of the socket as it begins to unload on it. It pounds on it remorselessly. The son of Barty is not killed, but you can see it starting to swell and stagger, and it's now struggling to keep hold of the ship. One more combination of hits will probably push it over, and it will explode. Okay, that says that on 19, the half giant.
I think we missed Collins on 5.
Oh, sorry, Collins. Sorry, on 5. Collins, think about it this way. I feel this bad about it. I feel like that. Hey man, that's more than most.
I'll climb over the rail to actually be on the ship, right? And then I'll move across the deck, and then I will lightning bolt the monster again.
Can I get a better view of the monster? I don't see how he has a straight line of shot with a lightning bolt. Unless he's planning on shooting first. I think he would probably remain on the top back deck.
You go straight across the deck.
Run across, yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine. I would imagine you stay on the top deck, the top rear. There you go. I don't see a direct line of sight with an area of effect blast.
It's a straight line.
I'm not saying no. No, it's not a magic missile. You can't do sniping with it. I see friends in the way because the lightning bolt's like 5 feet wide, isn't it?
It is. Yes.
Yeah, it's 5 feet wide, which means that you can't snipe with it.
Okay, well, the magic missiles
are handy. Hey, that you can snipe with.
This is the first magic missile of the episode?
24.
Yeah.
No, I burnt something else earlier.
And don't forget the D4 for the bless spell.
It only for his spell. I think it only hits 3 people, and I wasn't one of them.
Oh,
We rolled a 24 all the same. We rolled 24.
Okay.
That should be a hit, I assume, right? And then
24 definitely hits.
Is 9 points of fire damage.
Ooh, 9 points of fire damage.
We need to do everything we can to ensure that our
Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Video.
This thing
Audio.
is badly damaged. I mean, it is badly damaged. It's burning. And by the way, you think it smells bad now? It's even worse when it's on fire. Ron, this thing is actually clinging to the side of the boat. It has very few hit points left. So, if you clobber it good enough, in the right way, it might slip free of the craft, fall into the water, and then detonate.
I'm aiming for his bloody hand.
His wrist. Yeah.
There you go. Give me your attack. Because the attack here is, the purpose of it is to not necessarily mortally wound, it's to get him off the ship. Give me a roll. Attack. And you do have advantage on this.
That's a miss. Oh, I do have advantage. Okay.
Yes, you do. You have allies nearby.
16.
+4.
16 definitely hits. Roll the damage.
4.
I will subtract 4 from its athletics roll to remain clinging to the side of the ship. 8 minus 4 is 4, plus 5 is a total of 9. That is not enough to cling to the ship. The creature's limb is severed at the wrist with a shattering of bone and flesh. As it falls and topples backwards into the murky water, it hits the water, sinks like a bath bomb, but only a couple of inches, before there is a green, gassy explosion. It is
Rocks the
not
boat.
silent, but it is definitely deadly. The ship rocks back and forth as bits of it embed themselves in the side of the ship.
Ship farted.
You guys just realized, in the silence, as you all lean over the edge of the ship and you see parts of this thing embedded in the hull, that the fighting has stopped. The mob has stopped fighting. They are watching with keen interest as you fended off not 1, but 4 sons of Barty. There is a genuine look of mild impressed. They look mildly impressed. In the midst of all of this chaos, 2 rather prominent figures will actually move forward. One of them is dressed in a ball gown, elaborately so, and I mean a full ruffled ball gown. The other, a good couple yards away on the other side of the gangplank, is joined by an equally uncouth, vicious band of scallywags. He also looks interested, and he's actually got dangling from his hand what looks to be like a marionette. And he actually makes a quick gesture, cutting the strings with his fingers, and the marionette hits the ground, dusts itself off, and then tips a hat in your general direction. 2 of these lesser pirate nobles, I guess, for lack of a better term, you definitely have attracted the attention of both Crab, a notorious practitioner of black magic, and also now Dominique LaRouge. Long seconds will tick by. You, the crew, look over at you, and you still have the coin, correct, John? You still have the coin.
I do.
You make a point of showing the rest of your crew. Dominique looks over to Crab and with kind of a Barbados accent says, "Hey, Crab, what you think, man?" He goes, "Count of 100. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We're gonna disembark the
5,
ship and start going on.
Yeah.
We jump back in our boat.
6. At about 20, you guys have the mast up, and you guys are getting the hell out of here. Crab is walking rather slowly and purposefully as he picks up one of his little poppets as he walks over to his own craft. Dominique climbs aboard hers, mast up, anchors away, and at about exactly 100, they give chase. Cannons roaring, spells being blasted, and Crab even tucks one of the poppets into a small cannon and blasts it at your guys' ship. And the flaming poppet screeches as it flies towards your guys' ship and goes right through one of the sails before hitting the ground, shaking itself off, and then giggling as it runs towards one of you.
I want to cast Stinking Cloud to help guide us away.
This is basically this is the torches and pitchforks ending, my friend. This is where we wrap up the scenario. You have them chasing you out to sea for one hell of a race. Who knows what'll happen? Maybe you guys will give them the slip. Maybe you guys won't. But we will cliffhang it here for the night. Thank you guys very much for joining me on this intrepid voyage and sticking to it, Ron. I really appreciate the extra 36 minutes, or hour and 36 minutes.
Sure.
I want to give a couple quick shout-outs to some people. First and foremost, my players. I really appreciate you guys making this possible. I work a lot of hours, and I don't get to go to ReaperCon. Nobody gets to go to ReaperCon this year, so it's all virtual. So you guys definitely made a profound impact by making yourselves available for me to run this game for you.
Thank you, Justin.
Big shout out to, thank you. Big shout out to Ed for continuing to basically support me and being so very generous. Dave, keep signing the checks, man. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it.
You don't know how many times I've actually watched you at ReaperCon DMing, and I've just sit there and watch and listen to the story. And one of these days, I'm going to actually get to play in a game with Joseph. Anyway.
I'm so happy to have finally had you at the table. And I can't believe we got Ron. We got Ron to the table. Oh, my God. I'm so pleased. It's been years. That first year I ran for you guys back in 2012 was the first and only time you ever played at my table.
Yeah, right.
And also to everyone else at Reaper who basically makes all of this possible. Without the love and affection for the fans and also for the hobby, the craft, and also the gaming, this would be nothing. And you make this possible. And this is all work. And I understand that. And so I really appreciate everyone. I don't care if you're just basically filling swag bags. That is vitally important to how successful ReaperCon is. And I am very grateful to have you. Huge shout out to Frank. Oh,
yes.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for running these games. Thanks for coming to ReaperCon all these years and running games. You make the con a better place to game, and we appreciate all the work you put into this. And I hope everyone enjoys Brinewind when they get to read the book.
Mm-hmm.
I do too. God, I hope so. Thanks to Frank and Ann. They made this possible. They put in a tremendous amount of work. So big round of applause for our friends, Frank and Ann. Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
That's
we didn't get to use a segment of the adventure, but that's okay. If my plans go ahead, this will be a large 96-page campaign that will be even deeper, crazier, and even more fun. Huge thankful to the community of miniature painters. We crowdsourced an incredible number of miniatures, and they came out beautifully. These were not just slap jobs. They look really nice. That's craft. That's art. They made this visual. This is amazing. We have Sirenscape who provided music for us. As we were playing, we had ambient and music and stuff. Sirenscape, awesome ambient music. Fantastic. It added so much to our game. Players who are out there playing right now, thank you very much for supporting our hobby. There's a lot you could be doing instead, but you're not. You're choosing to do this. This supports my hobby. This means sure that this old man has somebody to play games with in the future. That makes me extremely grateful. And I hope all of you have an amazing ReaperCon. As always, it's an honor and a privilege to represent you guys in my small way.
Well, thank you so much.
No, thank you, sir.
This has been an honor.
Yeah.
This is awesome. My first time. I'm coming back, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad to have you guys. Hopefully next year we can actually be face to face because, quite frankly, this involved more work than 4 or 5 adventures combined. Oh my God, this involved too much work. Oh my God, there were so many meetings. Oh my God, but it's totally worth it. It was an audio. It was a feast for all kinds of our senses, and super cool. An amazing opportunity. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, huge shout out to the people on the Discord, because when we were planning and having these meetings, we needed all those painted models, and they really stepped up when I asked for help. And so really huge shout out to you guys. So it couldn't have happened. So thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been
it's definitely a big team effort.
Yeah, for sure. And thanks to Jason Weeby for sculpting some of these pieces specifically.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah. So,
and they were sculpted on short notice too. The stuff just appeared. It was just like, boom, here it is, boom, here it is, boom, and here it is. And the paint, and they're so phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal sculpts.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, guys.
All right, everybody.
Well,
yeah. Okay. So stay tuned for tomorrow of day 3 of ReaperCon. Wait, is it day 3? Thursday? Did we start on Thursday?
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, day 4.
Okay. Day 4 of ReaperCon. All the days are starting to blur together. So day 4. See you guys tomorrow. We'll update the class schedule. I'll be doing giveaways later tonight when I get home. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. And we're going to be raiding Fort Wapple.
Are we on for tomorrow morning at 9:30 again, John?
No, not that.
Yeah.
No, not that one. I checked with John.
Oh, okay.
Justin. No, not for 9:30, but for 1:30.
Okay.
1:30.
Yeah.
But we'll be raiding Fort Wapple. So